had a Jefferson Parish leadership call this morning with over 100 participants, so we are in touch with our partners. We are in touch with our stakeholders. The communication channels are there so that we can respond very closely. Obviously, in Grand Isle, as I mentioned, our eyes are on them. We have gotten requests for rescue for people who stayed on the island, obviously, and I mentioned Whitecaps are on the highway. Our fire station's taking water. On Grand Isle, obviously, first responders cannot get to you, so those folks are just going to have to hunker down and wait for the storm to pass before it's safe and before we can get to them in Grand Isle. And also the concern, again, for Lafitte. I just saw the mayor. We are in touch with him in Lafitte, and they will begin seeing these conditions deteriorate rapidly. Was on the phone with Sheriff Joseph Lapinto. He is stationed on the East Bank. I want to thank him and his officers. They proactively went down to Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Barataria, and Crown Point yesterday evening to identify, even though we had a mandatory evacuation, to identify people that are still in Lafitte. So I want to thank him for that. They went house to house with a few dozen officers, identifying people's names, their phone number, where they live, and the number of people in the house. So we want to thank him for that, and I thank, our first responders are so strong in Jefferson Parish, that proactive move so they know immediately and are ahead of the game for search and rescue. Again, Upper Jefferson, the conditions will start to deteriorate rapidly. The threats that we have been saying you will start seeing them now, okay? So the wind, the rain, the flash flooding, and the overall power outages will happen. We've already had a report of an animal tied to a tree that our animal protection services have had to respond to. Animals need to be inside. We cannot pick up animals now. We are not going out. But all animals, if their lives are going to be spared, they need to be brought inside. And this animal is tied to a tree. So thank goodness we were able to rescue that animal before conditions worsened. If you're going to stay at home, please stay inside. Find the safest place in your home, an interior room, away from windows, away from skylight, away from glass doors, away from anything, projectiles flying outside that could break into your home that way. Understand how the trees are around your home. We expect a lot of fallen trees. A tree could fall on your house. You don't want to be in that location on your house, so you have to be strategic in where you're going to ride out this storm. We are prepared for post-storm recovery. Our teams are ready, our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, and we're so fortunate to have the Louisiana National Guard here to help our first responders out. I will tell you, this is a difficult time right now for these officers. They are used to responding. They are used to doing what they do best, and right now they're stuck just waiting. So I think what you're seeing all of us feel is a rush of adrenaline to try to do something, but we're stuck where we are right now. We have to wait this storm out, but the teams are ready and they're strategizing about how they are going to clear roads, get the roads accessible, and begin their assessment and their rescue. I want to just state something that we want to keep only life-threatening, very serious, very critical issues to our 911. So if it's life-threatening, it's down power lines, it's something very dangerous in our community, or if you are suffering from something that needs immediate attention, they're not going to be able to respond all the time during the storm, but it is appropriate to call 911. If it's a less critical issue, let's try to be smart about not overwhelming the 911 line. So if it's something having to do with a tree down, but it's not impacting the roadway, or as I said, animals, or just oxygen distribution, or some resources that you need, please call our Emergency Operations Center at 504-349-5360. Again, 911 for crisis situations, life-threatening situations, the less serious conditions, and we want to know everything. We're going to have teams out there assessing all the roads. So, if there's a tree down on a major road, don't bother to call. Our teams are going to get there. They're going to go look at those major highways. They know, they have a plan, so you don't have to call on that. But any less serious condition, let's keep it out of the 911 calls and call 504-349-5360. A reminder, we have no transit, no paratransit tomorrow. A reminder also that our offices are closed on Monday and the schools are closed on Monday. Okay, so with that, I'm going to invite up our Director of Emergency Management Services, Mr. Joe Valiente. And let me go back. I forgot to do this with my notes. Okay, so right now we have 54,000 power outages. Of course, all of the electricity is out on Grand Isle. All of the electricity is out in Lafitte. And now, I mean, this is growing, but on the West Bank, Estelle, Manhattan and Harvey, Woodmere, Terrytown, major outages. On the East Bank, Harahan, Elmwood, Jefferson, Metairie Terrace, Kenner, Airline, and around Lafreniere Park. I want to notice that acknowledge Councilman Templet, who just returned, and I don't know if I mentioned Senator Pat Connick is also here with us at the EOC. So you will hear from some members of our council in a little bit, but next up is our Director of Emergency Management, Mr. Joe Valiente.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. As you know, it was a Cat 4, 150 miles an hour when it made landfall at Port Fourchon, and now it's working its way toward the northwest, and it will severely impact the upper Jefferson Parish area. We've been working very closely with all our local partners in the levee districts and the flood protection agencies, and so we have a good handle. All the floodgate gates have been closed and locked in hopes that we can minimize the amount of flooding that's going to occur. The threats that we've been talking about for 3 days are now a reality, and the risks are real. The wind, the rainfall, and the power outages. The majority of the power outages, we are being told, are being caused by trees that are falling. So, again, Parish President mentioned that. Do not venture out and get anywhere near those trees and those power lines that are entangled in them. That's extremely dangerous. I just want to mention again that we have high water vehicles that are stationed in strategic locations, and the Louisiana Air National Guard and the West Bank Volunteer Fire Departments under Brian Adams will be coordinating their efforts for any search and rescue that occur afterwards. And I think it's important to mention that we have our essential duty employees are on standby and have been sheltered, and the moment that it's safe for them to get out and start their damage assessment runs, they will do so. And that is all I have to say. I do want to say real quickly, though, I said, now is not the time to become complacent. Stay with us for another 36 hours. Stay indoors. Don't venture out on the streets. And do not venture out after the storm passes. Give us time to get an assessment on what needs to be repaired and to get those roads open and those traffic lights up and running. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next up, we will have our Director of Public Works, Mr. Mark Drews.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll start with drainage first. Right now, we're in very good shape. Fortunately, over the last 12 hours on the east and west bank, we've had basically 1 inch or less of rain, so all our canal levels are very low right now. We have full pumping capacity right now, and again, as a preemptive strategy, all our major pump stations we've already transferred to generator power, so we can avoid the potential of loss of pumping capacity temporarily if we would have had an outage later. Similarly, we did the same thing with our 2 water plants because if we have that drop in pressure, it can have a detrimental effect on our hospitals. So our 2 plants are on generator power already, and they're performing fine. Our biggest issue, again, is also going to be the energy power outages. As we've said before, it is important that you stay off the streets because if your area doesn't have power, then those traffic signals do not work, okay? And we will not be able to attempt to restore any of our traffic signals probably until Monday. The same thing with our sewer system. Again, every time the power goes out, we have 500 small lift stations throughout the parish. So the areas where we have no power, those lift stations do not function. So we're asking right now that you please conserve the water that goes down your drain, which basically try not to do wash unless you need to or take long showers. Because even though you may have power in your area and your lift station is working, lift stations are interconnected. So you may be pumping to a lift station that is out. But other than that, Public Works is ready. We'll be ready to respond. As they said, we have people pre-positioned, so we will immediately go out assess the damages, and start clearing our roads and streets so we can start the recovery process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Chief Administrative Assistant Sarah Babcock.
Good afternoon. This morning we've been in close contact with all of our healthcare facilities. We already have multiple hospitals and nursing homes across the parish who are operating on generator power, but all of them are able to currently provide essential services and people are safe there. We've continue to remind everyone how full our hospitals are, and today we had a hospital in Region 3 that had to evacuate and move into the hospitals here in Jefferson Parish. So they are extra full at the moment, and so as Madam Parish President said, it is really important that we not go to the emergency room unless it is a life-threatening emergency. As I mentioned yesterday, after this storm, we will have oxygen tanks for distribution. If your oxygen tank is empty, you can bring it to these sites and we will replace it with a new one. These sites are not open today. They will only open after all of the streets are safe and the threat has passed, and so we will announce that opening when it comes. But these sites are Fire Station 20 at 4110 Hudson Street in Metairie and Fire Station 81 at 808 MacArthur Avenue in Harvey. We are also preparing to open shelters post-storm for people who need them. Just a reminder, these will be congregate settings in local recreation centers. It may not be luxury accommodations, but it will be there for people who need it. Anyone who has medical special needs needing a shelter will be transported outside of the region post-storm to areas in northern Louisiana to medical shelters there. If you believe that you will need to go to a shelter after the storm, please call 504-349-5360 and we will triage based on needs and assess whether or not it's appropriate for you to go to a shelter. We will continue to reiterate generator safety at every press conference throughout the storm because this is a high cause of death. Generators need to be set up outdoors, away from windows, doors, air conditioning units, and when you need to refuel them, please allow it to cool completely before adding more fuel. Also, if you're using generators right now, it may not be the safest time to go out and refuel in the middle of the storm, particularly if there are trees in your yard nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. As I mentioned, our first responder communities are waiting for the time that they can go out and engage in search and rescue. As I mentioned before, Sheriff Joseph Lapinto is on the East Bank. Our fire chief, Chief Tibbetts, is on the East Bank. We also have the Louisiana National Guard here, and they'll work in conjunction with our West Bank Volunteer Fire Company. So with that, I want to introduce our Fire Services Director, Mr. Brian Adams.
Thank you. As the parish president said, tomorrow morning at daylight, we will get out and assist the other departments across the parish with clearing streets. So you'll see us out with chainsaws and just clearing the roadways. So if we need to get to an emergency, we can. We'll clear those roadways for us, the sheriff's office, our EMS service, and whatever it takes for us to get along the roadways. Also tomorrow morning at daylight, we will set up an area in Lafitte where we're going to be prepared just in case the water came up and we'll need to rescue people out of their homes or whatever may happen in Lafitte. So along with the National Guard, the Sheriff's Office, and our firefighters on the West Bank, as well as some of the members from the East Bank, we'll hit the ground ready to go tomorrow morning for those rescues. So with that, that's all we have. Stay inside, as everyone else has said up here today. I mean, stay inside. Give us time to get out there tomorrow and do what we have to do. Thank you.
Okay, obviously our council members as the governing authority in Jefferson Parish, we're very fortunate that they are working with us. Their staffs are out. They've been out all morning. So with that, our council chairman, Councilman Scott Walker, will address you, followed by Councilman at Large for Division B, Ricky Templett, and then Councilman for District 2, Dino Bonanno, and then Councilman for District 3, Councilman Byron Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'll be brief. Again, there's not much more that I can say today that I haven't said in the past 2 days, except to repeat a couple of things. Here at the EOC in Gretna, we get a nice snapshot of what's going on in the parish. And what we see right now, as you've heard, is that Grand Isle and Lafitte are dealing with a lot, and they're going to continue to deal with a lot. And what they're dealing with now is going to affect us later in the day. So while it might not look terrible outside in Upper Jefferson right now, it will be terrible at some point in the day. So do not think that because this has made landfall and you're seeing Grand Isle and Lafitte get hammered, that you're not going to get affected later in the day as well. It is coming, and conditions will quickly deteriorate in Upper Jefferson Parish as the day moves on. We are here at the EOC. My fellow council members have been on the phone and on the internet and answering emails and monitoring social media, and that's what we're here to do. So if you have problems, contact us. We're here, we're listening, and we're ready to help you get through any troubles that you may have. But this is far from over. As Mr. Adams said, please stay inside. Don't make it more difficult on our first responders, and please stay safe. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He spoke on behalf of our council members. As I mentioned, Councilman Edwards, I've been in touch with him in District 1, Councilman Van Rankin and Councilman Impastato on the East Bank, and they really should not be coming over to the West Bank right now. It is not safe conditions. So with that, does anybody have any questions? Sabrina?
Yes. Have you heard of any possible injuries in Brandau, or
It's difficult. No, we were in touch with our firefighters in Grand Isle. We were glad that we were still in touch with them, but everybody is inside, so it's a little bit too early to understand what's going on. Mayor Carmodel told me last night that in addition to some first responders that are on the island, he thinks that, a total of 40 people are there. But everybody is, as I said, we're getting requests for rescue, but I do not know the status of those people, and I don't know if even they know the status of those people. The first responders on the island know that yet.
have you been given any eye assessments of, roofs blown off or structures being heavily damaged?
Look, it looks very bad. We have a camera that was here at the EOC that was on the island. We lost that at 5 o'clock. Some of the council members found cameras. It looks very, very difficult. We're seeing some private company cameras that we're finding, but the conditions are very, very bad right now in Grand Isle. They are really getting beaten up right at this moment. So.
And what about the water? How high is the water? Is that fire station, I believe, is taking up?
So the surge is very high. The roads have been impassable for a while. We did get reports early on, which we expected that, they're used to storms. They've been through so many, but that water was coming in areas that normally don't even take on water. So, of course, this is a different storm. At the fire station, it crossed the road, and it's on the bottom floor of the fire station. But that's an open kind of area.
6 feet on Highway 1.
Okay. Councilman Walker is saying we got reports at 6 feet on Highway 1, which is the only road in. Yes. And again, we probably won't be able to assess those conditions for quite some time on Grand Isle. Now, just a reminder, and we keep saying this, the secondary effects of this storm are just as dangerous. So right now in Upper Jefferson, we have not started seeing it. Conditions are starting to get worse, but it's going to be a long, long day. But please, please, our first responders are here and ready to do their job. We have to work as a community. Give them free access to the roads. Let them assess the roads. Let them get the trees off the roads. Let them assess for down power lines. Please do not go out. I know everybody's going to have cabin fever when this is all over with, but we have got to be smart about this. We have got to work together as a community, and we all say we support law enforcement and first responders. We need to show that action now. But if you don't have a critical issue, you're going to stay put, and you're going to do your part for our first responders. They do not need extra people on the road. They do not need extra car accidents that don't need to happen. They do not need to be responding to any post-storm injury. Let them respond to the injuries that are happening during the storm. So this is my plea of you as a community. Let's give and work with our first responders, and let's stay out of their way so they can do their job, please. Any other questions? Okay. Everybody be safe. Thank you very much. We will be in touch. Again, text 888-777-8255 text JP Alert to 888-777, or for our Spanish-speaking citizens, JP Noticias to 888-777, and we will be in touch with you on our next briefing. Thank you.
All right, you just heard there from Jefferson Parish leaders just giving us a briefing on one of the efforts that they're doing right now with the storm slowly moving onto land. One of the things that Cynthia Lee Sheng just mentioned, that, you know, parts of Metairie, some of the more populated areas of Jefferson Parish really haven't begun to feel those really strong impacts from Hurricane Ida. But of course, we're seeing those power outages just ticking upwards. Almost 200,000 Entergy customers without power right now, and 53,000 in Jefferson alone.
A lot of our friends on social media detailing the issue right now and saying that they heard a loud pop just a few minutes ago, and then in Metairie just shut down and widespread, reaching so many different residential pockets there. And it's going to be some time before crews can get that power restored. As we kind of detailed earlier, they're going to have to wait for the storm to really pass through, for those winds to die down. We're seeing those wind gusts well surpassing that 30-mile-per-hour mark. So it's going to be quite some time, some hours, some days ahead before power is restored there. And other harder hit areas down on the coast, Port Fourchon, where it made landfall around 11:55 shortly before noon today, about an hour and a half ago, it may be a very long time.
Absolutely. And one of the underlying messages here, stay home. Don't be driving on the roadways. Don't be sightseeing. That's also a message that's being resonated by New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell. So take a listen.
My message to the community at this time, all of our residents, even visitors who are here, this is the time to stay inside. Do not venture out. No sightseeing. This is very serious. We need you to stay in from this point forward all morning, all afternoon, all evening. As it relates to Monday morning, we should see some signs that we're moving out of this, but you are not to come out until you receive more information from the city of New Orleans. Now is the time that we have been preparing for and even waiting for as it relates to Hurricane Ida. Again, this is the time. Heed all warnings. Ensure that you shelter in place, you hunker down. We understand that we have residents that are now without power. We do understand that wind miles are over 35 miles per hour, which means that there will be no action, no activity from Entergy New Orleans at this time. Also, as it relates to other responses, the New Orleans Fire Department, we are now on emergency alert.
That's right, that emergency alert continues because we know those winds are picking up here in the metro area as well.
All right, let's go to Margaret Orr now with another warning that we're following into our newsroom. Margaret.
So much going on. So 62-mile-per-hour winds at the lake, but wait. On the open lake, look at this wind blowing, look at the seas, and not that far below the causeway itself. So significant rise is occurring on the west end of the lake, that potential for 9 feet. And then look, this is an extreme wind warning. It is in effect for Golden Meadow, Cutoff, Houma, Lafitte, Grand Isle, and I want you to notice right now, Golden Meadow is right in the eye wall. So they are getting significant weather right now, the potential for 100 to 150 mile-per-hour winds. And then over here is Houma. Lee Southwick has a really good friend in Houma right now. And look, Lee, you're going to have to let them know they've got a major band of heavy rain and strong winds moving his way right now. Lee, what is he seeing?
And Margaret, we're going to take his feed live now. I have it up. You can see it behind me as well. So what you're watching is them actually pulling into a parking lot and getting ready to hunker down because they saw that's coming and they're ready to hunker down and get through the worst of it. But the reason why they're out and about, this is Brandon Kopic. He's a storm chaser and he's also a responder, a storm responder as well. So he drives around. he chases the storms, and then if he sees someone in an emergency, he goes and helps them instead, and he stops taking footage. But in the meantime, he takes footage just to show us what the conditions are like. Again, this is Houma. We've noticed a lot of the lights shaking. Notice here, if he's about to go, I saw earlier he pulled up on some damage. He said that a power line exploded next to him, and he also had a near miss with a piece of sheet metal. So things are getting worse. It looks like we might have just lost his feed as well. It looks like it froze behind me because, Margaret, it is getting worse. I know you're keeping a very close eye on it over there, and another really bad band of really heavy rain and very strong wind about to move on in.
I know. This is when it gets scary, and the storm chasers know you've got to get to a safe place. And that's the problem. That's why you can't be outside. When you have winds like that and the sheet metal starts flying, you know, you can be seriously injured or killed. So here we are. I wanted to show you the really strong, severe winds, 103 miles across. So we know that the hurricane force winds extend out 50 miles, and that's basically what it's showing. And then let me just clear this and show you. So I'm going to zoom in. There is the eye. The eye is beginning to approach Golden Meadow. They may not get it. And, you know, it's nice to get a brief break, but it's not looking like they're going to get much of a break. They're going to stay in those high winds. And Houma, I mean, it's like a minute away from you from getting that really severe weather. Now, I do have a couple of storm reports, and I'm just going to pop this up for a second so that you can see. This is what it looks like right now in the city. And that camera is a pretty stable camera. So the winds at this point, east-northeast 37, temperatures dropped to 77, 44 sustained wind at the lakefront, 37 at the airport, Galliano 58. And where you're not seeing those wind reports, we've lost that information. They've gone out. Just like at Grand Isle, it went out at 148 miles per hour. That would take me out too. Here is a look at the wind gust, 62 at the lakefront, 81 Galliano. So Houma, get ready. You are about to experience that. And then the max wind gusts so far, and we've lost everything from Houma and Port Fourchon, pretty serious there. The storm surge, this is what I want to tell you. So you can look at what was forecast. I mean, we knew it was going to be bad. East of the mouth of the river, it was 8 to 12, and right now at Shell Beach, 8 1/4. And it's going up, and it's going up fast. It was 6.85, 7.94, 8.28 now. Waveland has come down. They were 5.5, they're down to 5 1/3. Chef Pass is going up. It's at 6.41 right now. So there, a look at our hurricane. And did you notice it was moving northwest? Now a little bit more of a northward jog and moving into, of course, Terrebonne Bay. Wait, let me pop it up just so you can see it a second. There it is, moving into Terrebonne Bay. Here's Leeville, here's Golden Meadow, here's Galliano. So that is where it is really rough right now. Just wanted to show you a couple of storm reports. I'll pop that up for you. So this are visible. Oh, look, on the east side, look at all of that lightning. So that's going to be curving like so, impacting South Mississippi and the North Shore, just from the looks at it. That is something bad, I can tell you that. Look at all of that lightning. And you can see lightning right on the south end of the eye. We knew that was bad. So there, look at the eye moving inland. And to give you a perspective of where it's going, heading to LaRose, Houma, Thibodaux Reserve, Donaldsonville, those times not quite correct. And the 3D view really not showing up that well. So Golden Meadow had 125 mile per hour winds at 12:47. Over here, Wyclosky had a 7.2 storm surge so far. New Orleans East, a wind gust of 77. And in Metairie, you can see a wind gust of 57. So, man, it's getting busy.
Certainly is, Margaret, and it's just the start of things to come, because while many people are in the dark right now and maybe streaming our live coverage on WDSU.com across our digital media platforms, they're wondering what's the worst of the storm, and unfortunately it seems like the worst may still be ahead of us.
Absolutely, especially for us here in the New Orleans metro area. That's where you find Jennifer Crockett, who's joining us now live from the Superdome with, again, conditions here in the New Orleans area. Jen.
We're catching a bit of a break between wind gusts right now, but I certainly believe Margaret Orr whenever she talked about those up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in the city of New Orleans. Where we were in Metairie, it was also seriously gusting too. We got a little bit more wind coming. And I want to show you the trees are already starting to shed their branches. If you look just right across the street, right across Poitras there, you can see some water coming off of that pink building in the gutter. Just a moment ago, that water was shooting straight up because of the lift from all of the wind. And you can see all the branches that have been dropped down here in front of the Superdome now. I'll tell you, we drove around Metairie on the interstate here to get to New Orleans, and there is some ponding on the interstates. There is some water on the exit ramp. There are signs down on the interstate, some debris, and then there are scenes like this all across the neighborhoods that we have visited. And come take a look over here, follow me. The wind, when it blows so fast, it's actually shoving all of these branches up into the parking garage here at the Superdome. That, by the way, is where we are taking cover whenever we're not coming to you live on TV. I want to show you the latest in Grand Isle. Take a look at this video. White out conditions in Grand Isle. I received this video just a little bit ago from a friend that I have down there who's riding out the storm along with some first responders that are down there. And, you know, we're really thinking about them right now. The parish president in Jefferson Parish, Cynthia Lee Shang, just said that the water is about 6 feet high on Highway 1. And again, that's the only road in or off of the island. There's no power there right now. I haven't heard from my friend there in a little while, so we're certainly thinking of them. We also shot some video for you in Kenner. And, you know, the people out there in Kenner, they're experiencing a lot of power outages. In our state right now, Entergy is reporting about 230,000 people without power at this moment. About 150,000 of those customers are here in Orleans Parish and Jefferson Parish. So a tremendous power outage, and you could expect to be in the dark for a while. Here's what the mayor of Kenner had to say about the power grid being pieced back together starting tomorrow. Take a listen.
If you stayed, I understand that. I didn't urge anybody to leave. I didn't urge anybody to stay. But if you stayed, and I stress this to everybody, it's going to be a primitive city, a primitive area for quite a while, up to 3 weeks with no power. That's not fun. I mean, you know, and this cool breeze is not going to follow this storm, right? It's going to be 100 degrees again next week. So if it's a week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks of weather like we've had last week, it's going to be conditions that you're not happy with.
Yeah, the conditions are not pretty right now, and they're only going to get worse throughout the day today. And then, of course, we'll have to deal with the heat and no power as the weeks continue. I do have some disturbing news that I'm sad to bring you out of Lafitte. We told you earlier this morning, just as the sun came up, that the sheriff had been down there and they knocked on every single door on the surge side of the floodgates in Lafitte. That's down in Lower Jefferson Parish. There's a mandatory evacuation there. About 1,000 people live beyond those floodgates. They had to close them hours earlier than they thought that they were going to. So they went door to door trying to get everybody out. They thought they had gotten everyone but about 75 people out of that area before they had to close those floodgates. I'm learning now that the number has ballooned, and they think that it's more like 250 to 500 people who are on the surge side of those floodgates in Lafitte right now. That's what I have for you from New Orleans. We will continue to track it. I'm Jennifer Crockett. Back to you.
I mean, your heart sinks at that number, because then you have to think about the rescue operation that will probably have to take place, because again, I mean, they are getting several feet of water on that storm surge side.
And it will be hours, if not an entire day, before those rescue teams can get down there safely once the storm passes through. So thoughts and prayers go out to the folks down there in Lafitte and who decided to stay where they were to try to ride out the storm. But again, that's when parishes, they call for those mandatory or voluntary evacuations to try to get people out of harm's way, knowing that this storm system, which as of about 3 or 4 days ago was not quite as significant, just really accelerated its time frame in terms of its path and of course its sheer intensity. A major Category 4 storm, hurricane that's impacting all of us here in South Louisiana here today.
We're also hearing from St. Charles Parish, which again, they had a mandatory evacuation there for the entire parish as well. We heard from Matthew Jewell a few moments ago, about an hour ago during their press conference, as he talked about the cleanup efforts and the subsequent efforts that are going to happen after the storm. So I want to bring that to you right now.
After the storm passes, that our residents should be really, really safe and be really, really mindful when it comes to starting to clean up debris. We will likely have to implement our segregated debris policy for FEMA. We'll go ahead and get information on that posted now. You're going to want to separate construction debris from regular vegetative debris, white goods, things like that. We've posted that before. It's also, I believe, on our website. That was sent out to y'all with our hurricane last year with our hurricane plan. So, these are just some of the things to start thinking about when you clean up that we're going to be putting out information on. We also want you to be very, very careful when if you're cleaning up and there are down power lines around. You cannot go near down power lines. If you see a down power line, we want you to report it to the EOC, and we want you to assume that it's live.
And again, just stay at home. That's the best thing to do. As the storm passes through your respective area, if you have down trees, down power poles, down power lines, as Matthew Jewell from St. Charles Parish just said, just stay away from that. You don't want to run the risk of encountering a live wire at that time. We're also getting a look at conditions on the North Shore in St. Tammany and Slidell. Take a look at this video. This is courtesy of the Slidell Police Department during a ride through that area. This was just less than an hour ago. This looks like it's right near the Old Spanish Trail area, right off of I-10, going into the city of Slidell. Conditions not incredibly dire at this point, but again, that does not mean they won't deteriorate soon. Here are the next few hours. You can see some wind and rain knocking down plenty of trees or some leaves and some tree limbs in that area on the North Shore.
Also, this important update for you from Terrebonne Parish. Fire services now suspended because of high winds. So I want to show you a look at the departments who've been ordered to stand down. We're going to put those up for you in just a second. Among them, Homa, Bayou, Grand Caillou fire departments. Now, the same announcement also says Acadian Ambulance has suspended services and work is going to resume when it is safe to do so. And again, we're kind of hearing the same message here out of New Orleans with those 911 services, again, being suspended at this time until weather permits for people to be able to respond to some of those 911 calls.
Yeah, we're trying to be safe with our very own colleagues and our crews and our management team, and trying to make sure they're in the right place at the right time and avoid the wrong area at the wrong time, because we don't want to put any of our colleagues and friends in harm's way. And we know that a lot of residents are trying to ride out this storm together. But, do what you can to check on your neighbor, even if it's just a text or a call or a quick email, if you still have power and you have that capability, to see how people are holding up, because we know this storm, it's been a marathon over the past few days, and really tracking Ida since earlier this past week. And now here we are on Sunday afternoon, approaching the 2 o'clock hour. We are within the next 20 minutes going to hear from Governor John Bel Edwards, as long as that news conference stays on schedule, with Louisiana's overall response to Hurricane Ida. But we know so many resources have been put in place, and additional resources came in from out of state to help us recover from the storm.
Yeah, and on the North Shore right now, again, I spoke with my mom a little while ago. They've just gotten a little bit of light rain in portions of Ponchatoula, Tangipahoa Parish, where she is. They haven't seen any of the major impacts from this storm just yet, but our own Heath Allen is up there as well in portions of St. Tammany Parish, joining us now with what the conditions look like for folks there. Heath.
Well, I tell you what, the conditions would degenerate quickly. Well, that's what's happening up here right now. Winds picked up pretty much, and it's pouring down rain. And the interesting thing to watch, you look out here at Lake Pontchartrain. We're on Sunset Point is where we are, but you can see the push that we've been talking about all this time, about the push on Lake Pontchartrain when that wind is coming out of the south and out of the east, and you can see what's happening. It pushes the lake. It actually moves the lake it's going northwest right now, and that's what's going to cause the problem. Water is not going to be able to drain as that lake is being pushed toward Tangipahoa Parish and toward the points west. All those rivers that try to drain into Lake Pontchartrain will not be able to. So the amount of rain that's going to come later on this afternoon here on the North Shore, finally, is going to be a real issue. It's not going to have a place to drain out to, and it could be several days. And so the amount of water that falls on the ground is probably going to stay right where it is, which means a lot of people are going to see some water in their neighborhoods. And sadly, some people are going to probably see water in their homes as this storm goes through. Wind was picking up substantially. I have no idea how hard it was blowing a little bit earlier, but it was making it difficult to hold the camera up. And we're under a little gazebo here, so we're protected. But the wind coming laterally was really trying to threaten to take the gear out with it. Bottom line is everything now up here on the North Shore is shut down. The curfew is in effect. Stores are closed. The weather is here. The roads look like they are clearing up almost completely. Everybody is finally getting the message to go home. As this picks up and going on into the afternoon, it's just going to get, as you were saying earlier, it's just going to get a little worse before it gets better. We're keeping an eye on things up here. All that talk, you know, everybody up here listening on the North Shore asking me earlier this morning, how bad is it going to be? How bad is it going to be? All I can say is we're going to have to wait and see. I don't know. But we don't have to wait very long now. It's almost here. Guys, back to you.
All right, Heath down there for us, and you know, St. Tammany Parish under a curfew right now that started at noon, and that's going to continue until further notice. We know all of the first responders and law enforcement agencies are doing their parts, monitoring the storm and its effects there in St. Tammany. This is a pretty unique and special video from the Slidell Police Department. Let's take a listen in as this was filed before the storm made its impact.
For your protection over property. But most of all, we pray that you would protect life, that you would keep us safe, that you would give us wisdom to respond to unique situations in a way that honors you. In Christ's name.
Power of prayer there.
A little divine intervention certainly goes a long way. We know Mother Nature's fury and wrath with this major Category 4 storm impacting Louisiana, but we know a little power of prayer certainly helps, and helps keep nerves down and keeps people a little bit grounded in these challenging days. So, you know, good to see that, and I know those guys and those staff members, the ladies over there too, they're going to be hard at work trying to help people in need over the next few days.
They're actually already hitting the streets with seeing some street flooding, also some high water along some of the streets, and again, some of those areas that typically flood in Slidell, already starting to see some of those waters taking on. We showed you videos of Treasure Isle, Eden Isles from a little earlier today, so some of those neighborhoods already seeing that water coming in. And then just this reminder for those of you in Tangipahoa Parish, that parish-wide curfew there begins at 9 o'clock tonight. That's going to last until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So pretty much from sunset to sunrise, you need to stay inside because, again, we in the metro area, a lot of that North Shore region has yet to feel those true impacts from Hurricane Ida as the storm just continues to push forward onto land.
Yeah, those wind gusts, that storm surge, certainly an area of concern moving forward. Of course, we're still with you, y'all, every step of the way. We're going to continue our coverage in the days ahead, and you can always see our live coverage streaming on our very local app. Search the WDSU Very Local app. It's available on Roku, on Amazon Fire, and Apple TV as well.
And for our Spanish-speaking viewers, reporter Edwin Mitchell from our partners at Telemundo 42, they're going to be doing Facebook Live readings of the hurricane forecast at the top of every hour on our Facebook page. You can also visit our website. We're going to have a Spanish-speaking forecast for those of you as well there that you can also find.
Quick note from St. Charles Parish. We heard a little while ago from Parish President Matthew Jewell urging people to, do the right thing and to shelter in place. But they have opened up 2 shelters of last resort, basically. If you live in an area or you feel like your life is in danger at any point this evening, seek shelter at the Edward Dufresne Community Center or Harry Hurst Middle School. the community center locations on the West Bank on Judge Edward Dufresne Parkway, the middle school location on the East Bank, that's in Destrehan. Now, no supplies will be provided at either site, so they encourage you to bring some food, some water, your medication. And again, anyone who lives in a mobile home within St. Charles Parish, you may want to consider moving to that shelter of last resort.
Yeah, pretty similar advice for people in St. James Parish, where leaders have also opened up a shelter of last resort. They say don't wait to the last minute. But again, right now, they've got that refuge that's open right now. If you need help or you know somebody who needs help, you can call 225-562-2500. Again, if you're going to this shelter, you want to bring a 3 days worth of supply. That's food, water, medication, those personal hygiene items. Also, you might want to bring your own pillow, your own blanket, because those may not be provided for you.
You know, throughout the past few days, we've heard a lot from state and local officials and local leaders and, you know, Emergency Preparedness and Homeland Security Director Colin Arnold here in New Orleans. He spoke at length earlier about trying to do the right thing, putting yourself in the right position to weather this storm. Take a listen in.
You absolutely need to be indoors for the remainder of this storm. Hunker down and stay put. We'll be with you through the storm. Text NOLA READY to 77295 for text alerts so you know what's going on throughout the rest of the day. Please understand that public safety officials will likely not be able to respond during dangerous conditions. This will likely include overnight when storm impacts have passed, but debris will still be blocking the roadways. It's dangerous now. It's going to be dangerous this afternoon, even more so because of the wind. It's going to be extremely dangerous overnight because of the wind and because of darkness. They're not going to be able to come to you. You need to stay inside until tomorrow. We'll look at this at the first light of day. Our emergency operations center is activated. We've got 70 people up there. They're risking COVID. They're communicating. They're communicating with everyone outside that is working this.
And right now we're continuing to track Hurricane Ida for you in real time here in the New Orleans metro area. You can hear Lee and Margaret Orr behind us kind of talking about some of these winds and the wind gusts in the 70s right now, and definitely a pretty dicey situation. I know the imagery coming off the causeway right now is just so incredible, so impressive. And again, we're not really even feeling those true impacts of the storm just yet.
Margaret, the storm packing a punch here in South Louisiana.
Oh man, is it? So I just wanted to show you what it looked like at the lakefront. What did you get, Lee?
Leeville recorded a gust of 153 miles an hour.
Wow, 153 at Leeville. That's just to the north of Port Fourchon. Man, this is bad, you guys. So this is the lakefront winds gusting to 76. And what's really interesting, what you need to know is that you've got that strong east wind, so it's pushing water into the lake. You can see the actual rise. So right in here, I think this is about 3 feet for the causeway railing, and that gives you an idea. Maybe it's better to see here. You see the waves, it goes down, then the waves, it comes up, and at times it's looking like it's maybe 3 feet below the causeway. It may indeed be more than that, but from my perspective at times it's looking pretty rough. We may in fact be losing that camera. I wouldn't be surprised. So here is a look. You can look at the causeway, heavy rain, but wait, that heavier rain now moving into the North Shore. You know, they've had a bit of a break, but you can see, yes, now it is beginning to move in. Then we look to the south, here it is, and it is really heavy. Right over Golden Meadow, Galliano, Bellamy. Here's Leeville, and Leeville again, that 153 mile per hour wind gusts. That lets you know what we're dealing with. And it's not just the wind gusts that we're talking about. We're talking about that push of water. The wind is pushing the water, and that is moving it to the north. Look over here in Grand Isle, they are getting pounded again. So the lower portion of the eye wall kind of moving through Grand Isle, though this is the main portion. It's just to the west, though not by much, but that is sick. You know, it may be going through an eye wall replacement right now. Looking at this, here's the inner eye kind of breaking down. Here's the outer eye wall. And kind of looks like it's going through an eye wall replacement. So extremely strong right now in Grand Isle. We're going to be talking with the police chief soon. You know, their anemometer went out at 148 miles per hour. I know this is serious wind, folks, and I just, you know, we saw earlier what it looked like with that high water surge. We saw 2x4s being pushed in the water. Do you have something, Lee? How's your friend in Houma?
He just saw a tree fall down. He's trying to get his feed back up. I should have it shortly. I'll let you know as soon as it's back up.
Good. So many people. You can check my Twitter feed. We've got a lot of good information on there, WDSU.com. We are streaming nonstop with this information. But over here in Boothville, this is some serious heavy rain and wind, and then we just ride up the coast and you can see Empire, Port Sulphur, all the way to Pointe-a-la-Hache. This is where you've got that very heavy rain right now. The heavy rain as well, Bel Air up towards Bertrandville, and then Jean Lafitte, you're getting it just on the West Bank. Just on the West Bank is where we've got that heavier rain. You know, the camera, look at the cameras. You think they're having a hard time with this wind? I mean, they are going crazy. Here at the bridge. Now, earlier, you kind of have to ignore this part, but we were seeing the river being pushed upstream. That happens when you get that very strong wind. Let's go back. Here we are. So, very heavy rain just to the south. You've got something? Thank you, Lee.
Report from the National Hurricane Center.
Okay, so we've got the updated report from the Hurricane Center. Let me just put this up so that you can see it. Here we are. So now northwest at 12, it slowed down. It was 13. The wind has come down a little bit, 145 from 150. That's not much. The pressure is up a little bit at 934. But anyway, you slice it. It is mean. I want to go to Grand Isle, don't you? I want to know how they are. And we have the police chief from Grand Isle here, Lane Landry. Lane, I have been so worried about you. I am going to put our radar into motion so people can see what you have been dealing with. Lane, what is the situation in Grand Isle right now?
Hey, Margaret, how are you doing? It's Lane. I'm the former chief of police. I'm over here as a fireman now, as a lifelong volunteer fireman. Right now, the conditions are, we must be getting to the southern eye wall.
Right.
And the wind directions have changed. I would say we're still experiencing 130 to 150 mile per hour gusts over here on the island. Water's still up, pretty good tidal surge. But all in all, we're doing pretty good.
So, Lane, how high is the water? Do you see it going down any, or is it still going up? I would think it would be going up.
I've seen it go. It came up pretty high quickly,
right?
And then we watched it go down. It went down about 2 inches, and then now we have a wind direction change. So, but I would say on Highway 1 at the peak, we probably had 3 feet of water on Highway 1 where we're located.
Okay, so 3 feet. How are the structures holding up there with the wind?
The fire department where I'm at with Chief Joel Bradbury, this structure is post-Katrina. It's holding up very well. There is a tremendous amount of roof and structure damage. A lot of power poles are down from the little bit that we can see. And I think it's going to be pretty extensive once this passes over.
Yes, it is going to be very extensive, I'm afraid. What's your visibility out there? I mean, how far can you see? A block?
Right now,
a half a block?
Right. I would say it let up on us the last minute. It's let up that I could see about 200 feet. But when it's really blowing for the last couple of hours, we probably were limited to anywhere from 25 to 50 feet of visibility.
So would you say, what's your sense of water on the island? Are there dry places?
No, ma'am. I would say Grand Isle was 100% underwater.
And what's the highest would you say?
It's hard to tell from where I'm located at, Margaret, but I would say that definitely there was in the lower lying areas, they probably could have had anywhere from 10 to 15 feet.
And that was indeed what the forecast was. You know, briefly, we did see a camera, and I saw 2x4s going by. Do you have any indication that there are structures that are down or simply that they're damaged?
Absolutely. We have structures around us that we know are damaged, a lot of roof damage, a lot of roofs missing. I was called by a friend of mine further to the west on Grand Isle. He said one of his cameras showed, I think one of the summer homes on the beach side was sitting on the ground. So we're expecting really, really heavy damages.
How many people are there?
At the fire department here, we're manned up totally, probably with 8 firemen, volunteer and full-time, probably 8 of us with medics and heavy equipment operators. But I would say that probably close to 30 to 40 civilians stayed behind. And that's a concern we're having right now is to try to make sure they're all accounted for after this event passes.
And so do you have any way of, oh, wow, look at this. We are seeing some footage that's coming in. I think this may be from Grand Isle Realty. I'm not sure. Do we know who this is from? It's showing water just pouring in. Can you see it, Lane? The footage?
No, I can't.
You can't. So you're pretty much blind on that matter. So some serious water moving in. Can you tell me, who knows where this is? I saw it earlier. That is, I know, but Grand Isle, what building is that? Well, somebody's home has serious water. So, Lane, give me an idea. Is there any way to contact the people who have remained right now? Do you have any indication if they're safe and what buildings they were in?
I think we were all just talking earlier with the fire chief and his team, and we do have a list of people who've called 911. So I know there's a queried list of people that have called in and where they're located. Okay. So I'm sure once things have settled down and there is a possibility of getting out, that'll be how the chief and their team are going to get out there, to go by what's queried in 911.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please stay safe. Know that we are thinking of you, concerned for you, want you to stay safe. We are hearing from Governor John Bel Edwards right now.
Well, wherever you might be tuning in from, but I can also tell you that we are just getting started. So please listen carefully. Conditions are changing very rapidly, and obviously we have a very dangerous situation on our hands with Hurricane Ida, and we can expect devastating impacts to continue for most of the next 24 hours or so as the hurricane passes through the state. As most of you are probably aware by now, a couple of hours ago, Hurricane Ida made landfall officially at Port Fourchon as a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. As predicted by the National Weather Service, this is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times. And as had been projected, Ida rapidly intensified at an unprecedented rate right up until landfall. And the fact of the matter is, an extremely strong Category 4 storm or a Category 5 storm doesn't really make much difference. I think there's, 5 or 6, 7 miles per hour difference between the winds that were measured on Hurricane Ida and a Category 5 storm. By now, if you're in Ida's path and you've not already begun to feel severe weather, we can just about absolutely assure you that you soon will. If you're sheltering in place, please make sure that you're in the most secure place possible in your home, some interior space, and then please make it your business to stay there until the danger passes. And because of the possibility that severe winds will damage your home, it is a good idea to have a mattress nearby that you can use to put over yourself and other family members to protect you from any falling debris. We urge you not to be tempted to go outside, to take a look and start sightseeing, and for goodness sake, don't drive around right now. It just isn't worth it. The same really goes by for the immediate aftermath of the storm after it's passed by, because there will be down power lines, there's going to be standing water, there's going to be debris, other dangers, and quite frankly, we can't tell you yet how soon it will be before first responders are going to be able to respond to calls for assistance. So please don't go out. And the extent to which individuals decide to get out and about will inhibit the flow of first responders and search and rescue assets, high water vehicles, and so forth. So please be patient. Once the storm has passed, you need to be prepared to shelter in place for the first 72 hours. We have every possible resource ready to go to help you. We'll get there sooner than 72 hours, if at all possible, in order to rescue people across the state of Louisiana. But this is the window of time that it may take in order to get first responders to you, depending upon conditions. You should know that the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and currently more than 4,900 guardsmen are out in support of current operations. Just on the search and rescue assets of the National Guard, they're staged across 14 parishes. They have 195 high water vehicles, 73 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist the citizens of Louisiana. There remain 169 wildlife and fishery agents with trucks and boats in the same number in order to do search and rescue. And the most robust search and rescue effort that we have consists of more than 900 individuals making up 21 teams that are represented by 16 different states. And the numbers that I just gave you include the Louisiana State Fire Marshal's Office and their boats. The Department of Transportation has assembled 164 coaches and 20 paratransit vehicles. 185 coaches will be available by tomorrow morning. The Department of Corrections, our prisons have produced more than 34,000 sandbags for communities across South Louisiana. They've also completed the evacuation of 2,500 inmates from 7 local jails, those being Acadia, Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Mary, St. Bernard, Vermilion, and Terrebonne parishes. The CPRA continues to monitor gates across the coastal zone. As of a little earlier today, a total of 459 gates out of 692 are closed. That's up 246 since the briefing yesterday. All of our hurricane protection systems have been have been completely closed, and all structures are fully operational at this time. As late as this morning, additional protection measures were being undertaken by levee districts, such as the South Lapouche Levee District. They actually completed sheet pile and sandbagging operations to address low areas ahead of the storm. Based on the hurricane track and the wind, rain, and surge forecast for the remainder of the hurricane, the CPRA is anticipating some overtopping of the southeast portions of the LaRose to Golden Meadow levee system, non-federal back levees around Middle Grove and Alliance in Plaquemines Parish, and non-federal levees in Lower St. Bernard Parish as well. And obviously overtopping is concerning, but I want to make sure that everybody understands overtopping and levee failure are not the same thing. And a levee failure can be much more catastrophic, and so they are not the same thing. Obviously, we're going to continue to monitor this flood protection system. I can tell you right now, we do not anticipate any overtopping of the Mississippi River levees or overtopping of the levees in the hurricane risk reduction system around the greater New Orleans area. Clearly, you've seen the reports, and up until a short while ago, I was able to look at live video feeds. There are very significant storm surge impacts around Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, as well as in Plaquemines Parish near Point Lahache and Braithwaite. CPRA has pre-staged pumps throughout southeast Louisiana and will deploy flood-fighting assets to coastal parishes in need of dewatering as soon as it is safe to do so. This is obviously a very fluid situation. It is rapidly changing, and that's why everyone needs to stay abreast by listening to news and following the guidance from your local officials. Really, nobody in Southeast Louisiana should be out on the roads. But if travel becomes absolutely necessary after the storm, please proceed with extreme caution. There will be hazards out there that you may experience before any law enforcement or DOTD personnel or anybody else may be able to get to first and warn you about it. This is especially true of debris, downed power lines, and standing water. Please check 511la.org for road closures, and please don't drive through standing water. That's how we lose an awful lot of people after storms. Many parishes are announcing curfews as we speak, so all Louisianans should follow the directives of their local leaders, which are obviously designed to keep us all safe. And the conditions vary by parish, and they have different considerations in mind. And so please honor these curfews and avoid needless risk to your own safety and that of your family. And please, again, keep streets clear for emergency responders. If you have evacuated, don't be tempted tomorrow to return before you know that it is okay for you to do so. Please contact your Office of Emergency Preparedness or monitor any announcements that they have as to whether it is the right time for you to return. The last count that I had shortly before coming over here is we have 1,542 individuals being sheltered across the state. That is in at least 23 different shelters. The vast majority of those are being operated by parishes. Obviously, we expect this number to increase throughout the day and potentially in the days to come as people discover that their homes are no longer habitable. For the latest shelter information, text LA Shelter to 898-211, or you can call 211. Heed the guidance of local officials. Local officials will have the most up-to-date shelter information for a specific area or parish. As we have mentioned several times before, if you lose electricity and you decide to use a generator, it is imperative that you follow the instructions from the manufacturer. Please make sure that generator is well away from your home in a well-ventilated area. It should not be inside, shouldn't be in a garage or a crawl space, under a window or a vent. And on occasion, you'll need to refuel the generator. Please make sure that you allow it to cool off for at least 20 minutes before doing so. In closing, and before I take some questions, there is no doubt that the coming days and weeks are going to be extremely difficult for our state. And many, many people are going to be tested in ways that we can only imagine today. But I can also tell you that as a state, we've never been more prepared. Again, all the models that we've seen from the Army Corps of Engineers and from our own CPRA show that the Hurricane Storm Damage Risk Reduction System will hold and perform as intended. Will it be tested? Yes. But it was built for this moment. I have a tremendous amount of confidence in the team that we've assembled at the state level, all the local officials and first responders and our federal partners. And by the way, I want to thank FEMA Regional Administrator Tony Robinson from coming out of Texas to embed with us here. And I can tell you that a short while ago I had a call with Administrator Criswell of FEMA in Washington, and she is very closely watching what's happening here, coordinating with us, and already has various things en route so that we can employ them just as soon as possible, things like generators and so forth. And so I have a tremendous amount of confidence in our team, all the state and local officials, and our federal partners. But I want you to know I also have confidence in the people of Louisiana. They always continue to inspire me with their goodness and their decency and their generosity. And I know that they're going to do everything they can to protect themselves and their families and their neighbors, especially those who may have special needs. Maybe they're elderly, so forth. Please make sure that you check on them and stay safe. And I know it may not seem this way right now for many people out there across our state, but there is always light after darkness, and I can assure you we're going to get through this. And I do invite everyone to offer up a prayer for our state, for the people of our state, that we get through this just as soon as possible and in the best possible shape with the least loss of life. You know, property is replaceable. Lives are not. So that is obviously our first order of priority. So I'm going to stop there and take a few questions, and please feel free to direct your questions to any of the people that we have assembled here. And depending on what you ask me, I may ask them to come up and answer the question anyway. Yes? Yeah. It's weather dependent, and quite frankly, before the weather gets good enough for us to respond, it's going to also be dark. So what I can tell you is our expectation is that we will be ready at first light tomorrow morning to go out to those areas that we know already have received the most damaging impacts from the storm, principally wind and storm surge. You mentioned Grand Isle. I can tell you that the video that I've seen and the reports that I've received are just tremendous amounts of storm surge there and wind damage. The good news is, you know, I hesitate to give you a figure, but something like 98% of Grand Isle evacuated. And the people who are there, I believe, stay back in structures that are specifically designed and built to withstand these types of forces. But I have no doubt we're going to see extreme devastation, Grand Isle and elsewhere, but we will likely be sometime after first light tomorrow morning before we can get up in the air and get vehicles down there. And of course, you know, you got to travel LA1. I don't know if you saw the video, but LA1 was not in good shape in the Leeville area earlier. So we will be working that just as quickly as we possibly can, and in all likelihood traveling to Grand Isle and elsewhere in that vicinity via helicopter.
Do you have any information as to the status of hospitals?
Yeah.
Whether any have been evacuated?
Yeah. Okay, so I can tell you no Tier 1 hospitals have been evacuated. Now, Tier 1 hospital is what we commonly think of as a hospital. By definition, we have some rehab hospitals, we have some behavioral health hospitals, and these are typically much smaller, and the patient's needs are not quite as acute. And we have evacuated 4 such hospitals. And since I'm on it, I'll tell you we've evacuated 22 nursing homes, 18 assisted living facilities, and 61 intermediate care facilities as well. No hospitals have been evacuated, Tier 1 hospitals, because quite simply put, there's nowhere to bring those individuals. They're in a hospital because they need that setting, and we don't have the capacity elsewhere. I mentioned yesterday that over the previous 11 days or so, we've been able to achieve a 20% reduction in our...
Hi, everybody. We hate to interrupt the governor. A tornado warning is in effect for Hancock and Harrison counties till 2:45. Here we are over at Dedew. You can see a bit of a spin in here. This storm moving northwest 50 miles per hour. I know that's what they do. They move really fast. in hurricanes. So I'm going to do a storm track for you. You can see it goes out about this far. So standard in 5 minutes, Nikesi in 10, Caesar in 15 minutes. That's how fast it's moving. It's going to get there quickly. So what you need to know is get away from the windows, get to the interior portion of your home. This is going to get there really fast. So that means call your friends if you have people who you know are there and maybe they've lost power and they can't get the information. Let them know that there is a tornado potential. It's not cited as being on the ground, it's that tornado potential. And that's why the tornado warning is indeed in effect. Let me clear this for a moment. We're going to come out a little bit wider. Here is the tornado warning in effect until 2:45. We can, oh wow, look at that shear. So that's showing up pretty close, pretty well right there at Dedu. The road is Vidalia Road and Edwin Ladner Road. Vidalia Road, Edwin Ladner Road. That's where we're seeing this circulation show up. You know, when you have a landfalling hurricane, it's always on the right side that you are going to have that potential to get a tornado. So I'm going to show you what it looks like in our graphics in just a second. So here we are, we're looking at the graphics, and I'll show you this wide picture of what it looks like. So what happens, here are the rain bands that are coming on shore. And when they hit the surface, the land, it slows down right at the surface level, and it's still speeding up aloft. And so you get that spin in the atmosphere. Oh, this is looking even worse. So here it is, moving northwest again so quickly. Let me just come over here a little bit more. We're going to come out wider. So standard, you get ready because it is moving your way. It's going to be there so fast. So here it is, standard 2 minutes. That's all you got, 2 minutes. It's going to be there. Roland 16 minutes, Savannah 19. Look how quickly. Now standard 1 minute. So this is a very dangerous situation with a possible tornado on the ground. And we knew it was possible. That's why we've had a tornado watch in effect. It's in effect until 7 o'clock, and it's, you know, along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, southeast Louisiana too. So a tornado watch in effect besides the hurricane warning, besides the storm surge warning, besides the extreme wind warnings, we have the potential for tornadoes. We saw a lot of tornadoes, in fact, with Katrina. And with Katrina, they basically put out a warning for a tornado warning for the eye wall. But right now, we're looking at this storm. And I'm just going to zoom in. Del Champs Road. Del Champs Road. It's over you right now, moving northwest, heading towards Road 350, Standard Dedu Road. It's moving your way. Bell Creek Road, just to give you an idea. So you have a possible tornado on the ground. You know, we tell you all the time, when you have these tornadoes, and again, we knew it was possible, you get to the interior portion of your home, you get away from the windows, you put as many walls between you and the outside. Governor Edwards was talking about, you know, get a mattress, put it up against the door, get a mattress, put it in the bathroom, and you get into the bathtub, and then you put the mattress over you. If you've got kids with you, you can put their bicycle helmets on them. Anything you can do to stay safe. Not only are you dealing with high winds, probably 50, 60 miles per hour there, in this band of rain. Here, I'll put the radar back up for you. Look, oh, look at that. So that's the storm that we're watching. Let me just put it into motion. And it's moving so fast. I mean, all I have there is a 15-minute loop, and it's too slow for actually what's going on here. No, that was actually 30 minutes. Let me put 15. But there is the storm that we're watching. I'll put in that shear. It's come down a little bit. just to the south of Standard, moving your way. Sometimes when you see that, it can actually be on the ground. So we hate to see that. I'll do another storm track for you, moving northwest at about 50. And Carrier, 20 minutes. McNeil, 21 minutes. So moving your way, and it's going to be on top of you in no time at all. So get to your safe place. You really need to be careful with this. And I'm actually been surprised we didn't have more. You know, early this morning, Lee Southwick was on with Damon Singleton and some tornado warnings that we'd had in South Mississippi. And if you were to look at shear, you can see, yeah, there's some over here at Madisonville, and that's with the storms moving through. And again, you've got the rain moving over land, and then it slows down at the surface, and you get that potential for spin. So we're seeing, and it could develop elsewhere. And then over here, over Lake Bourne, you're seeing some shear as well. But we have that warning now for this storm that eventually is going to be heading over towards Carrier, McNeil, Caesar, Crane Creek. Not looking as intense as it did earlier, but it's not looking good. We can look at the radial velocity, and it's not quite as clear, but we've got that definite potential of having a tornado at this time. So there is a tornado warning posted until 2:45. We also like to look aloft, and we look for the blues to indicate if there's debris being lofted into the air. Not really seeing it there, but you could have debris lofted into the air anyway, simply from this hurricane that we have going on. So there, a look at the tornado warning that's in effect until 2:45. And then you look to the south, and you're seeing this monster eye wall moving across Terrebonne Parish, with the eye wall itself right over Golden Meadow, over Galliano, heading up towards Cutoff, Branbois, and Chauvin. So we have so much going on right now with this intense hurricane right over us. The winds have come down a little bit now, 145 miles per hour, but we've got to watch these lines. And in these lines right in here, that's where you've got the potential for tornadoes. And in this line, let me take this back a little bit. Whoops. So if we go up to the north, that's just on the outskirts of some of these stronger storms. It does look like it's diminished a little bit, moving to the northwest at 50 miles per hour. And we're going to continue to watch it. I'm going to look at the shear again. Ooh, you think it has diminished. So you can see how intense it was earlier. See right there, and now not quite as intense. So we're going to get more scans and get a good look at it, but right now, basically over standard. So let's come in. And you can, well, let's see. Let's put it into current. So what the National Weather Service has done is they've taken out the lower portion and they've extended it for this storm, getting ready to move over State Highway. Here, I've got to zoom in. I can't see. That getting old business, right? So I'll do another storm track for it. Northwest at 50. Moving really fast. So eventually, Carrier 19 minutes, getting there fast. McNeil now 19 minutes. It's just moving so fast, it's going to get on top of you very, very quickly. So get to that interior portion of your home. Didu, you are out of it now. You are safe. But it's continuing. Leetown, you're going to get very close to it, in effect until 2:45. You know, we stay with these and we're going to continue to keep you posted. Hold on, I'll do another storm track, and then I want to look a little bit more at what else we're watching. So Northwest 50, Cesar 11, McNeil 20 minutes, Tyler 20 minutes. So there a look at this possible tornado that's taking place right now. We're going to come out wide and look at our hurricane, and significant weather occurring right now. We're going to put this into motion, and you can see devastating weather is occurring in Houma, in Lafitte, in Grand Isle, and it's spreading up to New Orleans. Right here at Covington, you've got this heavier rain now moving over St. Tammany Parish, and in that rain band, you are going to have the potential to get tornadoes as well. So Mandeville, Madisonville, Covington, Pearl River, you all have very heavy rain. And then we look over here along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, right at Pearlington. That is a strong storm at this time, and it is actually showing some rotation along with this one that is just to the north of I-10. So we're at the point where it is happening, where we're going to have more tornado warnings. And that tornado watch is in effect basically for southeast Louisiana, I'll pop it up for you, and South Mississippi. There, a look at the tornado warning and the tornado watch area. And there's our storm right by standard. Still showing up with wind shear, or rather with rotation. State Highway 603, I can see it, State Highway 603. Here's standard off to the west, Dummy Line Road to the east, Lake Cypress Drive. It's canceled. I had a feeling it might be canceled because that rotation was just not as strong as it was earlier. But you know what the takeaway is as I put this into motion? We are going to have more. So there's the line that prompted it, that same line basically moving through the North Shore. Look at how you've got a line that's moving up through the metro, and then you've got this major eye wall. It's basically the second with the inner eye wall with very heavy rain, Grand Isle to Lafitte to Houma. I want to look at a couple of the cameras. Here we are, we're looking at the city. You can't even see which camera that is because it's having so much trouble. Lee, what do you have over there?
We have the Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic's live feed back up here in our social media. He is in Houma, and he has been sending me updates. In fact, he was about to park in a building, and then across the street from him, or excuse me, in the building next to him, the roof lifted up, and then it was thrown into a power line. I just retweeted that photo, but you can see our live stream right here. This is Brandon Kopic's live stream. We are looking at Houma. I'm trying to get you a little bit better image here. There we go, a little bit closer now. So he just parked under, it looks like a bank where you can drive through an ATM. It's really bad. If you look closely, you can see the wind, the gusts pushing all of that rain across the parking lot here. Look at the trees behind him, and we went down. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can reload it. Sometimes it comes back. There we go. I have seen him driving around. He's seen multiple trees down, blocking roads. He's had to dodge some very large branches as well. And he was driving past a couple of American flags that have been ripped in the wind because the wind is so consistent and so strong. It's really picking up now in Houma. I know those bands starting to move on in. Margaret, you've been keeping a close eye on radar, but again, this is a live look at Houma. I cannot believe, I hope you guys can see this as well as I can see it here on the iPad, just sheets of water blowing across the parking lot. And oh, he looks like he's moving again. We might get a little bit better image here of the trees swaying back and forth as well. And it looks like he's turning around, which would be a good idea to get into shelter like he's doing, because, Margaret, it's getting really bad for places like Houma.
I know it is. And it was a rough go for a moment in Hancock County and Harrison County. We have Brian Adams on the phone with emergency management. And did you have any reports of damage with that tornado warning that was posted? And by the way, seeing some really heavy rain over towards Pearlington, and then it's heading up towards Picayune right now.
No reported damage at this time, Margaret. We are seeing some heavy rains. And seeing a lot of flooded streets also.
Give me an idea of the flooded streets and what's happening right along the coast. I know in Waveland I saw a storm surge. I think it was 5.5 feet. I'd have to look back, but they definitely had a rise there, and they had it with Zeta too.
Yeah, it's actually still up. Then on the beach in Waveland Bay, St. Louis, and our Shoreline Park area in both Waveland Bay, St. Louis, Heron Bay along the beach, Clermont Harbor, Lake Shore, Heron Bay, Pearlington, Jordan River Shores, and the Kill, which is a little north of the interstate, all having issues with the rise in water. Back off of Chapman Road.
Can you give me an idea of how high that water is?
It's several feet deep in a lot of the spots. It's fairly deep. Some of the main roads is hard to get in, so it's hard to check every street.
Right.
But yeah, it's at least 2 to 3 feet in some places.
And are you having reports of damage to homes? I mean, I assume that homes are flooding.
At this time, we have no reports of flooding. A lot of the houses that in those areas are built on stilts. So right now we have no reports of damage. We have reports of power outages. We've had some power outages in the county, close to 508 a little earlier, but they're working very hard to get them back on, so we're at about 300 that's still without power.
So how would you describe the situation? Is it what you expected? Is it worse than you expected? And of course, you're not done. It's still happening.
It's the Weather Service and National Hurricane Center, I think, has prepared us very well, and we've been prepared, for a lot of water to come in on storm surge and expected heavy rain, and we've been well aware of that since the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Center started putting stuff out. So I think we've been well aware of it and certainly had ample time to get ready for it.
Brian, thank you so much. Please stay safe. Keep us posted, and we'll check back in with you later. And now I think we have breaking news. Chad and Randy.
Yeah, Margaret, thank you very much. We have crews all over the scene. We're getting reports of damage even as close as the French Quarter here in New Orleans.
Yeah, that's right. Jennifer Crockett with a building that appears to have collapsed. Jennifer, what can you tell us?
I'm here on Decatur at Toulouse, and I'm going to step out so that you can see part of this French Quarter facade has crumbled, taking the street sign and light here at Decatur with it. You can see lots of foam being blown around, and I know we don't have exact data out here in the field, but I can tell you, in my experience, just from having lived in Southeast Louisiana since 1989, this is hurricane force winds here in the French Quarter of New Orleans right now. It was coming toward us from the river. We're right by Jack's Brewery, right by the Mississippi River, and now it is spinning. It will take you back, almost put you in a back bend, and then it'll toss you forward again. You're looking at a parking sign that is being tossed around right now, and there's also another street light here that is just absolutely dancing in these hurricane force winds here in the French Quarter of New Orleans. As you know, these are very old structures, some hundreds of years old, and it looks like one of the awnings here that was on one of the balconies caught that traffic light and just crumbled it right on the ground. Every once in a while you hear a big pop. We've seen a lot of the windows here boarded up. some other glass on the streets, full window panes on the streets of New Orleans from where they have been blown out of the buildings. The way that the French Quarter is constructed, it funnels the wind around. So you'll turn a corner and the winds will be 10 times as strong as they were, but then the wind direction will change and it'll hit you from that backside too. So this is not a surprising sight to see. However, it is not a good sight to see. Again, I would estimate hurricane force winds here in the New Orleans French Quarter right now where I am. Again, I am right near the Mississippi River, right near Jack's Brewery. This building right here is on the corner of Decatur and Toulouse. We've got rain coming down, and again, that really significant wind that is blowing and really gusting strong. It doesn't seem to want to let up at all. It hits you from one side and then it'll hit you from the back. It is absolutely coming in strong here. I can tell you that the wind wasn't like this just an hour ago, and it's just getting stronger and stronger. You can see again, this light pole here is just absolutely dancing. You have the old street lights, the old stop signs, the hundreds of years old, these French Quarter facades. They've certainly taken a beating over the years, and some, like this one here on the corner of Toulouse and Decatur, just couldn't stand what Ida is already bringing to the French Quarter of New Orleans. Guys?
Okay, so I just want to say, Jennifer, please get to a safe place, because you're going to have that flying debris, okay? So what happens, the wind is so strong, and that balcony is kind of like a kite. It comes in and it just lifts up that balcony. Same thing with the bridges. The water comes in, lifts off the bridges. So you've got a strong rain band that's moved through. You've got an even stronger one getting ready to move through. We were talking about winds 70 miles per hour or higher where you are, likely to increase because you have that next rain band getting ready to move through. This one just to the south that's over Marrero. So Randy and Chad, it's getting rough.
Yeah, you know, we've seen the weather just deteriorate in St. Bernard Parish. On their Facebook page and their Twitter account earlier this morning and early this afternoon, they posted a time-lapse video showing the water rising in areas like Delacroix, and we're talking several feet. We were talking about the storm surge there a little earlier with at least 7 feet of storm surge. So definitely seeing conditions there worsen.
Water rising, winds increasing in intensity, a bad combination. And now the Chalmette Ferry, y'all, it's on the loose. It broke free, and St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes joins us now. Guy, we know it's been a marathon-type day. Good afternoon. Thank you, sir, for your time. What's the latest on the ferry right now?
All right, so I've just been updated by my Homeland Security Director, John Ram. The Chalmette Ferry broke loose earlier. It is now secured. The Canal Street Ferry has broken loose and is coming downriver at this time at around mile marker 91.5. That was maybe 10 minutes ago, and it was coming downriver. From what I understand, the Sheriff Jimmy Pullman dispatched some deputies to go out and try to see if we can see where this ferry is going so we can assess that.
Where is that 91 mile marker, to put that in perspective for viewers? Is that before you get to the river bend or a little farther down? And would your deputies even be able to secure it at this point?
No,
the conditions
they're
like
not
it is?
going to be able.
Yeah,
they're not going to be able to secure it at all, but they'll be able to see it and be able to report back to us. But we haven't had any reports yet. But that mile marker is right around the St. Bernard Parish, Orleans Parish line, which would be somewhere around Domino Sugar or the IHNC, the Industrial Canal, St. Claude Bridge, up in that area.
Guy, we are starting to see some damage reports throughout the greater New Orleans area, but in St. Bernard specifically, what have y'all been seeing so far? Are there some downed trees? Are there any downed structures, or are y'all faring out okay so far this afternoon?
You know, we have all of the above at this time. To the extent of which we're not sure. You know, people are inside. They're not out and about reporting all of this stuff, and that's a good thing. Our deputies now have been pulled off the street, except for some of those that are doing some emergency runs. But, you know, I'm looking outside right now. The wind is really ripping through here, and it looks like we're going to have this for a sustained period of time. So we're just going to have to deal with a lot of this stuff and being prepared to get out there when this is over. What I'm hoping is that we have some daylight remaining so we can get a good assessment to get our citizens back on the street tomorrow.
And President McGinnis, with the Canal Street Ferry on the loose right now, is that going to pose any issues to maybe the Green Bridge or any of the other bridges that are along the Mississippi River if it continues to drift?
No, well, the Green Bridge is by the Mystico, so that's not even by the river. But, we have 2 refineries. We have our water intake on the river. So there's a lot of things that could happen and could go wrong. So we're going to try to monitor that and stay on top of that.
And Guy, for anyone who's without power there in Chalmette, Araby, some of the lower lying areas in St. Bernard Parish as well, closer to Shell Beach, we know it's going to take time. What would you say to the residents who are trying to be patient as this storm just continues to take a toll and pack a punch here in South Louisiana?
Look, they have to hunker down. They have to realize that we're going to be out of power. Zeta, we was out of power for a little bit over a week. I know Entergy, we've been talking with representatives of Entergy. They are ready to go to get us back up and going. So it's one of those things where, we've been through this before. We're going to go through it together. We're going to pray for the best result as we get through this, the worst part of the storm. And we're going to come back, and by the end of next week, we're going to be up and rolling.
And President McGinnis, Margaret Orr has a question for you real quickly, if we can open up her mic, because she has a question for you.
Guy, sure. Can anything be done about that ferry? I mean, it's not like you can capture it when you've got 75 to 130 mile per hour winds. What can be done about it? You're just going to keep an eye on it, or what?
From what I understand, the Coast Guard is monitoring it. They cannot do anything at this time. So we're just going to try to assess where it's going, and we don't even know that yet. And hopefully we can be prepared for the damage that it may occur to something on this side of the river.
And Guy, why did it break loose? Why were not, and this may not be the question for you, but if 2 of them broke loose, that says something wasn't done right.
Well, look, I can't answer that, obviously, Margaret, but it's something that is discouraging. It's disappointing, but we have to deal with the consequences of that, and we're going to try to make sure that we are prepared to receive this ferry wherever it may be going. We're trying to get a handle on that.
Well, good luck to you, and thank you for talking with us.
And President McGinnis, one question with the water that we're seeing down in Delacroix and areas like that and the storm surge. Is that concerning for you, or our infrastructure, our gates, are those holding up?
It's very concerning. We knew that early on. Yeah. We knew that that's where the first brunt of this storm would be. That's why we were out there to see what it would be. And we knew, that water came up very, very quick this morning. So we knew right from there that this was going to be a long event all the way through Araby, from Delacroix to Araby. So, we're definitely concerned. That is a major industry for St. Bernard Parish, for Louisiana, for our nation, the seafood industry. And those guys work so hard. They're so resilient. And, they're going to get a lot of water. A lot of them are in safe harbor. They do have some boats still there on the bayous, but, they know they're going to have significant amount of water. Hopefully a lot of their boats did not come untied from their docks, and we won't have a whole lot of damage, and we can get them back to work. But the problem is we have the Mystico Rock Dam that was put in after Katrina, and with this east wind, if it continues, it will hold that water in there on the Wyclosky Shell Beach side, and it might keep those guys out of work for another week. So we're looking at all of those things, and from Araby to Delacroix to Wyclosky and Hopedale, we will come together tomorrow, hopefully today before dark, and assess and have a plan to get our people back up and running, all of our businesses and our residents.
Yeah, guys, certainly wishing you and the residents of St. Bernard Parish all the best. And just to get a quick recap again, the Chalmette ferry was loose, but that's now grounded. That has been secured. The Canal Street ferry is still making its way. And, of course, your deputies and the Coast Guard keeping an eye on that Canal Street ferry, which is still kind of in transit, correct?
Yes, and our deputies have not put eyes on it yet, as far as I know.
Okay. All right. Well, we will keep you updated on that situation. Guy, thank you so much for your time, sir.
God bless, guys.
All right, well, now let's get a check of what is happening outside with our own Morgan Lentis. Again, we've got crews across the region right now. She's joining us outside to kind of give us an idea of the weather conditions that we're following.
Hey, Randy, yeah, so we are here on St. Charles Avenue at the Pontchartrain Hotel right here behind me. If my photographer Brian will zoom in, you can see the awning there at the Pontchartrain Hotel struggling to stay on. I imagine that might be gone before this storm is said and done. Just look at the wind we're dealing with right now. I heard Jennifer Crockett, one of my colleagues, talking about it earlier. There has been a definite shift in the last hour or so. The wind is just really picking up. It is powerful. It is swirling. And watch, I don't know if you can see this, but it is just pushing the rain. It is just pushing the rain down St. Charles Avenue. And you're seeing all sorts of tree branches and limbs down this way in front of the Avenue Plaza Hotel. There's all sorts of debris in the road on that side of it going towards Audubon Park direction. This is, you know, alarming. I mean, there are a few words that you can use to really describe what we're seeing here. Sometimes the wind starts blowing and it is so loud it's almost deafening. I can actually see, I can just hear, it sounds like an ambulance or some sort of emergency vehicle sirens coming down. You can see right here though on St. Charles there are a few cars coming by. Do not be out right now, okay? We're here because we're trying to keep you all informed about what's going on. Again, I'm hearing an emergency vehicle. I'm just trying to scoot back and see what's going on here. Looks like a fire truck coming by, so obviously these are the only people that should be out on the road right now. Emergency vehicles. We've seen a couple passenger cars going by. Get home. Take it from someone who's been out on the road in the last few minutes. The wind is really picking up here, okay? So again, live along St. Charles Avenue, we're just seeing a lot of debris fall. I will tell you that in the last few minutes, we were just driving around the CBD in downtown New Orleans. We saw a traffic light that had been, you know, uprooted from the street and had come down. We're seeing another fire truck go by. I'm assuming there must be something they are responding to. We're going to try to figure out what's going on here, but just again, to give you a live look real quick of what we're seeing here on St. Charles Avenue, conditions are just getting worse and worse here in New Orleans. Please be careful, folks. We're going to do the same. Send it back to you all now.
Yeah, you can certainly see with the system that we are getting some of those yellows and oranges with that satellite imagery, which again, some of that heavier rainfall and also some of those stronger winds.
Just a few hours ago when New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell, Colin Arnold, and many other officials were speaking, they mentioned the possibility of 15 inches of rainfall in the area to flood the streets here in New Orleans, and the possibility of those high wind gusts to upwards of 75, 80, 90, even 100-mile-per-hour gusts. So if you are in the area, and again, it's mostly our crews and emergency personnel, just be careful out there, especially with now debris on the ground. We've seen that, the awnings like Jennifer presented in the French Quarter, that debris can go flying around, whipping around, and like Morgan just mentioned from the Pontchartrain Hotel, something like that can be very dangerous when it's picked up by the right wind speed and can really just unfortunately impale somebody at that point. So again, that's why they want to encourage all residents to just stay at home, shelter in place, not only for right now this afternoon, but for the duration of this day into overnight.
All right, well, let's get a check with Greg LaRose, who's also been scouring portions of New Orleans. He's joining us from the intersection of Camp and Julia in the CBD right now, where again we are starting to see more traffic lights out and also a more dicey situation. Greg.
Yeah, you described it to a T. It's getting really hairy out here. It's when you get to these intersections, it's when you see this swirl. You have wind, it seems, is pushing from different directions. And as a result, you heard what Morgan talked about on St. Charles, what she was talking about on St. Charles Avenue, trees falling down. Take a look at this. Right in the middle of the intersection. Pretty substantial tree branch. Got a fire truck coming this way. I wouldn't be surprised if they cleared it. I'm looking down Julia this way. I can see branches, a fallen tree down this way. We're a couple blocks away from Lee Circle, where a tree came down on the wire that the streetcar connects to run. It's on top of a car. That whole street is blocked, so it's not going anywhere. And I'll echo what my colleagues have said. You don't need to be out in this. This is what we do. It's getting dicier by the minute. Stay put. We'll get through this. So we'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Greg, please be careful. all of that wind can, of course, send debris and you can be injured. So we did have a report of a wind gust of 138 miles per hour over in Galliano. And no, 98 in Galliano. Dulac was 138. Want to show you a couple of things real quickly. So we're going to look at the rainfall rate, and it is significant at times. This one just showing 4 inches. We can also look at the storm totals so far, because you know a lot of rain is forecast, but at this point it's just adding up to about 4 inches at Grand Isle, 4 inches. So it hasn't been the rain so far, it has been the storm surge up here along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, 3.5, and then we can go over towards Covington. That's 1.5 inches. Yes, we can handle that. It's the wind, the rain, and the storm surge. And then on the West Bank, it is about 2.5 inches of rain. The other big problem, is this eye wall. So I want you to notice there is the eye wall, and you can see where Homa is. Lee Southwick has a very good friend who is a storm chaser, and he says he's been in the eye wall. Okay, Lee, what is he seeing?
Well, he was under a sort of shelter,
right,
and he was hunkering down from it and then decided he didn't feel safe enough there. So we can pull up his feed if you want. It's not as great of a shot as I was telling you before when you could really, but there you go. Oh, I'm sorry, this is not going through. I need to get the screen mirroring back on.
Okay, well then we can come back here for a second, and we'll put Storm Tracker behind you, and you let me know when that's back up.
It is back up now. I believe it should be back up now. Do you guys see it? Is it coming back? Okay, so you see there, he just passed a tree that was down. What you are watching now, unfortunately, right on time, of course, he goes into his shelter, but that's what we do like to see. So, Margaret, I am going to toss it back to you, but I'll let you know when he gets out and gets a better shot. I wish you guys saw it just a couple of minutes ago. He was passing. Unfortunately, there are boards down, there are trees down, there are power lines down. Homa is going through a whole lot right now, already damaged, and the worst is arriving right about now.
It sure is. So I'm looking at the Storm Tracker. They had one band move through. They've got another one that's getting ready to move through. I think that one is going to be far heavier. And then you look up here by Des Allemands. I mean, that's where we've got that extreme wind warning, right? So this is a rough go. Savoie over by Allemands. Raceland, that's where we've got this really heavy rain occurring right now. It's moving up towards Bayou Gosh. There it is, Carmidel. Just to give you an idea, we're going to come out wider and show you. We heard from Lafitte that people had not gone behind the levee, and there you can see this very intense rain band moving up. We've had wind gusts associated with it of about 138 miles per hour. And of course, you've got a major water rise occurring there. Then we look over towards Boothville, and very heavy rain occurring there now. It's extending all the way up Plaquemines Parish. We go to St. Bernard, and I know you just heard about it, that we've got the Chalmette ferry is secured, but the canal ferry is going downriver, and they're not quite sure where it is. Guy McGinnis was on the phone, Plaquemines, or St. Bernard Parish president, and he said they're trying to find it, but it did break loose, and it's going downriver. And concern for damage to business, and how do you even catch something when you got 75 mile per hour winds to well over 100 mile per hour winds, and a storm surge too. So we do have this update in. Let's look at our 3 o'clock update. I'll put it up for you. Moving northwest at 11. So we are seeing it slow down. We don't like hurricanes to slow down. When they slow down, that means they visit with you longer, they dump more rain, and they continue to pump that water to the north. Max winds have come down. They're now 140. 140 is a major hurricane, okay? Betsy was 130. And then we see that pressure is That's low. It's at 937 millibars. So there is the eye right over Terrebonne Parish, over Lafourche Parish. We're going to pop this up again and just look at where the eye wall is now. And there it is. And Bellamy, you've got it. Galliano, you've got it. Heavy rain in Waveland to Covington. Yes, indeed. We know that. That was Art Jarrett giving me that information. So this is the eye wall, and Golden Meadow, Galliano, it's approaching cutoff. Valentine, Pointe-aux-Chenes, Boudreaux, you're getting it. Homa is getting it. That's where Lee has her friend. And then we always want to go up into the metro, and now we're getting significant rain moving in. We can look at some of our cameras. Doesn't look too bad at Caesars Superdome, and then this camera, you know, I wish we could see it because maybe we could see where that ferry went. So we do have a loose ferry on the river. Then we can just zoom in. That was the tropical storm report that we had. And we're going to zoom in. So Metairie, you are on the verge of getting some really heavy rain. There's Metairie, here comes the heavy rain. So it's about a minute away. Lower Garden District has some of that heavy rain. Let's pause this for a second. Lower Garden District, it's moving in. Gentilly, UNO, it's getting, Wagaman, look over here at Wagaman. That is heavy rain. Also into Harahan, moving into River Ridge. We're going to come out a little bit wider. The causeway is looking terrible. That's the causeway. Man, and that water looks to have come up a little higher. There are the pilings. I'm not seeing quite as much distance between. Every now and then you get at the bottom of the wave, then you get the crest, and it's higher. So we're going to have to watch that very carefully. But there is the heavy rain that's over the causeway, over the Slidell Twin Span. And then we go to the North Shore and look right here at Talashique, St. Benedict, right by Covington. That is heavy rain. Let me put it into motion for you. It's moving so fast, it's kind of out of the picture, and then it's there. Let me do a storm track for you because it is really hauling it. Okay, we're going to wrap just for a second. I want to show you this, giving you the idea, moving very quickly, heading towards Robert in 17 minutes, Oak Ridge in 22. Gina and Sulla, it's so nice to see you.
See you too, Margaret. Thank you for keeping us posted on the latest on Hurricane Ida, which we have already seen some devastating impacts. I heard you speak with the police chief, Margaret, of Grand Isle moments ago, talking about 100% of Grand Isle underwater. They've also seen some structure damage, roof damage. Low-lying areas have 10 to 15 feet of water, which was anticipated and forecasted.
Hurricane Ida making landfall earlier this afternoon as a strong Category 4, almost a Category 5 storm. Just to give you an idea of how significant the wind speeds were, and then don't even talk about the wind gust, so much higher than what a lot of people, I guess, were expecting or anticipating. We do know President Joe Biden actually spoke with FEMA about what was going on, conditions on the ground here as we're dealing with the impacts from Hurricane Ida. Let's listen in to what the president had to say.
We met with the families of 13 fallen heroes in Afghanistan who lost their lives in the service of our country. And while we're praying for the best in Louisiana, let's keep them in our prayers as well. I've just been briefed by the FEMA leadership, and we have real leadership, on Hurricane Ida and the preparations for rescue and response. And the storm has made, as you know better than anyone, but I'm speaking to the public at large here. The storm made landfall a few hours ago, and it continues to rage and ravage everything it comes in contact with. And the storm is a life-threatening storm. Governor Edwards, an old friend, has characterized it as one of the strongest hurricanes, the strongest in Louisiana history since 1850. And its devastation is likely to be immense. We shouldn't kid ourselves. And so the most important thing I can say right now is that everyone should listen to the instructions from local and state officials, just how dangerous this is, and take it seriously. It's not just the coast. It's not just New Orleans. It's north as well. The rainfall is expected to be exceedingly high. And to the people of the Gulf Coast, I want you to know that we're praying for the best and planning, prepared for the worst. As soon as the storm passes, we're going to put the country's full might behind the rescue and recovery. And I mean that. I've been around for a lot of hurricanes. I'm no expert, but I've been around for a lot of hurricanes, and I don't think we've ever had as much preparation, long-term preparation with the levee system and preparation here. Thanks to the administrators' leadership and the hard work of the FEMA team, all of whom were gathered behind, many of whom were gathered behind me. We've already pre-positioned resources that we know are going to be needed, and equipment and response teams in the region. This includes 2.5 million meals, 3 million liters of water. We've got generators in place, and we're in close touch with the power providers to get and restore power as soon as possible, because a lot of it's going to go out, and we should be prepared that it can take a long time, no matter how much we've pre-positioned, which we have, that it's going to take a long time for a lot of it to get back up. It could take a matter of weeks for some places. We've got 13 urban search and rescue teams. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, these teams make up about 70 people and experts, each of these teams, and they can do real serious recovery work. More than 100 ambulances and emergency medical teams have been activated, and we're working with the Red Cross and local partners to open dozens and dozens of shelters with cots and blankets and meals to support those we need to evacuate. That'll happen mostly northern part of the state and maybe in parts of Mississippi. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for both Louisiana as well as Mississippi. And I want to make sure that we're ready to surge all the response capability that we have to deal with whatever comes next. And a lot's going to be coming. I've been in touch with the governors of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, and my team at the White House has been in touch with other state, local, and federal officials in the region. And they know there'll be the full resources and support of the federal government. So I want to emphasize again, this is going to be a devastating hurricane, a life-threatening storm. So please, all you folks in Mississippi and in Louisiana, Mississippi, and God knows, maybe even further east, take precautions. Listen, take it seriously, really very seriously. And, you know, the whole of government effort is ready to get to work. I can't think of any time where the federal, state, and local folks have worked together more closely and in advance of an obvious, significant natural disaster. And folks, we're going to be here. We're going to be here to help the Gulf region get back on its feet as quickly as possible, as long as it takes. As long as it takes. So thank you, and may God protect those in the path of the storm, and God willing, we'll get through this sooner than later. But don't kid yourself. This is going to take a lot of resources, a little bit of luck, and as my grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors. And by the way, look out for your neighbors. If you're in the region, look out for your neighbors. So thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner. I really think it all works. I'm not supposed to take any questions, but go ahead.
Mr. President, on Afghanistan.
No, I'm not going to answer Afghanistan now.
Can you say if there's still an acute risk?
Well put there by President Biden, the grace of God and the goodwill of neighbors, which we've already seen some goodwill of neighbors yesterday at the airport, Gina.
And certainly it's important for neighbors to help each other out in this time and check on each other as well. You heard President Biden say, you know, that this is no joke and, you know, not to take it seriously as long as the threat persists. We want to check in now in Orleans Parish. We have our reporter Greg LaRose, who has been monitoring conditions just in the city to tell us what's the latest. I saw you earlier, Greg. You were kind of out there in the wind. What's the conditions out there now?
Yeah, not much better, Gina. We just jogged around from the CBD to the warehouse district. Happened to turn the corner in the 300 block of Girard. You might know where Lucy's is on Chapatulas. And take a look at this. Try and get turned around here. This tree branch breaks off, lands on this. We're going to go back to the studio now. We need a severe weather update, a tornado warning we need to tell you about.
Yeah, thank you for showing us that, but I'm going to cut in really quick. We do have a tornado warning. This is for southern Hancock County in southern Mississippi. So here you can see it. This is the outline right here, and I'm actually going to put on the shear rate so you can see where it's rotating. I'm going to zoom in, but we do have a tornado warning. This is for Hancock County, and it goes until 3:30 this afternoon. So there you go, tornado warning until 3:30. This is our rotation tracker, and it's giving us a strong signal that it's really picking up on some rotation there. So with these bands moving on in, again, this is not a surprise, but we are watching closely as this storm is rotating, and it is possible that it could drop a tornado. So now there is a tornado warning in effect, and that is until 3:30 for Hancock County. Here is a look at the band that's moving on through. I'm going to put this into play mode so you can see how it's really starting to rotate into Mississippi, parts of Mississippi, and that's why we do have a tornado warning now in effect. Let me take this out of play mode and see if we can track some rotation here. Again, our rotation tracker, an excellent tool that we have here, and it is showing that this storm is rotating. So we do have a tornado warning now in effect for portions of Hancock County, southern Hancock County. Notice that this is picking up on some rotation by Bayside Park, right near Lakeshore there too, in Mississippi, Bayside Park, and it does include the Space Center. Notice I just moved up, and there's the Space Center right there at the edge of this tornado warning. So the Space Center also included in this tornado warning. So again, tornado warning in effect until 3:30. If you are in the Bayside Park area here in Hancock County, you need to be in your safe spot. Have something over your head, a helmet, a mattress, blankets, or pillows. You need to be in an interior room, no external windows or walls. Also, if you have any family or friends within this area here, near the Space Center, near Waveland, Waveland's not included in this, but it's right off to the east. If you have anyone who lives in this area just to the west of Killen, make sure that you text them or call them and make sure that they are sheltering right now, because a tornado warning is in effect until 3:30 right now. It is 3:11. So the National Weather Service office in New Orleans saw that at 3:06 it had a severe thunderstorm that was starting to rotate. It is moving northwest at 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a tracker on this now. Let's see if I extend it out enough. There we go. So there you go, the Space Center arriving there in 10 minutes. Notice it could reach Hickory all the way by 23 minutes. So I'll zoom in a little bit more. I want you to get a better look at this, and you can take this full screen briefly as well, just so everyone at home can get a better look at what we're tracking here. Again, tornado warning. It will be reaching the Space Center in about 10 minutes. I'm actually going to redraw this track. Looks like we just got a new update where we are seeing rotation. So I'm going to clear the screen quickly. We're going to pull this over. There's where we're picking up on rotation, especially when we start to see the red in our rotation tracker. That's not good news. That means it's really picking up on something that could potentially be a tornado on the ground. So this is moving at 50 miles an hour. Here I'm going to draw the track. There you go. Now 7 minutes. So if you live in the Space Center area, 7 minutes. Nicholson, 17 minutes. Moving to the northwest, again, this tornado warning in effect till 3:30. This is for Hancock County, southern Hancock County in Mississippi. Let's take a look at the reflectivity. There's that storm there. You can bring me back on the screen as well. And Margaret's standing off here to the side as well, also checking on stuff for us. Quick look at our correlation coefficient. It's a debris tracker, and what it will do is if it sees debris lofted in the air, it will show up with a bright spot here in a somewhat circular area. Luckily, we're not catching anything on radar right now. When we do see a debris tracker, it means obviously it is a confirmed tornado. So that's good that nothing's popping up right now. but it's still rotating. It's definitely rotating. You can see that within velocity, and our rotation tracker is something that we call our shear rate. So look at that. You see that right there? That's what I'm watching. See the lighter green, the bright green, and then the darker greens where they come together. I'm going to zoom in. Let's get a closer look. First, let me clear this track off the screen. Let's zoom in to see exactly where it's rotating. So let's see, Bayou LaCroix Road, and then off to the west of that, Ravine Road as well. A little bit hard to see some of the street names here. And then this is heading north. There's the Space Center. So here's the rotation. Here's the Space Center. It's heading towards you quickly. Again, this is in Hancock County in Mississippi. Let's see what else we're looking at. I'm going to zoom on out, get us a little bit better view. Those of you down in the coastal area near Waveland, notice that the rotation has lifted north of you, so you're not in the danger zone anymore for the time being for this storm in particular. We will see if they ended up extending this tornado warning. If they do, it will extend over into portions of Louisiana as well. So we're going to draw this track one more time. And if anyone sees an update from the National Weather Service office, please let me know, because sometimes they end up altering just how fast these storms are going, and I want to get you the most accurate look at exactly where it's heading. Yeah, I don't like that right there. I don't like that. That's definitely rotation within this storm. So let's draw this track one more time, moving at 50 miles an hour to the northwest. So 6 minutes away from the Space Center, as far away as Richardson in 20 minutes. There you go, all of you here in that shaded area, and eventually off towards Bush. If it holds together, it could be in your neck of the woods if it holds together. And right now, yes, it is still rotating. This warning still goes for 15 minutes, but it's moving so quickly, I bet it will be out of the polygon before the 15 minutes are up. So we'll see if we get an extension to this tornado warning. Let's go back, and we're just going to check CC again just to make sure. Good thing we're not seeing anything popping up on our debris tracker. We like to see that. All right, so impact tracker looking now, not seeing anything too much right now. Notice, again, this is Mississippi. This is the state line over here. Notice that's Pearl River. Slidell just off to the west. This isn't heading towards you, Slidell. This is heading in a northwesterly direction. Those in our parts of the North Shore, though, in our northern counties, also need to stay aware, as it's part of a big rotating system, a big rotating band from Hurricane Ida. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Let's zoom in on that right there, where the Barron system is also picking up on rotation. We're going to get a closer street view. So near the Space Center, there's something called South Canal Road. That's where it's about to move over to. Access Road as well, and it looks like it's going to cross directly over the Space Center. Margaret is driving radar for me right now. So again, look, it looks like the polygon was redrawn, so that's good. Again, remember how I told you those by the coast, you are in the clear now? That's true. They agree. Right now it is heading north at about 50 miles an hour. So quickly moving. That's what we see usually within these storms, very fast moving bands. And so that moves the tornadoes quickly off to the northwest. Back in play mode there, you can see how this has consistently had rotation associated with it, and all the way to Hickory in about 15 minutes it's possible. So you need to be ready to move into your safe spot in case this tornado warning is extended out all the way over towards places like Nicholson there. You can see that. Again, we'll watch as this moves towards the Space Center. It is in Mississippi. If you are tuning in right now and you are in Louisiana, we're not talking about you right now. We are talking about Mississippi. This is a tornado warning that goes until 3:30. This is in Hancock County. We're seeing good signs of rotation. That's why we're staying on and staying with this, as well as we will stay on until there are no more tornado warnings. Hickory, in about 15 minutes, it could head towards you, this cell that continues to rotate. Heading over Access Road now at the Space Center. Looks like we might even have 2 areas there showing up of rotation. So we'll get a closer check on this. Sorry? Yes, that's what I've been saying. It's right near the Space Center, moving over the Space Center. And it will continue to push off towards the northwest. So if you want to take this full screen now, let's get a closer look. Let's really put this on the screen so those in Mississippi can see exactly where it's rotating. 3-notch road as well, picking up on a little bit of spin there in your storm. So here's a look at reflectivity. This is radar. This is a look at your radar and your rainfall rates. This is the storm obviously producing a lot of very heavy rain, but it's also spinning. So this is why we are under a tornado warning. The tornado warning goes until 3:30 later on today. Now, Margaret has been watching this closely, very closely. She's been driving radar for me. Margaret, we've been seeing a lot of rotation. Don't like this. Don't like that it's over the Space Center either.
No, nor do I. You've been doing a great job explaining everything that's going on. So this is really upsetting because what we have is another tornado warning that is showing up right in South Mississippi. It's with one of the outer bands. And again, what happens? The band moves on shore. It hits the land at the surface. It slows down. Aloft, it's going fast. So you can get a spin in the atmosphere. And these are moving really fast. So they're just flying off to the west-northwest. So eventually this is going to be heading towards I-59, towards Picayune as well. And we will likely see it happen again. Lee was on this morning along with Damon Singleton with more tornado warnings. So they're kind of the big picture, and I'll put it into motion. You can see how these, look, there's another one right behind it. So we may see a tornado warning with it as well. Haven't gotten any reports of damage. I mean, a lot of people not home. They've evacuated, and you know, in many cases, power is out, so we can't get that information, but we'll keep you posted. You can see the warning was posted when it was right along the coast, and now that storm has indeed moved off to the west-northwest. We're going to zoom in and just look at it. There you can see right over the space station. I'm going to put the shear in. And, you know, really two areas that are showing rotation, which is what Lee was pointing out, 3-notch road and access road. Two areas that we're watching really carefully. I'm going to put in the, you actually have two areas right in here where you've got that potential to have a couple of tornadoes. Not unheard of, but we've got both of them that we're watching. And let me just put these into motion for a moment. Do you have something, Lee?
Just to let you know, the newest update now says they're moving at 60 miles an hour, so moving faster.
They are flying. West-northwest or northwest?
Northwest.
Northwest. Okay, we're going to pause this just for a second. Moving basically, well, if you look at the polygon, you can see how it's a little bit more west-northwest. I'm going to do two storm tracks for you just to kind of give you an idea from the, I mean, I'd almost have to, there we are. 60 miles per hour. Nicholson, 8 minutes. Sun, 25 minutes. Lee's Creek, 28 minutes. I mean, it's just moving that fast. And then this one has moved out of the polygon, and they're probably going to have to extend that polygon. Let's clear this out and look at the velocity. So clearly, two areas right in here, kind of close to the space station. I'm going back to the shear, and it looks like it's gone north of the Space Center. So we don't want any damage there. Yeah, looks like it went just to the north of the Space Center. There you can see it. And then the other one kind of developed just ahead of it. Let's see if we are getting any debris. That looks interesting, but it was north of it. So I think you're okay so far. And then another one right behind it. So here comes the first one that was tornado warned. It's beginning to move out of the polygon, and then another right behind it that may or may not get a warning. We're just in that setup. I mean, you're watching it with me. So let me see where the shear is the greatest. Still right there at the north end. Let's pause it and we'll get a track on it. Can't get too close because I need to be able to go out far enough. So just looking at that trajectory, here we are at 60. I mean, it's taking it into Washington Parish, St. Tammany. Look, Sun 22 minutes, Lees Creek 26 minutes, Nicholson 5 minutes. And that's for the first one that moved in just to the north of the Space Center. They did expire the warning, and they're not going to extend it to the northwest?
They have not said if they are. All they said so far is that they expired it.
Okay, so they have expired it. Let me pause it and let's see if it goes away. Well, it's still there. So I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, let me clear it. So we've, yeah, it's moving out. And what may be happening is that we've just got these really fast winds that are moving west-northwest. I love to look at the Barron button too, and it's not showing tornadoes. We do see the shear showing up, so something to monitor. Okay, we're going to come out a little bit wider, and at this point, that's the only area for tornadoes that looks like it's something to watch. And then I'll come out a little bit wider and let's just reestablish what's happening right now. So we're going to zoom in. Here we are. There's I. Here's Golden Meadow, Cutoff, Lockport, Homa. So this is where the heaviest rain is. Let's look at how wide that I is now. So kind of from the widest point. It's about 15 miles wide. So there you can see the eye. Bless you. And I'll put it into motion. Wow. It looks like it's kind of hanging out, doesn't it? That's not good. So the official forecast, northwest at 11. It slowed down even more. I didn't see the 3 o'clock. Let me pop it up for you. This is the 3 o'clock, northwest at 11, 140 mile per hour winds, pressure is the same. So you can see a bit of a movement there, but when you look at this, and granted it's only 15 minutes, it's not much of a movement. Now what we are seeing is the heavy rain over Lafitte, and that's expanding to the north. Look, very heavy rain in the metro right now. Let's go and look at this. I feel so sorry for the people in Lafitte. They have been in heavy rain for a while. And then we can pan on down to Grand Isle. They're in heavy rain as well. Leeville, that had 138 mile per hour winds. Here's Port Fourchon, Port-à-la-Hache. And then we go on up to St. Bernard, where, of course, they're looking for the Canal Street ferry that broke loose. I haven't heard whether they have found it yet. I don't know what they can do about it, a barge on the loose or a ferry on the loose. So we're looking at the city, and I'm just going to pause it so that you can see this heavy rain. Pontchartrain Shores, West End, Lakeview, UNO, Gentilly, Dillard, Fairgrounds, Mid-City, Marigny, Tulane, Jefferson, River Ridge, Harahan, we're all in the rain. And not just rain, heavy rain. Heavy rain over towards Wagaman, Marrero, Terrytown, moving to the west-northwest. Wait, let's just see how heavy this rain is. So the rainfall rate isn't that bad. Look, I'm going to show you, and we're seeing, well, close to 2 inches an hour, but that's for the whole area too. And then we can look and see the storm total, and it's not looking that bad. Carrollton, 2 inches, Mid-City, 2.5 inches, Lake Forest, Little Woods, about 2.5 inches. I know y'all want to see this. Let me just be, I know there are people who are watching from all over who have evacuated, so let me just give you, over here in Lake Vista, it's 2 inches, Bucktown 2.5, right there close to Metairie, it's 2.5 inches. So that just kind of gives you an idea of how much rain we've had. And then you see a little bit more here on the West Bank. Let's go on in, and we can check that out. So by Ames Boulevard, you've got a good 2 inches of rain. Let's go to West Wego, and we're seeing 2 inches of rain. We can handle 2 inches. And then we're going to come out a little bit wider, and we want to go south. So let's look here right along Highway 23, 3.5. Of course, some of that could be along the water. And then really heavy rain, but that's more over water. So let's look by Golden Meadow, almost 4, Galliano, just over 3, La Rose, just 2.5. You know, we can handle that kind of rainfall. And then wait, let's go to Grand Isle. They have been pounded. I'm surprised it doesn't look like more rain. So that's just, you know, almost 5 to over 5 over by Leeville. And then let's go to the North Shore. It has not been as bad there. Well, wait, what? Do we have another tornado warning? Do you see another tornado warning? No, is it still popping up, or is that a new one? At the Kill, 5 inches. So let me just see what we have here. Whether it hasn't, no, you know what? I think that's the old one, and it just hadn't disappeared. Okay. Okay, so I think we're done just for now. At least that's enough of me talking. There you can see the eye with the heavy rain band up here on the North Shore, and that has now expired.
All right, Margaret, thank you for keeping us posted on all the developments coming out of Hurricane Ida. We have been told to be prepared for possible tornadic activity after the hurricane made landfall, and that's certainly what we were seeing in parts of our coverage area. Time now 3:30. If you are just joining us, we're continue to monitor the impacts from Hurricane Ida. Certainly with all the winds we've been seeing, we have experienced some power outages.
A lot of power outages in the state of Louisiana. I just pulled up this Entergy map for you. So we have more than 400,000 Entergy customers without power, and for CLECO customers about 9,700. The most on the South Shore here, I see Orleans Parish about 107,000 customers without power. I think more in Jefferson Parish with 136,000. Right now, it just moved up to 138,061 customers. So that, as anticipated, Gina, the power outage was going to be a big issue. People are going to have to deal without power for perhaps several days. We hope less than that, but I have no power at my house either. And you know, with the current temperatures, it's going to be hot, going to be very uncomfortable for many folks.
And in the hardest hit areas, Entergy is saying that it could be up to 3 weeks, depending on how severe the damage is. So, you know, just be prepared to be without power for an extended period of time. We talked about the CLECO 9,700 customers without power. Those are mainly in St. Tammany, St. Mary, and Washington parishes there. We're also seeing other effects as a result of the storm beyond power outages. We know in Plaquemines Parish, a barge came loose that was near Halliburton Road in, I guess, southern Plaquemines, and then 2 shrimp boats also came loose in Plaquemines. Those happened near the Venice Marina. So again, we are seeing more impacts from Hurricane Ida.
The governor said we are just in the beginning. To quote him today, he said we are just getting started. He said to expect devastating impacts for the next 24 hours or so or even more, and we have already seen some damages here in New Orleans as well. In St. Bernard Parish also, Chalmette Ferry broke loose near the Domino Sugar Factory. The Coast Guard is getting a situation on that, but we're going to keep posted on that situation out in Chalmette as well. Don't forget to conserve water. This was the warning from officials in Orleans and Jefferson. With the power outage, the lift systems are going to be affected. So they said if you don't have to do your laundry at this point, please do your best not to. Try to conserve water as best as you can because the power outages will affect the lift systems in the parishes.
And then this is just a heads up to folks in St. James Parish. In just under a half hour or so, a curfew actually goes into effect there at 4 p.m. through sun up tomorrow. That's in St. James Parish. So you have just about 27 minutes or so to do everything you need to do and make sure you're indoors when that curfew starts at 4 p.m.
I also want to remind folks, everyone, once again, we've got some important information for you scrolling at the bottom of your screen there. Scan that QR code when you get a moment. Also, you can see our live coverage streaming on our very local app. It's available on Roku, Amazon Fire, and also on Apple TV. With power outage out for so many people, Gina, I know a lot of you may have a hard time watching us, so these are some of the platforms that we are available for you. Also, we're on social media. Don't forget to check us out on Twitter and Facebook, and even on Instagram for the latest updates, so we can try to give you the latest and the most up-to-date information possible. We're seeing a lot of damage and the after effects now of the storm, and also because we're in the thick of it right now.
Absolutely. Shay O'Connor has been covering conditions on the ground. She has been out and about monitoring things. Shay, what are conditions like where you are?
Gina, we're actually here along Canal Street where the winds and the rains are just crazy right now. I'm just going to flip over the camera so that you can see what we're seeing right now. Like I said, the winds just very, very strong at this time. The truck we're in right now is literally being rocked back and forth right now. It's very scary. It just feels weird to be out here along Canal Street. See these conditions. The hope, of course, is that there won't be much damage to homes, to businesses. And yes, the winds have definitely been picking up. So has the rains. It's just not safe to be out right now. And of course, we will continue to keep you updated. But just for now, reporting live from along Canal Street, Shay O'Connor, WDSU News.
All right, Shay, driving around, trying to get the latest on the conditions out there. Roads are pretty bad right now because of the power outage. When I was driving into work, Gina, a lot of street lights are out, and this is why officials say do not venture out. It's very dangerous out there on the roadways. If you must go out and drive, please treat those street lights as a four-way stop, but it's best not to venture out and drive on the roadways right now.
And certainly wind gusts are something that can be deceiving. You can look at it through your window and feel like it's not so bad, but when you're actually out and you actually feel the wind, just how hard it's hitting, it certainly can be unnerving. I know in Algiers we've seen a couple of power lines down, particularly along General de Gaulle. We do have a power line crossing the street. I'm getting updates from my Algiers people. Yes, updating us on conditions there.
On the road for you.
Already asking when power is going to be back on. I said just be prepared for the duration.
Yeah, pack your patience because crews cannot go out there until we're through with the storm. It is still dangerous out there for bucket trucks to go up.
I do believe we have a picture of that power line across the road in Algiers on General de Gaulle. It actually is by a major thoroughfare. There it is in Algiers, just a major thoroughfare that people typically use to get around. Clearly, folks are not on the street at this hour, but that is a busy street typically, but that's the condition now. Clearly, just to give you an idea of how significant the wind has been.
Let's go ahead to Homa now, where we will also experience some devastating impacts out there in Homa. This is a live stream of the situation there. You can see how strong the winds are. It's picking up there. It's hard to see much because the rain is coming down. We were anticipating 24 hours of heavy downpour, and this is an indication of what it looks like out there. Very eerie to see. You see debris out there on the roads. You can't see much. Visibility is going to be an issue. This is why you must stay off the roads.
And you know, Terrebonne, Lafourche were the areas of most concern, and you can see Houma is still pretty much in the thick of things as it comes to Hurricane Ida. As you said, it's dark, windy, heavy downpour. So again, not the time to, you know, go out and about or try and survey any type of damage. Or again, this is Grand Isle. Actually, this is Lower Jefferson and Grand Isle. This is the area Cynthia Lee Shang was talking about when she was talking about the storm surge that she was worried about.
Okay,
I mean,
sorry.
our images keep coming in.
Oh, Grand Isle. Okay. Sorry, we're getting some information coming into our ear. Carrie, so confirming this is Houma, we believe. But either way, you get the point, folks. We are just trying to illustrate to you just how dangerous the conditions are and just how devastating the impacts are from this hurricane. So please stay away out of the roadways, stay at home, shelter in place. We want you to be safe.
All right, another one of our crews out and about, Morgan Lentes, is in New Orleans surveying conditions. Morgan, what are things like where you are?
Well, they're picking up, Gina. That is for absolute certainty. I'm completely rain soaked at this point. I mean, the rain is just coming down so hard, so heavy, and so fast that there's no chance to have any part of you be dry. And the wind is really, really picking up. We were on St. Charles earlier. We're still there now. My photographer, Brian, is going to push in on the St. Charles coach house that you see off here in front of me. We've been watching this awning on this upper level here for several minutes now, just kind of honestly waiting for it to blow away and be let loose. We heard that banging earlier and we weren't sure what it was. We came to investigate, and I mean, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about when we say it's not safe to be out, right? Because this is heavy metal, there's a lot of it, and honestly, you know, before too long, the wind is going to win this battle, and it's going to take that stuff flying somewhere, whether that's into a business or, you know, thankfully we're on St. Charles. There aren't many homes in this area, but still, you just have to be careful. This is beyond the point of us saying, hey, you should stay inside. This is us telling you, you absolutely have to be inside right now because this is a dangerous situation. Really, no matter where you are in Southeast Louisiana. I don't know if it looks like fun what we're doing out here right now, but you know what, it's not. We're out here to keep you all safe and to make sure you all are informed about what's going on. Stay in your home. I know it stinks if the power's out and you're bored as heck, but you know what? This is dangerous, okay? This is serious. There's a lot of rain falling. Like I said, it's hard for us to even stand here on this corner of St. Charles and St. Andrews. So we're going to send it back to you all just so we can get to a safe place. Go ahead, guys.
Morgan, please stay safe. Do not blow away in that strong wind. But again, just to reiterate what Morgan said, you can see just how dangerous it looks, Gina. And if you are out there, you can get a piece of tarp or a piece of the structure that's coming off. The debris can fall on your head and injure you. And parish officials said this is why you need to stay indoors. You don't know what kind of projectile is going to be flying around outside.
That's what I was going to say, even flying debris. And we talked about, you know, a lot of the injuries and sometimes fatalities that people experience associated with storms come after the storm has made landfall from things like that, whether it be flying debris or people trying to use generators or different things that may happen as a result of the storm. Again, as Morgan said, it may look like, you know, I don't know if you think it's fun to be out in these kind of conditions, but it's really not. Again, just out here trying to do our job to show you what the conditions are and why you need to stay safe and why it's so important to heed the warnings from emergency officials.
There's a lot of debris out there, and even after the storm passes today, parish officials said make sure you stay indoors until they assess the damage. Do not go venture out right away to assess the damage. Wait till they give you the all clear to go outside, because as you can see, an indication of just how dangerous the storm is. And that's what the governor said today during his briefing. Again, very serious about the storm. You can expect devastating impacts, he said, for the next 24 or more hours. He did say there's a lot of assets, though. We're getting assistance from the government. President Biden, you heard him there, saying that he's going to put the full might of the country to help with the recovery and rescue efforts after this storm. He promised that and also released a lot of assets and resources, which is why that emergency declaration is important as well. So let's go and listen to what Governor Edwards said about the National Guard troops and how they're positioned to help out.
Once the storm has passed, you need to be prepared to shelter in place for the first 72 hours. We have every possible resource ready to go to help you. We'll get there sooner than 72 hours, if at all possible, in order to rescue people across the state of Louisiana. But this is the window of time that it may take. in order to get first responders to you depending upon conditions. You should know that the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and currently more than 4,900 guardsmen are out in support of current operations. Just on the search and rescue assets of the National Guard, they're staged across 14 parishes. They have 195 high water vehicles, 73 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist the citizens of Louisiana. There remain 169 wildlife and fishery agents with trucks and boats in the same number in order to do search and rescue. And the most robust search and rescue effort that we have consists of more than 900 individuals making up 21 teams that are represented by 16 different states. And the numbers that I just gave you include the Louisiana State Fire Marshal's Office and their boats. The Department of Transportation has assembled 164 coaches and 20 paratransit vehicles. 185 coaches will be available by tomorrow morning. The Department of Corrections, our prisons have produced more than 34,000 sandbags for communities across South Louisiana. They've also completed the evacuation of 2,500 inmates from 7 local jails, those being Acadia, Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Mary, St. Bernard, Vermilion, and Terrebonne parishes.
All right, Governor John Bell Edwards there again reiterating that there's 4,900 National Guardsmen pre-positioned, ready to go and help out with the rescue mission, recovery mission, whatever is necessary after the storm. They've got helicopters, boats, swift water rescue vehicles, high water vehicles out there. And, you know, New Orleans firefighters, my husband's a firefighter, he did not come home this morning, Gina. New Orleans mayor, you heard her say this morning that they're full staffed. They sure are full staffed. They're all working right now. He sent me pictures of their boats at the rescue squad down here in the CBD. So they're pre-positioned, ready to go and help out as well. So, you know, our first responders, you know, frontline workers, they are all working, ready to help.
And something else I think is interesting to mention, we were talking about the president talking about all the assets at the ready to be deployed. He mentioned 13 urban search and rescue crews, you know, just already staged in the area. He's like, this is a team of about 70 people who make up these 13 crews. But just to give you an idea of what all we were preparing to endure when you have to position urban search and rescue crews after the impacts of a hurricane.
Yeah, that means they are expecting and anticipating some devastating impacts from this storm. Let's go ahead and toss things over to Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr for the latest on Hurricane Ida.
Well, Ida is making slow progress, and that's the sad thing. Here we are. You've got that high wind warning. We also have a flash flood warning in effect for portions of Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. That's till 9:30 tonight, so the real potential to get very heavy rain, but we knew that. The forecast was for 10 to 15 inches of rain. So this is where the eye is right now. Let's zoom in so that you can get a really good view of where it is. The eye wall right now is over Lockport. It's over Cutoff. It has left Golden Meadow, but you've got another band of really heavy rain moving in. So there, a look at Homa, and it is moving your way, but I got to tell you, this thing is not moving quickly. You know, officially moving northwest at 11, but it does look like it has slowed down even more. Look, you've had very heavy rain over Raceland. So in Raceland, you are about to get the eye walls. So let me just pause it for a second. We'll do a storm track for you. The leading edge of some of that heavy rain. You know, we saw how fast they're moving, but it's really in a counterclockwise flow. So let me just see if this looks right. There's definitely a northward bump. So Raceland, it's going to be there soon, 12 minutes or so is what I would say, if not sooner, because it is moving so quickly. And there's that heavy rain that's moving in. Then we can go up to the West Bank. And Marrero, look, the heavier rain just to your south. It looks like it's going to be hitting Wagaman sooner. Marrero, you're in heavy rain. So is Terrytown. Timberlane, you are too. Belle Chase, you're in heavy rain. Chalmette, yeah, you are too. And then we can come up into the metro. I was getting worried about Morgan Lentis out there. This wind is so strong. Had a report, I think it was 60-mile-per-hour wind over at Frenier. We've got friends who have a restaurant over there, so concerns for them with the water rising. Willowdale, Metairie, Bucktown, Mid-City, City Park, Gentilly, it's all pretty heavy. Let's check that rainfall rate. So we're just going to come in a little bit more, see what the rainfall rate is right now. And it doesn't seem that bad. I mean, it's a 2-inch-hour rainfall rate. We get that pretty often. It's just that it's coming with wind. So wait, let me pop up the cameras. That is what it looks like. I mean, okay, let's look at another. And some of the cameras we're beginning to lose. That one looks like we have lost it. I checked a moment ago and we did, oh wow, that's a cool perspective. So you're up high and you're seeing the waves. This is the causeway. So we are obviously looking off to the east because the waves are moving to the west. So that's a scary look, isn't it? All right. I mean, that just gives you pause. The bridge cam we lost. Looks like we lost the dome cam. Here is a look at our Hyatt Regency camera, but I think that's old too. I think we've lost it. So basically, we've lost all of the camera because of the wind. I mean, you saw the damage that it's doing. So that's what it looks like right now, right here by WDSU. Let me just do one thing real quickly. I do want to show this is what it looks like on the lake. So you've got that heavy rain moving in Slidell Twin Span as well. And then you go up here to the North Shore, and from Bush to Covington to Folsom to Tickfaw, Picayune, you're all in the heavy rain.
Okay, Margaret, thank you so much for that update. We're going to show you some dramatic video now. This is coming out of Galliano. Of course, we talked about some structure damage that was going to take place, and take a look here.
Oh, wow. You can see it. I mean, it just looks like the pieces of the roof are flying off in the strong and persistent wind. Now, this is a hospital in Galliano. This is a Lady of the Sea hospital. Now, you know, a lot of people, you know, think that they are may have loved ones in a hospital, or may, you know, feel like those are safe places. But when, you know, you look at the, I guess, fury or strength of Mother Nature just ripping the roof right off of this building, this again is in one of those low-lying areas when you think about Galliano. Just further down toward our coastal communities, the areas that we have been keeping a close eye on, and certainly this is the result of just those strong winds.
Yeah, just how powerful that wind is. It just tore it off like they're flying debris out of that roof. Let's go now to Jacqueline Hotard, president of St. John Parish, on the phone with us or via Zoom. President Hotard, how are you? Thank you for joining us today.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. I also have our Sheriff Mike Treg who's with me as well. We're in our Emergency Operations Center.
I see you there, and Sheriff Treg, how are you, sir? Good to see you as well. We understand there's a curfew that will be implemented from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we're going to start that tonight at 6 p.m. There's really no reason for anybody to be on the street tonight. All the businesses are shut down. It will last until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, and then we will make a decision should it go any further past that. But 6 p.m. tonight is the curfew.
Sheriff and Parish President Hotard, I guess we're hearing the rain. Is this how hard the rain is coming down right now in St. John Parish? Is that what we're hearing in the background?
No, we're inside. So
oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe just a bad connection.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. And what kind of impacts have you seen in St. John?
Right now, so I'm sorry about that. Right now, we have rain, obviously, sustained winds of about 30 miles an hour. We have gusts around 50 that we're registering right now. That's pretty much what we're seeing right now. We want our residents to know we have not seen the worst of this. We will not get through the worst of what Hurricane Ida is going to bring to us until about 8 or 9 o'clock this evening.
President Hotard, have you seen any structural damage out there? Any flooding to report?
No flooding yet. We do have some trees that are down. We have many power outages. And we, know that until the conditions allow for safety, we can't send anyone out to do a full assessment. We're watching from our cameras. The sheriff's office has cameras around the parish, and we're looking at all of the areas that are prone to flooding. We do see water coming up in our low-lying areas, but not into any homes or anything like that. Really at Frenier and some of those areas, we're seeing some water, but not anything alarming just yet. But we're still not through the worst of this. So we are going to continue to watch this very closely.
And so because you haven't had any, I guess, water come up in homes, have you had any calls for any type of emergency from residents in St. John?
We have not. It's been rather quiet, I would say, in our emergency operations center, in the 911 communication center. I believe many of our residents have evacuated. We also opened a shelter. We have about 50 of our residents in the shelter that we opened who wanted to just weather the storm there. And so the calls have been a little bit calmer than what we would normally see. And I believe it's because many people have evacuated.
Certainly good to hear and hope it stays that way. According to Entergy St. John Parish, you have about 15,369 customers there without power, and good to know people are at shelters as well. What kind of challenges, does COVID, pose, when it comes to congregate shelters and people gathering and keeping them safe during this storm?
It imposes additional restrictions on us, but I mean, we've risen to the challenge. Even at our evacuation, our shelter, that we have open right now, we've got hand sanitizer, plexiglass, so there's good safe distance in between the individuals coming there and our employees who are working there. We're keeping families in areas by themselves and away from other families. So we've really done a good job at the shelter with COVID in mind.
President Hotard and Sheriff Trigg, this is a question for both of you guys. This can be a nerve-wracking time, particularly when you look at how big this storm is, making landfall as a powerful Category 4. What are you telling, if you had another last message to folks in St. John, what would you tell them?
Well, we're asking everybody, everybody's been doing great so far. Just sit tight, stay online, the phone calls, keep your phones charged, put it on the battery save mode, and just keep informed, stay connected. Right now, we're feeling pretty good, but we know there's a rocky road coming up ahead, a bad segment of this storm, and we're going to be here. Again, we have to remind our residents that, of course, we can't respond in the height of the storm. So just be prayerful, be careful, and just be safe best you can.
All right, Sheriff Craig and President Jacqueline Hotard, thank you so much for joining us. Please stay safe.
Thank you.
Please stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you.
All right, let's get the latest now on Hurricane Ida from Margaret Orr. It is a slow-moving system, and you've got an update for us.
That's right. So this is just in. It has slowed down a little bit more, now moving northwest 10 miles per hour. The good news is the winds have come down some, down to 130 miles per hour. And at this point, it's about 45 miles to the southwest of New Orleans. And those tropical force winds extend out 150 miles. So it's a pretty big storm, nothing like Katrina, where it had hurricane force winds that extended out, I believe it was 110 miles. So that was pretty incredible. Let's look at the system. Earlier, I was looking at that heavy rain, of course, over towards Laplace. And then here is a look at the storm. Let me fill it in just a little bit. We use storm and hurricane interchangeably at this point, but obviously Hurricane Ida. And when you look at this, this is over a 15-minute time period, obviously not moving that fast, officially northwest at 10. On the southern side, we're seeing more lightning. That shows it's the stronger side, and that's moving right now into Golden Meadow, is going to swing up and hit at cutoff. This moving northwest at 10 miles per hour, this whole area in a high wind warning. And also for Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, that's where you've got that flash flood warning. So we can kind of look at that big picture and see all the way from Gulfport to Gonzales, you've got heavy rain. And then we can look just to the north shore. Let me come out a little bit wider. And it's from Poplarville to offshore that you've got this heavy rain. So obviously, we are not going to be out of the woods for a while. This is the band that has prompted those tornado warnings. And right now, those storms moving into Washington and St. Tammany. We do not have any warnings for those at that time, but just be aware that is where you have in fact had the storms that caused those tornado warnings to be prompted, but we're not seeing that kind of setup right now. Sure, there's a bit of a spin possible, but not that high potential for that to occur. Then we can also look at how much rain has fallen, because remember, high chance of excessive rainfall, and of course the flash flood watch in effect through tomorrow. So the storm total, if we were to sample down here by Grand Isle, that's 6 inches of rain. We can go up to Lafitte, just south of Lafitte. It's close to 4 inches. We've had some really heavy rain in those storms that moved right by the Stennis Space Station Center. You can see about 5 inches of rain, 4.5 inches of rain. And then in Covington, close to 2 inches of rain, just to give you an idea. Let's clear that, and then we're going to zoom into the metro to give you an idea. And notice how some of that heavier rain has actually been over Little Woods, so we can check that. And near Little Woods, it's showing up at 3 inches. Near Metairie, it's 2 inches. Near Gentilly, 2.5. Getting into Central City, that's about 3 inches of rain. Let's go to Chalmette, and they've got 3.5 inches of rain. Towards Marrero, that's about 2 inches. We can go to Timberlane, and that's showing 2 inches. Let's go to Harahan, and that's showing up at about 2 inches of rain. So that gives you an idea of what we had, and then you can look at what's to come, because there is a lot more yet to come. Here is all of the rain all the way to the coast, and it's got to move north and around the center, and the center has slowed down. We do not like systems that slow down. So now northwest at 10, it's not stalled, it's moving, but it's slow moving. And slow moving systems mean you continue with the water being pushed on shore, you continue with the rain moving into the metro, into the North Shore, and it continues to take longer to get our lives back together.
All right, Margaret, thank you so much. Time is now 4 o'clock. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to cover the devastating impacts of Hurricane Ida, which we've already seen. One of the big headlines to come out of this storm will be power outages. Right now, 423,000, more than 423,000 Entergy customers are without power. The biggest customers without power, the most outages we're seeing is in Orleans and Jefferson Parish. Jefferson Parish with 142 customers without power.
Also some outages on the North Shore as well. Clico at their last report had 9,700 customers without power, most of those in St. Tammany, St. Mary, and Washington parishes on the North Shore.
All right, let's go live now to Shay O'Connor, who is driving around the roadways. We hope you're staying safe, Shay. What is the latest, and what do conditions look like out there?
Definitely not much change.
All right, looks like Shay's shot is kind of breaking up, just to, give you an idea of how the wind and conditions even affect our technology. We have crews out in the field, certainly, but when you're in conditions like that, sometimes it, causes problems with even our devices that we're using, trying to communicate what's going on to you. But we do know in the downtown area and even a little bit uptown where we saw Morgan Lynch's not too long ago on St. Charles, we saw the winds gusting, rain coming down. We have seen conditions deteriorate as we are still feeling the impacts from this storm.
Yeah, some of the tarp, I think there was debris and some damage there on one of the buildings on St. Charles Avenue. And then Jennifer Crockett was also out in the French Quarter area where we saw some debris out there, but some damage to a building and a balcony that was damaged there. So please be safe and do not venture out if you don't have to. Also, because a lot of you are experiencing power outages, we hope you're still joining us. We have live coverage streaming on our very local app for you on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. So many different ways now with the modern day technology that you can still watch us, and also the QR code there at the bottom of your screen. Feel free to scan it so that you can be taken to a guide that we put together for you on WDSU.com.
And also, again, some of the impacts and damages we were talking about in Plaquemines Parish, how a barge had come loose, or a small barge had come loose. That was around Halliburton Road. That's in Plaquemines Parish. And then 2 shrimp boats also on the loose near the Venice Marina, just to give you an idea of just the kind of effects the storm is having.
On the phone with us now, joining us is Insurance Commissioner Jim Donnellan. Mr. Donnellan, you there with us?
We are, and glad to be.
Thank you so much for joining us. Happy to hear your voice, sir. How are you doing, and how are you making out through the storm?
We're doing fine. My family, children, grandchildren are all safe and secure in different parts of the area, but doing well. Thank you.
Commissioner Donnellan, as we are looking at all of these wind gusts and impacts from the wind, something interesting I heard you talking about earlier, just about, what happens if, a tree falls on your property, or, who's responsible and how that works out with insurance. We are seeing a lot of trees come down from one property to another. Maybe your tree fell on a neighbor's home, what have you. In the event of a situation like this that people may be experiencing, what's the protocol when it comes to insurance?
Well, first and foremost, you do have an obligation under your policy to minimize your damage, whether it's a flood policy for flood damage or a wind policy, homeowner's policy, commercial property, or what have you. To the extent it is reasonable, safe, and possible to minimize your damage, that is an obligation that you have. It benefits you, and frankly, it also benefits the insurer by reducing the amount of the claim that you will have ultimately. But I always tell folks the first thing they should do is file their claim. Get on record as soon as possible, because with an event this large, there's going to be an avalanche of claims filed, which is going to put stress on the resources available to all of the insurers to adjust claims in a timely fashion and to get it behind them so that the victims are able to move on to, with that check in hand, to contractors and the rebuild of their damaged properties to put their lives back together. And worry not about whether or not this will raise your rates. It will not. Rates are not set. In fact, in the National Flood Insurance Program, they're set on a regional basis at large. That's about to change under what's called Risk Rating 2.0, but that's for next month or the month after. For right now, we have to focus on getting the damage repaired and getting folks back, their lives back together. And so as soon as possible, make contact with your agent or your company and file your claim to begin the process.
Yeah, hopefully people already had home inventories and stored copies of their documents. What's your advice for people if their policy has expired, or if they're in some sort of a desperate situation at this point and facing some damage to their properties?
Oh, no question about it. A home inventory will be so helpful in processing your claim, even if it's damaged already. Take your cell phone, easily done, walk through, film if you or take still pictures of the damaged areas so that you can show it to your adjuster and document what the premises looked like before the impact of this hurricane event. And as to lapses in coverage, even if you are in your grace period after the payment was due, go ahead and contact your agent, make payment if possible, get the coverage back in place. We are going to issue emergency rules as we do typically after events this large. We did last year with Laura in the southwest corner of our state, that will freeze policies in place and prohibit the cancellation or non-renewal of policies for a limited number of months from the date of the catastrophe going forward. No, we have done that in the past, and we'll do it again.
Commissioner Donlin, when we see events like this, it's always interesting to hear how the insurance process plays out in terms of what caused your damage, whether it was the wind or rain or flooding. I mean, all of those things make a difference when it comes to your claim. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, statewide, less than a quarter of the residences in the state are insured for flood. In the metro New Orleans area, because we've had so many of these events over the past several decades, I say we have 100-year flooding events every 5 years in our area. Our folks have learned from those bitter experiences that flood insurance is the best insurance buy any property owner anywhere in our area can make. It is significantly subsidized by the federal government, benefiting us in Louisiana more than any other state in America. But only about 40 to 45% of the homes in the metro area are insured for flood. And those folks, again, if they have a flooding loss, a rising water loss, they should file a claim immediately. Wind-driven rain, water, rain, if you will, water, will be covered by your homeowner's policy. If your door blows in, your roof blows off, your window blows out, that wind-driven rain is covered by your homeowner's policy. These things are best consulted, talked over with your agent, or if you buy your policy through an 800 number, your company. And we at the Department of Insurance at 800-259-5300, and we will be back manning our phones as soon as it's safe to enter the streets and highways around the Baton Rouge area, fielding calls from the victims of this event to give them this kind of advice on an individual basis. But the first place to go is to your agent or your company to file your claim, get a claim number, and find out what they are likely to be able to cover and not cover. If you're not happy with or understand what they explain to you, call us. We can go into it in greater detail with you, with folks who are very expert on handling these matters.
All right, Louisiana Commissioner of Insurance Jim Donlin, thank you, sir, so much for your time. Please stay safe. Appreciate you.
All right, now
Same to you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now we want to check in with Travers Mackel. He is uptown. We saw Morgan Lintus was uptown earlier looking at a situation on St. Charles Avenue. Travers, what can you tell us about conditions where you are?
Yeah, they're not good, Gina. It's windy and it's raining and some damage is already caused. I know Morgan showed you all the Pontchartrain Hotel. Take a look at this. This is the old building that was St. Charles Tavern. For a lot of us that spend time here and grew up here, 24-hour place. Look at this. A sign came down and it looks like it crashed into the window here. So this building is completely exposed. I know what Commissioner Donlin was talking about, filing claims for insurance. This property owner will be filing a claim for insurance. I know that obviously the building's gutted. It looks like it's going to be turned into some other business, but clearly this sign came crashing down into the window and knocked it out right there. And while we're showing you this, we just want to show you, let's take a step down right here. You can see law enforcement over there patrolling, trying to make sure that people are off the streets like the mayor said. And most people are. We've only really seen cops out here. But if you look down St. Charles Avenue, you can see right now some tree limbs down. No downed trees that we've seen so far, but a lot of treetops, a lot of tree limbs down so far. St. Charles is drivable. Let's hope it stays that way. I know we have a long way to go in this storm right now. We're just going to keep going a little further right here. This is St. Charles and Martin Luther King. And if we look down the streets going towards Central City, it's windy and it's raining, and this is nothing where people should be out playing around in this kind of weather, because this is not what you should be driving in. This is why the mayor said hunker down. I know that there are tens of thousands of people in New Orleans without power right now, and that is unfortunate. You can watch this right now. You can watch this broadcast streaming on your phone. But if you're at home, hunker down, because this is the worst that we're probably seeing in the city of New Orleans so far. A lot of wind, a lot of rain, like that. These gusts hit you every now and then, and it's enough to kind of lean you one way or the other when it happens. But this is going to go on for a little while longer, so everybody just stay in your house, hunker down, and hopefully it passes over the next several hours. Gina, Sala.
All right, thank you, Travers.
All right. On the phone with us right now is Eric DeRoche from St. James Parish. Mr. DeRoche, you there with us? Mr. DeRoche from St. James Parish?
Okay, we are trying, while we're efforting to get Mr. DeRoche from St. James Parish, we do know that a curfew did go into effect just about 12 to 13 minutes ago. They had a curfew go into effect from 4 p.m. through sun up tomorrow. Again, this is just to make sure that folks are off the street while we're still feeling the effects of Hurricane Ida, while we're still feeling these rain bands come through. Again, a curfew in effect. And we've seen this happen for a number of parishes just to get people off the streets and indoors.
Yeah, when we were talking to Sheriff Trigg and President Jacqueline Hotard from St. John Parish earlier, they have a curfew that will go into effect in about 2 hours here from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. And they said specifically that's the reason why, to get people off the road. I believe we do have Mr. DeRoche on the phone with us now from St. James Parish. Mr. DeRoche, you can hear us now?
Yes, I can. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Are there any damages to report there? What does it look like out there in your parish right now?
We are getting reports in for damage of trees down, power lines down, some buildings that are starting to get damage. We have probably roughly 95% of our parish that is out of power right now, and we know the impacts are only going to get worse. The eye is just south of us, and we're seeing wind gusts up to 55, 60 miles an hour and only increasing. And obviously looking at radar and everything else, we see the eye is just south of us, and we haven't gotten to the eye wall yet. So we have a long way to go.
And Mr. DeRoche, do you guys have a shelter open in St. James Parish? And if so, how many people are there?
We have a shelter of last resort that opened up this morning, and last report about an hour ago, we had 28 residents there.
And then have you, beyond that, have you guys been getting calls from residents for any other kinds of emergencies as we're experiencing impacts from Ida?
Nothing yet, nothing severe emergencies. It's more of just power lines down, trees in power lines causing an arc before the power went out. But we've, minor on that aspect of it is a major emergency. We've been fortunate so far, but we know there's a lot more weather to come in, and that could change in a moment's notice.
And as we, wait for the peak, we're not even in the peak of this, according to the governor. What is your biggest concern? Is it flooding? Is it the damage, power outage? What are you most concerned about for your residents?
The damage and the power outages, and we know with a storm like this, we're going to have an extended period of power outages, and there's going to be major damage to structures with winds of 130, 120 miles an hour that's being forecast for us in St. James. So we're going to have a huge, huge amount of damage and down lines and trees downs associated with this storm.
That was something interesting that kind of caught my ear. You said an estimated 95% of the parish right now is out of power. I guess all of these conditions in concert is what prompted the 4 p.m. the curfew. Kind of walk us through how you got there.
Yes, it was mainly because of the damage we were starting to see coming in, and for the safety of the residents and also our law enforcement and firefighters to minimize the people on the road, which they shouldn't be on the road with conditions like this. is to have a curfew to make sure no one goes out and just riding around and runs into a down tree or a down power line and causes other problems. And they get injured, and we got our first responders going out and have to attend to that.
Yeah, talk a little bit. Can you just, tell us about how, because you have to wait for conditions to be safe, right? Even for your first responders and frontline workers, they're ready to go and stage to help out, but they can't go and be deployed until conditions are safe, right? So you have to monitor the conditions until it is safe for them to be mobilized to help out, right?
That's correct. And so we have ride-out crews staged throughout the parish. We have response crews ready to come in first thing in the morning to do debris clearing and such. But the biggest thing is the safety of the employees. When the winds get up to a certain level, which where basically they're at now, services are pretty much stopped for the safety of those crews, the first responders and all that, so that way they don't injure themselves, because we need them after the event.
And just another quick question before we let you go. Do you have any sense of how many people in the St. James may have evacuated prior to the storm?
There was some that has evacuated, but prior to landfall and looking and riding around seeing the traffic, you could tell there was a lot of people that stayed back, unless they made a last-minute decision in the middle of the night last night leaving. But there was a good number that stayed behind.
We certainly appreciate your time while you're in the thick of things right now. It sounds like certainly you are still feeling the impacts, and there's a long way to go, a long night, so stay safe, and we may have to call you back and check in with you later on just about what's going on in St. James. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, now let's go to Shay O'Connor. We're going to effort her live shot once again. Shay, you've been driving around the roadways. What do they look like?
I think we're up now. We're actually still here along Canal Street, where, I mean, not much has changed when it comes to conditions. It's still very crazy out here. I'm just going to flip over so you guys can see. The winds have definitely intensified. No one can move in this. I actually just saw a guy fall on the sidewalk just not too long ago before this live shot. The winds are just too much. I've seen cars stopped in the middle of the roads, folks unable to walk across the streets, and that's not it. The rain is also just getting stronger and stronger here in downtown New Orleans. Looks like a tornado out here along Canal Street, seriously. But the good news is that the streets are clear. Just when it comes to cars, I haven't been seeing many of those, which is a good thing. That means that people are taking heed to the warnings that we've been putting out. So I would just say stay safe, and I mean, we will continue to keep you updated. We're going to see if we can find some other roads here in New Orleans that we can go live from, but for now, just reporting live. Shay O'Connor, back to you guys.
All right, Shay, thank you so much for that. Let's go back out to St. Charles in the Uptown area where Travers Mackle is live. And when we saw you during the live shot before, Travers, there was a lot of rain coming down in your area. How do things look out there now?
Much the same. Serious conditions. We're on Britannia now. For people who are familiar with this, this is Louise McGee School, coincidentally the alma mater of Margaret Orr. There's a bent telephone pole right here. So when we talk about power outages here, this is the reason why. You can see that's damage. It's not all the way down, but it's definitely going to have significant repairs made right there to that pole. And then if you follow me over here, down Britannia, going towards Uptown and Audubon Park, a big branch fell on top of the power pole here. And if you look all the way down Britannia, a lot of these trees got a haircut about an hour ago. No major branches down, but look at all the debris that's on Britannia. Magazine looks like this. We're at Britannia and First. If you go down all these streets so far, First, Second, Third, Fourth, all the way really up to 8th, this is exactly what it looks like. So this is why people should be watching our coverage, paying attention at home. You don't have to come out in these conditions right now. We are getting these little feeder gusts of winds right now that pick up every couple of minutes, but the conditions are not good for anybody to be out looking around. And we have seen, unfortunately, some people walking around taking photos and stuff. So you just want to stay inside and ride this out, because this is what it's going to be like for the next couple of hours in the city of New Orleans. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. It looks like it's going to be a wind event in the city of New Orleans. This rain's not going to cause any major street flooding unless a pump goes down or there's some major situation with the city's crumbling, fragile infrastructure. Right now, this looks like Zeta last year, where it's going to be a wind event, but longer than Zeta. Zeta passed over probably in 2.5, 3 hours. This is going to be probably all night of this in the city of New Orleans. So let's just show you this again. We'll actually walk a little further. This is First Street. They're doing some street construction, and you can see these limbs. They're not big, they're not small. They're just average branches that flew off the tree, kind of the loose limbs, if you will, that were left over from Zeta. I know that Zeta last year did a lot of significant damage to trees. This way would be St. Charles right over here. And then this way we have Magazine, sewage and water board road work going on here. You can actually see a tree down on the side street right down here. I think on the sidewalk right there. So that's what we're seeing. This is what's happening as the storm is making its way towards Metro New Orleans. I know, obviously, a lot going on in Lafourche and Terrebonne right now, but we're definitely starting to feel some of this in the city of New Orleans. Gina, Sella, we'll keep driving around and bring you another live report in just a few moments.
Starting to look really messy out there on Britannia. Thank you, Travers.
What's interesting to me is we have so much more to go. Like if these are the trees down in the limbs that we're seeing now, as these conditions persist, we'll see more of that. And that, you know, as conditions deteriorate, you know, we could, you know, see even more significant damage.
Absolutely. So let's go to Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr and ask about the latest on where this is. And it's a slow going storm.
I know.
So we're not done with this for a while. Yeah.
So much going on. So in a moment, I'll show you where the center is and then where that heavy rain is. All right. First, we're looking out here at the causeway. Wind gusts 76 miles per hour there, 82 mile per hour wind at the lakefront. Not too long ago, there were at least 6-foot waves. Now the lake is looking a little bit more disorganized. Now, I also want you to notice a flash flood warning is in effect for the metro all the way into Laplace. This is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Of course, that potential for very heavy rain. So far, I've seen about 2 to over 6 inches of rain. Now I want to pop up our storm tracker. Here is the center. Here is New Orleans, and this is yet what to come. So we've got a lot more that's still in store for us. Right now, Cutoff, Lafitte, Thibodaux, Houma, Golden Meadow really getting pounded. And then we can go into the metro, and you can see, yes, we have one of the outer rain bands moving across the area. So Belle Chase, Kenilworth, Martello Castle, into New Orleans, Gentilly, Harahan, Kenner. That's where you're getting heavy rain as well. And then you look just to the south, and Lafitte, Matthews, Raceland, Des Allemands, Bayou Boeuf, Paradis, Luling, it is approaching you. Just to give you an idea of what is happening. And oh, by the way, I mean, a big report of all of the different wind gusts. So 153 miles per hour over at Port Fourchon and 91 again at Galliano, but much higher wind reports were, of course, reported. Let's go to the North Shore now. Mandeville, Covington, Madisonville, Lacombe, you're all in the heavy rain. And you can see a northward movement. So let me just stop it for a second. Officially moving northwest at 10, but yeah, we've got another warning coming up. It actually is moving faster than that. So Amit, it's going to be there in 16 minutes. I can clear that. And then we can look over here. So our big concern along the Mississippi coast, this is the band that's helped create some of those tornado warnings. So we're going to have to watch that carefully to see if that happens again. And if we look at the shear rate, really not seeing anything significant at this time. So that is good news. Here is a look, just so that you have a good idea. There is the center, the heavy rain, the excessive wind warnings, and of course we have got that flash flood warning in effect for the metro. And not only for the metro, we have got that flash flood warning also in effect. Let me just move this over a little bit. This is also in effect down here by Houma to Galliano. That's where you've got a flash flood warning also in effect. Des Allemands, you're in it right now as well. So here's the wide view, serious weather all across the area. And we can look at some of those rainfall totals. You know, I was listening to Travers, and he was kind of saying, oh, it's not too bad, but we've really, truly only just begun in the metro area. So we can look at these rainfall rates that are showing up in the eye wall, and they're a good 5 inches of rain an hour. And because it's not moving very fast, you really do have the potential for that to occur. We can clear that, and then we're just going to go up to the metro. And we are seeing some areas with that locally heavy rain, kind of close to Timberlane, and then to the southwest. So that's a rainfall rate of 4 inches. So, Legina, this is simply going to be rough all across southeast Louisiana and South Mississippi as we look at this big picture.
Absolutely, Margaret. It was just kind of sobering even listening to Mr. DeRoche from St. James Parish talk about 95% of the parish is already out of power, and there's still so much of the storm left to go and deal with and contend with. That's why they have a curfew that's in effect now.
That's right. Let's go now to CBD. That's where Sherman DeSalle is live with the latest conditions out there. It was raining a lot on St. Charles. What does it look like out there, Sherman?
Listen, everything Margaret Orr has been saying is lining up with what we're seeing just a couple of blocks away from the station. I'm right underneath the post office parking lot. We actually just ran into an independent storm chaser who's from Miami. He actually showed us how dangerous it's getting. While he was shooting some video, a piece of glass fell out of a window that was on the Postal Service building. He shared that with us. We'll share that with you in just a couple of minutes, but I'm going to give you a look at what we're looking at right now. This is just a couple blocks away from the station. You see the tower on the left. You see the Howard Avenue park and ride in the far distance. But look at the wind. This wind's picked up since we've been out here. We've only been out here for maybe give or take 20 minutes, Dolly. And we also see a busted glass in this white Nissan sedan right here on the back passenger side. So we're starting to see for ourselves not just what people are showing us, but we're seeing for ourselves how strong, how damaging, potentially damaging this wind is. Pan over here back to the left. You see this, there's another storm chaser car that's having trouble just moving. Looks like he stood still just to kind of assess what's going on, but we're seeing a big, heavy gust of wind just right outside of our station. You know, I was inside the building, heard a lot of roaring from the top, so we came outside. The barricades that are posted right next to this tower building, those have been knocked down, of course. And you know, and here's the thing: we actually seen a lot of people, a lot of homeless folks underneath the bridge right there close to the station. We see them often and throughout the year, but right now we weren't anticipating to see so many people riding the storm out underneath the bridge, literally standing against the column, trying to block themselves from the wind. Tried to ask a couple of them if they had anywhere to go. Multiple sources, multiple news sources, local news sources have said that it's been kind of difficult to get them inside for various reasons, but one of them being the Delta variant. A lot of them are just afraid of putting themselves in harm's way when it comes to COVID. But before we end this shot, take a look at this again. Dolly is showing you just how much it's deteriorating. And this is, again, lining up with everything our meteorologists have been telling us. This parking garage has been one of the safest spots that we can find in this area simply because of the wind. It is kicking. It's picking up. And we anticipate it to get even stronger than that. You guys got any questions for me before we close up? We just want to make sure we're being careful here.
No, I was just going to ask you, Sherman, you know, if you've seen people out there. I know, you know, people were told to stay indoors and shelter in place. Have you seen any looky-loos or people venturing out?
You know, I saw one, but they were a little too far away for me to get in touch with them. But aside from a lot of people underneath the bridge who just simply they either have nowhere to go or they're just choosing to ride it out in the storm because that's just what they're used to, being in that type of environment. We haven't seen a lot of people, and that's been great, but we have been seeing a lot of debris flying around because of the strength of this wind. Just look at this. You can hear it. I'll be quiet for a second. You can hear it roaring throughout the buildings.
And I mean, and you can see it. You can see the wind. You can see the sheets of rain out there. And I think about
and look over here at this diocese building. Look over here at the diocese building. I'm not sure of how many of those windows had been a problem before this storm, but that's the type of things we're starting to see around here. A lot of windows starting to pop out, including one on the other side of this parking garage. It's the USPS building. So this is, I want people to keep in mind, and we were in our car and it was rocking. So we want people to keep in mind that this is not the time to be out just to be out.
And Sherman, yeah, glasses will shatter. We've seen that last year with Zeta as well. Margaret Orr has a question for you, Sherman.
Well, I wanted to add that we have an extreme wind warning in effect with that potential for winds of 115 to 125. If I could show it for a second, Sherman, you got to be careful, okay? So that extreme wind warning from the metro all the way to the coast. So be careful. That's in effect for the metro until 6:30. Celestine, I just wanted to let him know. Sherman, are you still there? I want you to be safe. I think he's... Did you go inside, Sherman?
What's that? No.
Okay, sure.
Okay, he's gone. He went inside. Good. Listen to me.
Trying to be safe. We just want you to be safe, Sherman, out there, and I'm glad he was under some sort of an awning or some sort of building to stay away from any, glasses shattering or debris flying, because the winds were whipping where he was.
Time now at 4:32. We are continuing to track impacts from Hurricane Ida. If you are in our area, particularly in the New Orleans metropolitan area, we do know that you have been asked to conserve water at this time. We're also seeing several widespread power outages.
So many. Just in the last half hour, Gina, earlier at 4 o'clock, I said we have about 422,000. Now it's up to 457,000 Entergy customers without power. So that is going to be the big headline coming out of Hurricane Ida.
And no doubt it's a result of the wind that we're seeing. I mean, we're, further inland from where the real impacts are when you think about the coastal communities, the Terrebonne and Lafourche, but even here in Orleans, just to give you an idea, if we are feeling this kind of wind, I can't imagine what folks are dealing with or contending with as you get closer or further down to the coast.
And we are just getting started, according to the governor. So, hunker down and brace yourself for more possible impacts. Travers Mackel has been monitoring things out there in Uptown for us. Travers, what does it look like now? We saw power poles kind of slanted earlier, so we're going to see a lot of power outages in that area.
Yeah, Uptown's taking a beating right now. We are at Chestnut and 2nd, and take a look at this. The tree damage is pretty serious. Blocking the street, you can't drive down this. These limbs are coming down left and right in this area every time one of these big hard wind gusts blows through. Like Margaret said, a wind advisory for all of Metro New Orleans once blowing through right now. But if you look down Chestnut right here, you can see scattered limbs down. But when the big ones come down, it becomes very problematic because they block roadways like this one here at 2nd and Chestnut. They can also take down power lines because, as we know, part of the beauty of Uptown is the tree canopy, but when it gets windy like this, and this is going to be a wind event for the city of New Orleans, you see a lot of trees come down like this on power lines. So we can just show you right here. It looks like it snapped and popped. There's somebody outside of their house, it looks like, surveying the damage. It looks like this guy's trying to make sure the tree limb didn't fall on his car. I don't think it did. I think his car was spared, although a big tree limb is down there. This is why the mayor told people to stay inside, shelter in place, because the wind is potentially dangerous right now. It can push you around, it can knock you around, and these gusts can knock trees and limbs around and start blowing stuff all over the place, and that is the biggest concern right now. This rain is not good. It's not fun standing in it. People shouldn't come out in it, but this is not the kind of rain that's going to cause major flooding in the city of New Orleans, barring any pump issue. The real problem right now is going to be the wind with all these trees, and like Sherman just said, blown out windows in old downtown buildings. We showed you one on St. Charles at the old St. Charles Tavern that was blown out. So the wind seems to be the biggest enemy of the city of New Orleans right now, Gina and Sulla.
So Travers, that's what I was going to ask you. So it looks like it's a lot of wind damage you're seeing so far. No flooding so far out there?
Not in New Orleans. I'm sure throughout metro area the story's different, but right now where we are in Uptown New Orleans, there's no flooding. And this is the kind of rain, even if it rains for hours like this, I can't imagine there's any flooding. But the wind damage could be significant, not just with power outages, knocking over power cables like this, but blocking streets and then damage to property. If this hits a house, it's going to damage a roof. If this hits a car, it's going to damage a car. So this is what we're seeing a lot of as we've been canvassing uptown New Orleans for now. We're going to keep driving around. We'll get back to y'all in just a little bit.
All right, Travis, thank you. And it's more on the lines of what Margaret was saying before the storm even made any impacts. She said if the ground is saturated and you have the trees that are fully leaved out, you know, they have the full expanse of their foliage, if you will, that, you know, these types of things can happen. And sure enough, it's playing out right before our eyes.
And you can see how long the recovery and cleanup process will take, too, after that. So hopefully it doesn't damage any more, you know, structures or cars that are underneath those beautiful trees we see there in Uptown. Let's go to Aubrey Killian. I believe he is now in Gentilly with the latest on conditions. How do they look out there, Aubrey?
Hey, so I want to stress we are under a covered area right now, but Gentilly is taking a beating. Let's just kind of pan around. You can see just the wind right there. Look, part of that the sign just came off at this gas station here on Elysian Fields Avenue. We are seeing some downed trees. You can see one right over there that has been just knocked down. About 5 minutes ago, I think I saw a transformer blow, and I'm gonna have Doug kind of walk over here. I know we're able to only get so far, but take a look at this billboard that has just been ripped off, just kind of flailing. The wind out here, it is intense. We are seeing a lot of rain. Really no flooding, and I should also note we haven't seen anybody out on the roads here where we are, but you can hear the wind, you can see the damage, but like I said, not a lot of people on the roads out here, but down trees, and it does appear that some more probably will be coming down in the next hour or two or so. But like I said, definitely not safe to be outdoors right now. We haven't seen anybody out on the roads where I'm at least, out here on Elysian Fields. But we will keep you posted on the latest conditions out here in Gentilly. But as you can see, pretty dangerous for anybody that's just walking around. So definitely want to stay put for the time being. Guys, back to you.
Aubrey, thank you. I know exactly where Aubrey is in my neighborhood, not far from Brother Martin High School. I'm trying to text my husband to make sure everything is fine. You know, when you see things like that, I just have to make sure I, you know, check on my neighborhood. We certainly have some trees that
yes, you should.
that were looking a little shaky.
Call your neighbors,
before the
call
storm.
Your husband. Make sure they're all okay, G. All right, let's right now I believe we have Sherman DeSalle back up for another live shot for us in the CBD area. Lots of rain and the wind was picking up earlier. Have the conditions deteriorated since then?
Yeah, no, they haven't. And we actually ran into somebody. You asked me if we saw a lot of people out and about, and we actually ran into somebody who gave us an idea of what they've been seeing. We're talking with Joel Franco. He's visiting from Miami. He's actually an independent videographer. He was in the news business for a while. Now he's been doing this for about 2 years, right?
By myself, yeah, 2 years.
So what made you want to come to New Orleans?
I saw a hurricane with potential to be historic, and I just knew I had to document it and show everybody from my perspective what the storm is like, especially in New Orleans. It's also my first time here in New Orleans, so.
Wow. Well, welcome to the city, despite the circumstances.
I got to explore beforehand. I got here a day before it actually hit, and so it's an amazing city, honestly.
Yeah, and so what do you think about these conditions that you're seeing right now?
They're kind of jaw-dropping, honestly. I didn't expect it to be this strong, given it went to like the west, more westerly than us. It wasn't like a direct hit. I definitely underestimated it. As you can see, I told you earlier, I got caught in this as I was exploring around here. I didn't think it would hit that soon or that hard.
Yeah. So tell us about what happened earlier. You said you were close to Dave & Buster's, and then you came towards the USPS building. Tell us what happened.
I started going around the blocks to see if there's any damage. It was calm enough for me to walk around. And then I made it to the post office building right here, and I was hiding behind the wall because it started picking up. And as I was recording, the glass, one of the windows above me shattered, and the glass started falling down, and I started running to the lobby. I knew it was open because I saw some of the officers outside earlier, so I ran in there to seek shelter.
Wow, and that's the very same window that we saw busted up. Yeah. It almost hit you. That would have been pretty bad for you. Yeah. So I'm glad that you're okay.
A helmet, or better yet, don't do this. Like, I don't recommend anybody doing this if it's not like their job or anything like that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, and we also have video that he shared with us that we're going to show you kind of an idea of how dangerous it's getting out here. But thank you again, man, and please be careful while you're out.
You as well. Thank you so much.
Sure. Okay, so that was Joel Franco giving us an idea of what he's seen, because he's been making it a mission to come out here and to get this documented on video. But as you can see, it's not an easy task. He's even on standby underneath the parking garage until things start to die down. Back to you.
Tell him thank you for his work, and please tell him to stay safe. You do the same as well, Sherman. We'll check back with you a little later. Right now, let's go to Harrison Golden live in the downtown area for us. What do you see out there, Harrison?
All right, so we're downtown right now, not terribly far from the convention center, really between the Memorial Convention Center and the Mississippi River. I want to show you where we are right now. The wind is whipping. Almost feels like a whole bunch of pinpricks at your face towards you. Not a situation you want to be in right now. That is one side. We'll take a little bit closer here to the Mississippi River. One of the situations here, many of us rely on a daily basis on the Shawmut Ferry. We have heard again from the RTA that had gotten detached from its mooring earlier. So we're still trying to get some clarification on the status there. I have reached out to St. Bernard Parish, still waiting to hear back from them. We'll keep you posted on that. A very windy situation, frankly difficult to talk between the river here and the convention center. Certainly not a situation you want to be in right here downtown.
All right, Harrison, thank you so much for that. Please, you stay safe as well. We'll check back with you a little later. But, that's the condition that we're seeing, a lot of rain, heavy rain. And I know what that feels like. It hurts your face because the wind is blowing.
Pelting you.
It's pelting you. So it's like sharp little crystals hitting your face. So, I feel for you, Harrison. Please stay safe, and thank you for that live report. But those are the conditions we're seeing. Heavy downpour we're experiencing, and also strong winds. A boil water notice has been issued for portions of Terrebonne Parish. So if you're in Terrebonne Parish, this impacts you in the areas of the parish east and south of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway. Consolidated Water Works District 1 issued this notice because of the problems related to Hurricane Ida. So please make sure you boil your water in Terrebonne Parish.
And just another note about resources coming here to help with Ida recovery. Christina Watkins sent this in from the State Fire Marshal's office. A task force from Massachusetts has actually been activated in response to Hurricane Ida. They're sending about 80 people to Louisiana to assist the residents affected by Hurricane Ida. The team will be departing from Massachusetts this afternoon. So just to give you an idea about the assistance and resources pouring in from across the country.
Yeah, and that's why the emergency declaration is so important, to free up all those assets and resources, not only in the state, but in local parish governments, as well as the federal government, just on standby, positioned and staged to help us with the recovery and rescue process of the storm. But right now we are still in the thick of Hurricane Ida.
Talking about the thick of it, let's go to Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr. I'm looking at that camera. I mean, that's some serious action happening out there.
That's some serious stuff going on, and you can see why. Look, I'll pop up the radar. Yeah, we've got the heavy rain coming in, and then you look at our tower cam, and gosh, the wind is blowing, the rain is coming down. This is serious weather that has now moved in. You've really got to be careful. All right, I just want to pop this up real quickly. We do have flash flood warnings, Golden Meadow over towards Houma. Also in the metro, you've got a flash flood warning, and there are extreme wind warnings in effect. We have meteorologist Daniel Graves here. He's talking about wind and all things Ida, and it's getting crazy, Daniel.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people kind of reaching out to me and saying, when is this going to be done? Are we going to be finished with this anytime soon? And unfortunately, we are kind of just getting started. Let's head over to Max 2 and show you kind of what's happening right now. And what I want to point out for you is the fact that it made landfall around 11:55 this morning near Port Fourchon. And so we're about 5 hours from that, and it has not made much movement, just getting toward the north of Galliano. And so with that not seeing much movement, we've still got a long way to go with all this rainfall that just continues to fall across most of the South Shore and now moving into the North Shore and South Mississippi. Of course, we had those couple of tornado warnings earlier across parts of Mississippi. We'll have to be watching out for that as these rain bands continue to move on shore. We do still have that threat as we head into the evening hours and through the overnight hours. So as Margaret mentioned, we still do have this flash flood warning. It includes Galliano, La Rose over toward Houma until 9:30. Right now, you're seeing that eye kind of right in between Houma and LaRose, while the eye wall continues to batter areas heading up toward Raceland and Gray. Closer toward Bayou Gauche a little bit later to Solomons, and then looking into the New Orleans metro area, this flash flood warning until 10 o'clock, all the way toward Laplace, Hanville near to Solomons, Kenner, the New Orleans metro area, Estelle over toward Violet and parts of St. Bernard Parish. And so you can see what's happening. This is moving, but we're still just seeing a steady rainfall. And so these totals are going to start to add up as we head over those next several hours, as I mentioned, until 10 o'clock. So we've got a long way to go still with all this rainfall, with all this wind, and even areas not in this flash flood warning, so into St. James Parish. We've been talking to officials there, still seeing some of that moderate rainfall, but you're going to continue to see the center getting closer toward you as we head over the next several hours. And then down toward the coast, Grand Isle has been getting pummeled. You're still seeing rain bands moving in from Port Sulphur over toward Buras down toward the mouth of the river. As this onshore flow continues, all this water still getting pushed onshore. On the North Shore, for many of you, there hasn't been too much happening throughout much of the day, but now as the system is slowly still lifting toward the north, you're starting to see more of these impacts moving in. You've been getting drenched from Slidell, traveling down I-12, Lacombe, into Covington, Mandeville, Madisonville, Abita Springs, then over toward Hammond, and now starting to lift a little bit further up I-55 toward Amite, Bogalusa, Varnado and Sun. You're going to start to get a little bit more rainfall moving in, and Franklinton. You'll see some showers and storms starting to build in a little bit later along the I-59 corridor from Picayune to Poplarville. Some of that heavy rain moving in, and then down toward the coast. We'll be watching where that rain moves in. What I wanted to point out, we've had a couple of tornado warnings along the Florida Panhandle, and I know some friends evacuated east toward the Florida Panhandle, toward Pensacola, toward Destin, and unfortunately I have been seeing some really heavy rainfall and a couple of tornado warnings near Pensacola. And we always talk about how these impacts are far removed from the center. This is 190 miles away from where the center currently is, and you're seeing some of these rain bands moving in, and it's spawning tornado warnings. So as we watch these kind of systems, even though it's not near you, you're still seeing a lot of these impacts. We mentioned the winds that continue to pick up, 64 miles per hour, sustained wind over toward Galliano right now, 55 at the lakefront, gusting still to 96 miles per hour. Galliano 81 at the lakefront, 64 toward Kenner, and you're starting to see those winds pick up along the North Shore and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. 46 for you at Slidell, 48 over toward Gulfport. Then, as Margaret mentioned, this extreme wind warning was extended a bit until 6:30 p.m. this evening, and you can see the areas it includes: parts of Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. James. I mentioned St. James, how things are going to be deteriorating over the next several hours. You are under that extreme wind warning for widespread 115 to 125 mile per hour winds. That is across St. John the Baptist Parish, going into St. Charles, also into Jefferson. And so this is a dangerous situation. It's going to continue for several more hours across our area. As we look at the rainfall continuing to build in, that is going to continue to be the case as we head into the evening, along with those winds. So if you thought you were done with it yet, unfortunately we are not, as we'll continue to see 50 to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds going into the rest of this evening. 9:30, 10 o'clock, it is still gusty. The rains are still coming down, and so flooding is going to be a big issue as we head through the night. As we lose that daylight, we're still going to see this big threat across southeast Louisiana and into South Mississippi. You see these rain bands continuing to move in even into early Monday morning. So as we continue to go through the day, we'll start to see things improving a bit, but still a long way to go. Back to you.
Okay, I just want to point this out. Daniel, thank you so much. We do have reports of back levee overtopping on the east bank of Plaquemines Parish, so from the parish line to White Ditch. Any people who live in that area, you need to get out right away. Overtopping occurring for the east bank of Plaquemines Parish from parish line to White Ditch. This is an emergency. You need to get to a safe place. Thank you, Gina Sulla. I just had to get that information in for you.
And Margaret, we certainly appreciate it, and I'm referencing my notes from yesterday. Certainly an area of concern even before the storm hit. They were talking about people on the east bank of Plaquemines Parish, particularly in the Pointe-a-la-Hache area, and I have written on my notes possible overtopping of the levees if the forecast bears out as it was supposed to. And so now we're actually seeing conditions in Plaquemines deteriorate. We're efforting getting officials from Plaquemines on the phone, but you heard Margaret say if you can hear us, if you're watching watching our coverage, if you're in that area, if you're on the east bank of Plaquemines, we're starting to see some overtopping of the levees. You need to get to a safer place.
This is an emergency. Plaquemines Parish, also the EOC director, Patrick Harvey, also said a small barge and 2 shrimp boats were loose in Venice as well. The shrimp boats became loose near the Venice Marina area, and the small barge came unmoored near Halliburton Road. So in Plaquemines Parish, we are going to try to effort an emergency operations center director or an official there. But if you are in Plaquemines Parish, there is an overtopping occurring on the east bank of Plaquemines Parish. Definitely a point of concern we've been talking about all day and yesterday.
There was another point of concern in Plaquemines, not on the east bank, but the Jesuit Bend area was also an area that they had mentioned for concern. Parish President Kirk Lapine, we have him on the line. Are you there, sir?
I'm here.
You know, we just heard Margaret report some overtopping on the east bank of Plaquemines. Can you give us an assessment of what the situation is?
We have had some confirmed reports of the sheriff's deputies on that side, some overtopping by the Scarsdale pumping station, and also what we call a little bit of what's called White Ditch, which is a little bit further down. So we see in some overtopping that they have reported that back to us.
And what is the situation like in terms of residents or people? Are they in harm's way?
Well, that was part of the mandatory evacuation area of the whole East Bank. Speaking with some of the deputies, they feel that there is not many residents. If there are, they will be warning them. Also, we did send out a robocall if anyone was left to let them know that there's possibility that the water would inundate the highway.
If anyone is left down there, and I know like conditions are still kind of shaky down there, if anyone is left, is it a situation where they are accessible, or would you just would emergency crews really have to wait until after the duration of the storm?
Well, we do have some deputies stationed in certain locations, but it will be very challenging to get to them if needed and the water's still rising. So it may be a wait and see rescue until some of these winds die down and I can get some emergency people out there.
And President Lapine, because of the power outage you're experiencing there, is it possible that these folks may not even be aware of the overtopping situation right now? And if that's the case, how are you able to communicate with them? I hope they're watching us through our Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon, or some of their social media platforms, but how can you communicate with them?
Well, the deputies have notified and either went door to door who was left. Again, I think a good bit of people have evacuated, and they have, again, went from door to door to trying to tell the people, you know, what was happening.
President Lapine, another area you mentioned, I know specifically you mentioned the East Bank of Plaquemines yesterday, but you also talked about the Jesuit Bend area yesterday because of Barataria Basin. Are you seeing any impacts or effects in Jesuit Bend?
I'm not yet. We've actually had some crews drive all the way down to Myrtle Grove and haven't seen any situations where it's given us concern on the highway. It could be getting close. We can't get out on those levees to see how far up it's coming up in the marsh. But so far, with the crews that went out to Myrtle Grove, have not seen anything yet.
For people in Plaquemines who are listening now, what do you want to tell them?
It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down. We still got hours and hours of wind and rain. We'll get through it. It's going to take a little time. And as soon as we can get out and put crews out and make assessments, we will. And I'm hoping that we will have a chance before daylight goes out tonight. But, we're not going to send anybody out until we feel it's safe.
President Lapine, we have Margaret Orr here. She has a question for you.
So, President Lapine, hey, I'm thinking about you. So,
thank you.
What kind of reports are you getting of damage?
We have seen a little bit of damage. Actually, we have about 7,400 people out of power, but ironically, we're sitting at the EOC and we have not lost power on Highway 23 yet.
Well, that's great.
I mean, there are some areas in Belle Chase, and I've seen some areas down the road that still have a little bit of power left. So, damage-wise, I just got out the truck with the sheriff. We rode a little ways down, but we saw a couple of telephone poles, some trees, but nothing, magnitude. But again, we'll get out on the road when we think it's safe.
What about storm surge besides the overtopping that we were talking about on the East Bank?
We're watching it very quick. Watching it. It has started to drop down in the Buras area or down in our southern end, so that gives us a little bit confident down that way. So usually when those winds switch, the area of the East Bank will drop also. But we don't know if the storm will continue to move on this track and maybe move away from us and get those winds to push. The problem is it alleviates the East Bank, but it causes havoc for the West Bank. So,
and in fact, wait, Kurt, I've got the radar up behind me, and you can see how you're getting more of a southwest flow now. So yes, that's going to be impacting more the west side than the east side, and then moving up really into the northern portion of St. Bernard Parish. So
correct.
Your assessment at this time is what?
We don't see any water on the roads right now up to Myrtle Grove. Now, we haven't ventured any further past Myrtle Grove yet. Like I said, once we pulled the crews back because it was really blowing and they were feeling it was unsafe. So we pulled those crews back. But up to Myrtle Grove, there's not water on the road yet on the West Bank. But on the East Bank, I've been getting reports from the sheriff's office that there is some water inundated by the Scarsdale pump. That's not over the road yet, but it's coming up fairly quickly.
Lapine, I know that there was a shelter open in Plaquemines Parish. Could you kind of give us the status of things about how many people are utilizing it, and have you seen more people go to the shelter, I guess, throughout the day?
Oh, we did. We normally do shelter people in place in the pavilion or in the multipurpose center, but this time we registered them and we sent them to West Monroe. That was our point-to-point contract. About 40 people got on buses yesterday, and we moved them to a safe place in Monroe.
President Lapine, also, this is Salah. One more question for you. Can you give us an update on the barge and the 2 shrimp boats that became loose?
We did get a report of the barge. That was a private company. We did speak with the owner. I think he was able to lasso it or catch the barge or put a rope on it. The shrimp boat owners, we don't know yet who owns those. But again, we're trying to figure out and maybe contact those people.
Okay, President Lapine, thank you so much for the update. Please keep us posted on the overtopping situation. Please stay safe, and thank you for your time. Margaret has an update for us. Margaret?
And I do. I just really quickly wanted to show you this. I mean, this wind is blowing 76 miles per hour. You've got an east wind at 48 miles per hour. I'm going to pop up our storm tracker for a second, but I do have an update on Ida. So here is a look at Ida. North-northwest at 10, and I did think it was taking more of a northward track. The max wind's 130, the pressure at 938 millibars, so it's about 5 miles to the east of Houma, and in fact we can pop that up and sure enough you're seeing it. Here's Houma, there's that eye. The eye is right over Lockport. Lockport is kind of going like this for a moment, but don't stay that way because eventually it moves back your way. Meanwhile, Cutoff is really getting high wind and heavy rain. So is Lafitte, so is Raceland, so is Thibodaux. Belle Chase is too. In the metro, it is definitely a rough go. I just really want to check these winds. Let me pop it up for you. And the wind, 53 miles per hour at the lakefront, 48 over at the airport. Then we can just check and see winds now gusting 86 miles per hour at the lakefront, 74 at Kenner, Galliano 96. You can see the way the wind is blowing. So on the North Shore, you should begin to see a bit of a rise, but as it moves to the west and you get more of that south wind on the North Shore, you are going to get some more high water. So I'm just checking to see if there's anything else I need to tell you. Lafourche Airport reported wind gust of 122. Dulac 116 within the last hour. Also a report of 82 miles per hour at a station near in Jefferson Parish. I don't see the location. And then 83 mile per hour wind gust was reported at the airport. So, whew, it's blowing and it's raining and the surge is moving in. Sel and Gina.
All right, Margaret, thank you. Just after 5 o'clock, we are continuing to monitor impacts from Hurricane Ida. We had just gotten that update from Plaquemines Parish where we are seeing some levee overtopping on the east bank of the parish, monitoring conditions there. Also, we are starting to see widespread power outages every time we update the power outages. Stella, I feel like that number keeps climbing.
It certainly does, Gina, and at a dramatic pace, too, because when we started at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, we were just about 422,000. Guess how many now? Close to 500,000. So the number keeps going up, but at a dramatic pace. And we're continuing to see the biggest impacts here in Jefferson Parish with 160,000 customers without power. In Orleans right now, you are at 130,000 without power. And because of that, you may not have the ability to watch us on TV. And if you do lose power and you can't watch us, please continue to watch us on our very local app. We are streaming our live coverage on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. But also keep in mind, we've got social media platforms to keep you updated on the latest.
And we do have crews throughout the city monitoring conditions in Orleans Parish. We had Aubrey Killian in Gentilly. Do we have Aubrey available?
Say yes. Hey guys, yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear me right now, but we are here in Gentilly. Hey guys, can y'all hear me okay? Just making sure. Yes. Yeah, we're here in Gentilly.
We can hear you.
You can see the rain, no question. It is perfect. Now, Sula, I want to show you, look, you can take a look at this tree. It's just snapped in half. Over here, the wind gusts, powerful and incredible. It's just been wild to see just how powerful the wind is coming down. Thankfully, nobody really out on the street at this moment. We haven't really seen a lot of cars out here, but we've been out here in Gentilly kind of just checking out neighborhood by neighborhood. Earlier we were by Brother Martin, that's where I went to high school. We saw a lot of trees right down on the road as well, and you can see this one just right here. Wind gusts incredibly powerful, rain very powerful as well. We're not seeing any flooding, which is good, but definitely it just goes to show. I'm not sure if that was a transformer that just blew. But this is just one of the many trees that are down in this area. We've seen this fence kind of rocking back and forth, but a lot of rain and a lot of wind, no question, out here in Gentilly, guys. Back to you.
Aubrey, thank you so much for that update. Dramatic images you are showing us from Gentilly. Obviously, that's why we're going to see a lot of power outages. Those trees are going to knock the power poles and the lines down. And as a result, now 490,000 people, Entergy customers, without power.
All right, let's check in with Travers Mackel. Last time we saw him, he was in the Uptown area. Again, surveying damage there. Lots of trees down on some power lines and damage uptown. Travers, what are conditions like where you are now?
Yeah, Gina, much the same. Lots of wind, lots of rain, lots of downed trees, lots of vegetation down. No structure damage yet that we've seen, but take a look behind me. Magazine and Jackson right here. You're not getting down this street. And a lot of streets look like this. If you've been following our coverage for the last 90 minutes here as we've been uptown, this is probably the worst we've seen. This big tree right here next to Pokey Low, if you're familiar with this area. I said Jackson, I meant Louisiana. I do apologize for that. Magazine in Louisiana. And look at this. CVS has power, and there's some lights on over here, so it looks like this part of Uptown, believe it or not, has not lost power, but the city's going to have a lot of work on its hands to pick up this. You can see this is dangerous. You shouldn't go underneath. And then No structure damage. We did see a window blown out at the old St. Charles Tavern. The Dat Dog sign, great restaurant. We all love Dat Dog. Dat Dog sign is about to blow off. It just came halfway unhooked, and it looks like it's about to come down here. But when it comes to the structures themselves uptown, we've not seen any glass blown out or any major damage. Just look going up towards the river right here, down Louisiana, towards Tipitina's. You can see all of the tree limbs in the roadways, making it very hard to navigate and drive around. That is what we're seeing, and that is why this is such a serious wind event, just like Zeta was, probably worse, in the city of New Orleans. The rain is bad, but you can see the street right here. Patrick Roberts, our great photographer who's getting you these images right here, had to clean the lens for a second, but look, you can see no major flooding, just some minor puddling on the sides of Magazine Street. Right now, this is not a flooding event in New Orleans. It's going to be a serious wind event, and let's just hope that the worst of the damage is just tree limbs down and power lines down. Let's hope the winds don't pick up and take out any major glass or buildings. We hope that's the case, but we have a long way to go. So we're going to keep moving around uptown and see what we can show you. Stay with us because we have crews everywhere. We're going to jump back in the car and go find something else here, Gina and Sella, to show everybody watching this or streaming this around the country right now.
Yeah, we want to give the camera a chance to dry off there as well. Patrick, thank you so much for wiping the camera lens there. Patrick, doing a great job as well as Travers. Thanks for that update.
Before we get another check of the weather, I just wanted to pass this along from St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper just offering updates regarding Ida. And he was just saying those who flooded a few years ago in 2016, they should take extreme precaution now and be vigilant in regard to Hurricane Ida and its possible impacts. He says while the impacts remain to be seen there, we do know that residents near the following rivers should be vigilant. It's important to note what the projections are, but are cause for increased awareness. He's talking about people who live near the Chafuncta River in Covington, the Bogafalaya River at Boston Street, Bogafalaya River at Camp Covington or near Camp Covington, the Bogachitta River near Bush, and the Pearl River near Pearl River. He's urging folks in those areas to take extra precaution.
Yeah, President Cooper, thank you for that update. Now let's get a check on the latest on Ida with meteorologist Margaret Orr. Margaret, what's the latest now?
Well, we're looking out the window, and I just wanted to show you what it looks like here right by the station. I mean, the wind and the rain. Winds now 48 miles per hour out of these. Those are the sustained winds. Of course, they are much higher than that. Then we can look up. We've lost the causeway. We're losing all of our cameras, and that's because of this high wind. Something else we're watching very carefully. We've been watching these rain bands, and you know, we've had numerous tornado warnings right along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and it's for these incoming storms. And so I'm looking over here at coastal Mississippi, and there is a storm to watch. A special marine warning now in effect, and the potential that there could be a water spout. So when a water spout moves on shore, what do you get? Well, you get a tornado. So let's check that shear. There it is, offshore, moving really fast. I'm assuming it's moving at about the same rate, which would be northwest at about 50 to 60. So that means Gulfport 10 minutes, Long Beach. Well, now you see how fast it's moving. Gulfport 9, Long Beach 11, Landon 14, Orange Grove 14, New Hope 15 miles per hour. So be aware of the potential for water spout here. And when it moves on shore, it is then a tornado. Okay, so that's what we're watching with a special marine warning in effect at this time. And then we can just look and you can see, sure, every now and then you're getting these spins showing up in the atmosphere, and that's always a big concern. I'll put this into motion. There's that heavy rain that's now moving into the North Shore. Wanted to show you what it looked like on the causeway, but forget about it. That camera is out of commission. But from Slidell to Lacombe to Mandeville, just into Madisonville, you've got some pretty good rain. My friend Margaret over here in Covington, she's about to lose the battery to her phone, so I haven't heard from her. Slidell Twin Span, you have got very heavy rain, as well as I-55. Gosh, I hope nobody's out there. Of course, the causeway is closed and has been for some time. I think at 11 o'clock it closed, but there's that very heavy rain that's on the causeway. Then wait, look at this. That's not good. Let me zoom in. So you know that there is an excessive wind warning in effect. This area right here. In fact, it really shows up better in my other graphics. Let me just point it up for you. We've got a lot of different sources. So this is the excessive wind warning just bisecting New Orleans down towards Golden Meadow, includes Houma and Vacherie. And in this area, this is the band we're watching, moving north-northwest at 10. So it's not moving that way, it's moving more this way. And that's the concern. So we're going to go back to our storm tracker, and there is that very heavy rain. This band right here. So New Orleans into here, here's Kenner, here is this very heavy band moving to the north, and with it, 115 to 125 mile per hour winds possible. It is an excessive wind warning. Get ready, it's going to blow.
Wow.
And that's why, Margaret, you know, the power outages continue to climb, but I've never seen it go up at such a dramatic pace. Now we are at 501,000 Entergy customers without power just in the last hour or so, Gina. This has gone up 100,000 customers more losing power. So if you are losing power, you can still join us. Just in case you do, make sure you join us still on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, on our very local app. We are still going to be here, keeping you posted on the latest.
All right, now we want to check in with Travers Mackel. He has been out and about in New Orleans. He was uptown surveying conditions. Travers, what's the latest? I don't know if Travers can hear us. Last time we saw Travers, he was...
Hey, we are here, Gina and Sulla, uptown. This is Greater St. Stephen. Take a look at this. It looks like the roof came off of the school building. This is by far the worst damage that we've seen right here. In case you need to know where we are, this is Napoleon in between Camp, and I can't tell what the other street is, but basically Napoleon and Camp. Not Greater St. Stephen, St. Stephen Catholic School. Let me rephrase that. This is the roof at St. Stephen Catholic School, which is Napoleon and Camp. It's up in the tree. It's on the street. You can see the wind must have pushed so hard that it took a pretty big portion of this roof off of this school. This is an old, historic Catholic school and church uptown right here at Napoleon and Camp Street. A lot of people set up here. This is where the Mardi Gras floats line up. All of the uptown parade route floats line up right here, and you can see major roof damage. Some of it hit the tree, it took the power lines down, and it's all spread out. I don't know what building this is because clearly being from here, I know what St. Stephen Catholic School is, but I don't know if this is the school building or a gymnasium. I know the church is right over here to our right. So the church looks intact, the old historic church building. But the major damage, though, uptown, is the debris from the roof right here. And you can see it's definitely styrofoam, and it came off the roof right there. So this is by far the worst damage we've seen. Everything we've showed you so far has been vegetation, trees down, limbs down, power lines. We have not seen any substantial building damage until now. We don't know how long ago this happens. It does look pretty fresh, like it happened probably in the last hour or so as the strong winds and rain were getting to New Orleans. But you hate to see this. A long-time Catholic school here in the city of New Orleans. They're going to have some significant rain damage and some significant wind damage to this building. You can see the winds just continuing to pound uptown New Orleans right now. Not what anybody wants to see or deal with, but most of New Orleans right now is standing up to Ida, which is very good news. This is the first time we've seen any significant damage. So right now, New Orleans is taking a beating, but the city is standing up to this storm, at least for now. We have a long way to go before we're out of the woods just yet, Gina and Sulla.
All right, Travers, you know, so sad to see because a lot of people like Sue, our technical director, has memories there. Her daughter got married there and she went to school. So these are memories kind of, you know, come crumbling down because of Hurricane Ida.
And we are seeing more impacts as we feel, or we are seeing more impacts in terms of services in Lafourche Parish. The 911 phone lines are down at this time for emergencies only. You can call 985-772-4810 or 985-772-4824 in Lafourche Parish. If it's busy, keep trying, but this is for emergencies only, and you can see how conditions are deteriorating. So even in emergencies, it may be difficult for crews to respond if you need somebody to come and, you know, check on you. But again, the 911 lines are down, emergencies only. I'll give you these two numbers again, 985-772-4810 and 985-772-4824. All
right, Daniel Graves is standing by with a tornado warning for us. Daniel?
Yeah, it's the same area that Margaret was just mentioning. We were watching it as a possible waterspout, then it's moved on shore. And so when it does that, it does spawn a tornado warning. So just wanted to give this heads up for you. Maybe another reason not to be out on the roads traveling on I-10 between Gulfport and Biloxi. We are seeing that potential, that rotation that could produce a tornado since it is moving that rotation on land. And that has prompted the tornado warning that's in effect until 5:45. Other locations, the Gulfport Airport as well could be impacted. It's in Mississippi I-10 between mile markers 30 and 41. And so just kind of want to investigate it really quickly. So again, it's kind of just toward the southeast of Gulfport. You can kind of see the little notch that was trying to form there. And so what we're going to do is just kind of investigate what's going on with this. And so we have a lot of information and things parameters that we can check to see kind of what's happening with it. So the first thing we're going to do is look at that base velocity scan. And if you can see it, I'll zoom in a little bit more because I know it's maybe a little bit hard to see at home on the screen. So zooming in a little bit better, here's Gulfport, and we're kind of looking at this notch here where you see this kind of discoloration. That's where you see where the greens and the reds are kind of coming together here. That's where you have the potential for some rotation. So as this is going to be moving, it is heading off toward the northwest at 50 miles per hour. It's moving so fast, and so it is expected to be around Gulfport within the next 6 to 7 minutes or so. And so that's 3rd Street. We have Mississippi City, 34th Street, 31st Street, excuse me, as this is moving toward the northwest. So we're going to time it out and maybe get a few other locations where this is to give you kind of a better idea of how soon it's going, because if it's moving northwest at 50 miles per hour, that is not enough time, I would say, for those in its path to do it. And I'll have to zoom it out a little bit more because we want to get an accurate time. So I'm going to zoom it out a little bit more so we can fit it in at 50 miles per hour right where it is here. And so it says Landon within 7 minutes, Orange Grove within the next 8 minutes, New Hope 9. And so this is something that we'll have to track. So it's still kind of offshore. It's not, hasn't really moved inland yet, but going ahead and issuing that tornado warning for central Harrison County until 5:45. So this will be something that we'll continue to track as we head through the next 10 to 15 minutes. If anything changes or we get any confirmation of a tornado, of course, we'll pass along that information to you. But we'll continue to monitor that threat for heavy rainfall, not just along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. I mean, we've had several tornado warnings already within these areas, and it's because of these bands that are continuing to move in associated with Ida. So we'll have to watch all these. Look at how long this band of rain is, and so that is going to continue to move toward the northwest. And so we've had this happen before a lot last year where a lot of tornado warnings were spawned off of these rain bands. And again, that's pretty far away from where the center is, still just kind of toward the northeast of Houma. And so we've got a lot more time for possibilities of tornadoes as we head through the rest of the evening. So we're going to keep you updated on this. We'll be watching this closely, and if there's any changes, of course, we'll pass along that information back to you.
All right, Daniel, thank you. Certainly getting new information. We were talking about the power outages last time we checked in with CLECO. There were 9,700 outages, and now they're 32,000.
Yeah, unbelievable. It keeps creeping up, but at just such a fast rate, and I don't recall seeing it climb up in such a dramatic fashion. You know, even in the storms we covered last year, we covered several, as you know, and we did have power outages, but to this extent and to this of a, you know, a fast, dramatic climb, I don't remember it recently. Entergy, right now your total is at 505 1,000 customers without power.
And then again, with the CLECO outages, we said 32,000. The majority of those outages are in St. Tammany Parish, but you know, CLECO has said that they have 2,000 personnel at the ready to be able to restore power as soon as it's safe. But we are going to continue to see these numbers creep up as, you know, as Ida continues to move on shore.
Yeah, because we've seen all the trees that are down, and it's bringing down those power lines. You know, please don't ever touch those power lines. Always treat them as they're activated. You know, in Jefferson Parish, President Cynthia Lee Shane gave an update a few hours ago. She talked about how the parish is dealing with Ida. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Certainly the status of the weather, our eyes have all morning been on Grand Isle. We have people there on Grand Isle. Our concern from the beginning has been this level of storm surge for that island and the people who chose to remain on it. We are in touch. We just were in touch with them. We're still via radio contact in touch with them. We were in touch with the fire station. The fire station is taking on water now. Now, what you're seeing in Grand Isle, you're going to start seeing coming up this way, so our attention is quickly on Lafitte, and the conditions will begin deteriorating and have deteriorated in Lafitte, and that is going to come up our way. So this is what we're looking at. Electrical outages, as you would imagine, are happening very frequently. Every time we check, it's probably gone up since I just last checked. 10 minutes ago, it's 46,000 that were out. We just checked right before I got to the podium. It was 54,000 customers without power. So this is what we are actually, you know, expect for this kind of storm. So right here in Upper Jefferson, we will start feeling these impacts that the Lower Jefferson has started to feel very quickly. And we're going to be at this for quite some time. We already had a Jefferson Parish leadership call this morning with over 100 participants, so we are in touch with our partners, we are in touch with our stakeholders. The communication channels are there so that we can respond very closely. Obviously in Grand Isle, as I mentioned, our eyes are on them. We have gotten requests for rescue for people who stayed on the island, obviously, and I mentioned whitecaps are on the highway, our fire station's taking water. On Grand Isle, obviously, first responders cannot get to you. So those folks are just going to have to hunker down and wait for the storm to pass before it's safe and before we can get to them in Grand Isle. And also the concern, again, for Lafitte. I just saw the mayor. We are in touch with him in Lafitte. And they will begin seeing these conditions deteriorate rapidly. Was on the phone with Sheriff Joseph Lapinto. He is stationed on the East Bank. I want to thank him and his officers. They proactively went down to Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Barataria, and Crown Point yesterday evening to identify, even though we had a mandatory evacuation, to identify people that are still in Lafitte. So I want to thank him for that. They went house to house with a few dozen officers, identifying people's names, their phone number, where they live, and the number of people in the house. So we want to thank him for that, and I thank, you know, our first responders are so strong in Jefferson Parish, that proactive move, so they know immediately and are ahead of the game for search and rescue. Again, Upper Jefferson, the conditions will start to deteriorate rapidly. The threats that we have been saying you will start seeing them now, okay? So the wind, the rain, the flash flooding, and the overall power outages will happen. We've already had a report of an animal tied to a tree that our animal protection services have had to respond to. Animals need to be inside. We cannot pick up animals now. We are not going out, but all animals, if their lives are going to be spared, they need to be brought inside, and this animal is tied to a tree. So thank goodness we were able to rescue that animal before conditions worsened. If you're going to stay at home, please stay inside. Find the safest place in your home, an interior room, away from windows, away from skylight, away from glass doors, away from anything, projectiles flying outside that could break into your home that way. Understand how the trees are around your home. We expect a lot of fallen trees. A tree could fall on your house. You don't want to be in that location on your house. So you have to be strategic in where you're going to ride out this storm.
All right, and we want to take you now to Travers Mackle in Uptown with the latest. Travers?
Yeah, the damage when it comes to trees down is significant. Look, we've hit all the way from the Garden District, Lower Garden District. Now we're uptown at Britannia and Jenna. You can see down the street right here. Jenna is unpassable down there around camp. That is a big tree down. And then Patrick Roberts, our photographer, and I are going to walk down the street right here this way. We're going to show you this. Parts of Britannia right here are not drivable either. They've got significant tree limbs down. And this is a tree, or a huge branch from the tree that's blocking the roadway right here, right by Britannia and Jenna. If you're familiar with this area, for anybody who's driven uptown, come to a Mardi Gras parade. The only significant structure damage that we've seen was St. Stephen Catholic Church, which is sad to see because that was really bad, the roof damage there that we showed you about 15 minutes ago. But as Patrick walks through this, you can see these aren't little branches. This is stuff that's going to take the City Department of Public Works and Parkways some significant time. And look, New Orleans is a beautiful city uptown, but so are parts of Lakeview, Gentilly, New Orleans East, Algiers. I got to imagine when we start fanning out and people start coming outside, which they shouldn't right now, you're going to see significant damage like this, tree damage and limbs down and power out all over the city of New Orleans, because here's what's a big problem right here. You can see these power lines are tangled up with these down trees right here. So that means you have to clear the trees off before you can get the power back on, and that could take several days. And look at this, all the way down right here, if you look. This is Cadiz and Britannia, and we're looking down going towards Audubon Park. And you can see you're not going to drive down this. This is going to have to be removed by city workers right here, or a lot of neighbors are going to come out here and have to do a pretty heavy lift to get this off the street. The good news is no cars are damaged and no homes are damaged, but uptown New Orleans, when it comes to wind damage, is definitely taking a pretty good punch from Ida right now. The only saving grace with this, like I said, if there is a silver lining, is we haven't seen many windows blown out, if any, or structures damaged, except for that school, which is old. We hate to see it, but the structure was damaged at St. Stephen Catholic School. Other than that, it's a lot of this. It's a lot of tree limbs down. It's a lot of what we saw during Zeta. I know this is a terrible comparison to compare two storms, as Margaret and I talked about last night, and as you all have been talking about with her. But having said that, if anybody remembers Zeta, this looks like Zeta damage. From being out in that storm in this exact area and being back here right now, this is kind of what Zeta did. A lot of tree limbs down, a lot of power out, and right now in New Orleans, this looks the exact same. So let's hope this is the extent of the damage for this part of New Orleans. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Gina Sulla, we're going to keep moving around and let our viewers see what's happening all around New Orleans.
And then just a quick question for you, Travers. What about street lights? Have you, because power is out, have you seen street lights that are out as well?
So actually some yes, some no. Let's look behind us. We did park our car in the middle of the street to try to keep it safe. We didn't want anything to fall on it, so I do apologize for that. We violated traffic laws. I apologize. You can see the street light on down there, though. They have not lost power at that street light. Although the good news is nobody is really out and about. New Orleans is a ghost town for all practical purposes. People either got out of town or they're hunkering down, sheltering in place, which is really good news because the only people we've seen out and about are really cops, other media members, and us.
All right, Travers, thank you. He was talking about Hurricane Zeta and how the damage reminds him of Hurricane Zeta. And all I can think about is not having power for about 4 days, trying to power the air conditioner off a car battery, hooking it up because we didn't have power. So, I mean, looking at the extent of this damage, it seems like it'll be several days for people in that area who may have lost power. It seems like it'll, may take a few days to get things restored.
And to clean up all the tree branches and limbs that are down, that's going to take days to clean up and to restore power. So thoughts with everyone affected by Hurricane Ida. If you are just joining us, this is our extended coverage of Hurricane Ida, as we are not done with this system, Gina. The governor said we are just beginning with Hurricane Ida, which is a very powerful storm with life-altering catastrophic effects. We've seen extreme damages already in low-lying areas, places like Grand Isle, and places like Plaquemines Parish. We also saw an overtopping, or we heard of an overtopping occurring there.
All right, time now just about 5:30. We want to check in with Harrison Golden, who is monitoring conditions. Harrison, what are things like where you are?
Well, Jeannie, we're here at Jackson Square. The wind just picking up, certainly over the past few minutes. I want to show you right now, not too much in the way of structural damage, at least in the immediate vicinity of Jackson Square. But again, this is a bastion of New Orleans tourism, a bastion of New Orleans history. And right now we have, well, the Weather Channel truck just passing by here. No surprise. So we do have some of the garbage cans. This, by the way, this one right here, give you a little bit of an idea. That right there weighs about well over a few hundred pounds. So that just shows the immediate strength of Ida already. Still a long ways to go here with that. And as far as some of these branches here, we're going to get you out of the way here and showing some of these branches at the moment, kind of just blocking the roadways. Not that we're really seeing too many people driving through at this point. At this point, we do have that, and then again, just talking about the durability of the cathedral here. St. Louis Cathedral is standing. Fires, all that stuff, still standing at this point. We'll take it back to the studio at the moment here from Jackson Square.
Harrison, I'm a little worried about you. Please stay safe. I don't want you to blow over with the strong winds. It looks very powerful. Thank you, Harrison, for the update. Let's go live now to Paul Rivera joining us. He is roving around, showing us conditions out there. Where are you, Paul, and what do things look like out there?
Well, they don't look good. We're at a canal in Lakeshore right now. Right behind me, that's Lake Pontchartrain. Right here, look. We're right in the trunk of our car. Let's go ahead and show you. Tough to stand out there. The wind's really bad, but look right back there in the distance. Our photographer, Nick, he's going to do his best job here to try and hold that steady for you. Look at the surge right there. But let me show you something else. We're right here at the levee system. If we move the camera over here, it is creeping up. But here's the thing. Right here, this is protection, levee protection system. There aren't any houses in this point. If we move a little further left, that's where the homes are. And from what we've seen, that doesn't mean there isn't any flooding anywhere else. But from what we have seen driving up Canal and in these little neighborhood streets nearby here, the flooding has not been happening. So it does look like this levee system here is holding strong. Again, it's this tremendous wind right here. We're taking cover right here by our car. Stepping out back there, it's really tough to do. So that's what Hurricane Ida is doing right here at the lakefront. We're at Canal and Lakeshore here. Normally an area where a lot of people would be. Definitely not today. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
I think that's a smart idea, Paul, to just get a little protection from the strong winds. It is very gusty out there.
All right, let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr with the latest on Ida. Margaret.
I can't tell you how many times I've been where Paul is right now. As a kid, I used to go with my father. I can remember going there before Betsy, and it was crazy. We were running down the levee. Well, you know, the levee wasn't actually there then. What about that? Because the levee was built because of Hurricane Betsy. Did you know that? Yeah. But I have been there many times. It floods there all the time whenever you get a big wind. Thankfully, we're not seeing it rise as high as it did with Katrina. So here we are. We still have that tornado warning. This is in effect for Harrison County. Again, that potential to have a tornado. We've got these landfalling, basically, bands of rain moving on shore. They hit the land, the friction slows them down. It's still going fast aloft, and you can get that spin. Let me show you what's happening. So this is the eye of, oh, we've got something from Travers that we need to hear from. Travers Mackle has information. Travers, what's going on?
Hey, Margaret, right behind Sacred Heart. It's a serious situation. Look. Watch this transformer down the street. You see it. Patrick Roberts is getting it. It looks like it's about to catch fire. We're staying far away from it right here. But this transformer down the street, right across from Sacred Heart, right off of St. Charles Avenue, looks like it's either on fire or it's sparking and is about to blow, which is definitely not good. On top of that, we're going to show you this in a second. A major tree came down right here. This is Jenna, right behind Sacred Heart, a block off of St. Charles. This tree took up the sidewalk with it right here when it came up. It did unfortunately hit the top of the school, but it doesn't look like it did any damage. And we're gonna stay a little bit there. And there it goes. There goes that transformer right here. You saw it on fire and it just blew. So not something anybody wants to see, because that is a sign that power is gonna be out in this area for probably a few days right there. Something that we were just driving by and saw, so we wanted to bring it to you and let you see what that looked like, because it jumped out clearly as very odd to us. It doesn't look like there's any damage to anything beneath the transformer, but that transformer that we're all familiar with in the city of New Orleans on these power poles, you just saw it on live TV, just blew out after it looked like it caught on fire, probably because of the wind. I don't think that was a rain issue. I definitely think it's because it looks like this tree right here took out some of those lines, which probably caused major power to the transformer right there. So this is part of Sacred Heart School, Margaret. We're all familiar with this area, St. Charles, Jenna. Since we're here, Margaret, I'm going to walk you up St. Charles Avenue, and everybody watching right here, just to show you the extent of the damage here. And look at this. Let me show you this right here. This is interesting. This house has power. I don't know if they have a generator or if it's just... Do y'all have a generator or did y'all lose power? Y'all have power. That's great. Good for y'all. You can watch yourselves live on Channel 6 right now. So they actually have power right here, right across from that blown up generator. They actually have power, which is, it just shows you, New Orleans is kind of on a funky grid system when it comes to this. One block, the transformer can blow, and right here, they have power. So walk with us here. We're going down Jenna, and we're going to get to St. Charles and show you the tree limbs that are down right in front of Sacred Heart School right here. A friend of mine, Matt Coleman, sent me a text message telling me he was watching this. I know his daughters went here. So Sacred Heart does not look like it's damaged, which is very, very good news. But a lot of tree limbs around this school have come down, and that tree was resting on the building after you saw that transformer blow on live television, which is never good. I know in Zadia, in my neighborhood of Lakeview, a transformer went out and it took them at least 3 or 4 days to repair to get people power back on. So this is St. Charles Avenue in Jenna. We're going to look right down the street right here, looking towards Loyola, Tulane, De La Salle High School, Audubon Park. And you can see right here, more tree limbs, more branches down in the middle of the street right here. Not drivable, and it's really as far as you look. So right now, it's definitely an event where you have all these tree limbs down in the city of New Orleans. This is going to take days for the city's Public Works Department, Park and Parkways to get out here and clear this off. And just remember, they're not even going to probably start this until Tuesday because it's probably going to be unsafe for them to get out here Monday morning and probably Monday afternoon. So this is why people should hunker down. This is why they should stay home. And this is why this is a serious storm, because it is definitely knocking trees over, knocking power lines down, and doing some serious damage to parts of New Orleans. I keep coming back to this. The one good thing so far, no buildings damaged, at least not now. We hope that remains the case. No major windows blown out. We also hope that remains the case. But you are seeing a lot of tree damage. If one of these big trees, you see how big these old oaks are, if one of these goes in the wrong direction, it could do significant damage to this school or a house across the street. So that's something nobody wants to see. Gina, Sulla, and Margaret, we're going to keep moving, like I keep saying. We're going to keep moving after you guys ask me a question and show you something else. But go ahead.
So, Travers, I just want you to be careful, because when those trees come down, and you can see the power pole leaning, those are live wires and they can go down to the ground. So I want you to be careful with that. My girls went to Sacred Heart too. Those are some of the most beautiful trees I have ever seen. The school dates back to 1886. That's an old building. I don't think it's as old as that, but it's been through a whole lot of hurricanes. So also something else on the trees, when you have rain, it loosens up the roots, and then you get the wind, and it makes it easier for the trees to come down. I love your reports, so you're giving great information, and please don't let a tree limb hit you.
We will make sure nothing hits us, Margaret. We're staying safe. We've been down this road before. Another transformer blew over there, if you just heard that. That was over on Napoleon. Up, you saw it spark just now. So these transformers are blowing left and right in the city of New Orleans. Not uncommon during weather events like this. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a cannon going off. So That means that power is going to be out for that respected area probably for a couple of days. So if you live by Superior Seafood, you have probably just lost power if you even had power when we got out here, which you probably didn't. So anybody watching this, streaming us worldwide, hopefully right now, you just lost power. A transformer blew right by Superior Seafood, St. Charles and Napoleon, and then right by Jenna, and about a block behind St. Charles. I guess that's Carondelet, Barone, going back that way. So it's a serious situation. The only saving grace is we are not watching structure damage. People's property is intact, Margaret. That is the most important thing. Right now, if this is the worst New Orleans gets, people will be able to come back to their homes and their businesses and their schools, just like they did after Zeta. So let's hope, as the wind picks up, that this is the worst we get. Even if it goes on for hours, New Orleans can handle this. So if this keeps up, this is a punch that New Orleans can take and keep on going.
But wait, Travers, I want you to know the eye wall is still not even with New Orleans, so we haven't seen the worst yet. And I've got to tell you, you talk about Zeta. Zeta was a big blow at first. You had the rain, and then it wasn't so bad on the south side. This is more of a long-term event because the system not moving as fast. Right now it's moving north-northwest at about 10 miles per hour, and the winds have come down some, 130 officially, but we're not seeing winds that strong in the metro area. But Travers, you're doing a great job. Please be safe. Watch out for those transformers and the power lines. That's what scares me. You know what's pretty incredible? If we look back at Laura, and I actually have Laura in my graphics because, you know, it was so awful. So here is a look at Laura. 150-mile-per-hour winds when it moved on shore. It was a terrible hurricane. More people died after Laura than during Laura, and they died from carbon monoxide poisoning and from the terrible heat exhaustion, and also for cleanup. There are a few other things, but the vast majority of people died from heat exhaustion and mostly carbon monoxide poisoning, and that comes from the generators. So as you were looking at all of the damage that we saw with Travers roaming across the city and all of our other different great reporters, you know, you've seen the destruction. Right now, Metro, okay, closer to the coast, sure, there has been building damage, and that is a concern. You know, one of the things I'd like to do is just kind of look at what it looks like in the city right now. I'll take you through it, and here it is. And, you know, not looking good. We've got wind, we've got rain, it's really coming down, and then we can just check and see winds now, east 62 miles per hour. That is the wind being reported sustained at the airport right now. 62, 66, these are the sustained winds, Galliano 64. And do you see how you've got more of a south wind now? And then it's out of the east as you look at the lakefront. So wind gust 84 at the lakefront, 83 at Kenner, 96 Galliano. So serious winds occurring right now. So for Travers, all of our reporters, you really have to pay attention. You may think, oh, it's not too bad right now. Stay by your car. Be ready to jump in your car. We want you to be safe. And for everybody else watching who have evacuated, you can see, yeah, the wind is blowing. There, a look at some of our wind gusts. North Shore, not as bad. You know, we weren't expecting it to be as bad. Though over in Slidell, we were forecasting winds as high as 75 miles per hour, and that's pretty much what we were forecasting along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. You look at rainfall, and it has not been astronomical, but we do have flash flood warnings in effect. There is I right over Lafourche Parish right now, and we can just show you what's happening. I want to show you, we're going to get to it in just a second. There it is. These are the flash flood warnings that are in effect from Golden Meadow up into Houma. Also in the metro, we have flash flood warnings in effect. We also have flash flood warnings in effect over here towards Harrison County, and still that tornado warning in effect for Harrison County, and it's for this storm that is moving to the north. Here, let me pop up. We're just going to visit it again. I know Daniel told you about it. Officially not in our viewing area, but it looks like it's right there at Riceville. So let me put up the shear, and it's not as bad as it was earlier. So that is the good news. Then we can look, I want to show you where we've got the excessive wind warning. It's this area in purple, and indeed we are seeing those very high winds right now in the metro. So, and that's with the eye wall. I mean, look at it, you can see it, it's significant. And we can also see how the eye is right over Lockport and Matthews and Raceland. They can go outside right now and look up and see the sky. It's really a surreal experience. The air feels like a warm, kind of wet blanket. It's pretty incredible. I have significant memories of that from my childhood. And then that very heavy rain with the strong wind showing up from Harahan, almost at Kenner. So it's just, and they've got high winds now, so it's going to get worse. Jean Lafitte, Crown, Estelle, Marrero, you've got pretty high winds, but definitely high at Luling, Paradis, Des Allemands, Bayou Gauche, Norco. This is where it's really strong. Bayou Boeuf, Vacherie. That is where we've got the highest winds, and you are in an excessive wind warning right now. Let me tell you, the wind is blowing, and in fact, we can just go back and take a look at those winds and the sky. Here we are as we look outside of our studios. You can really see the wind and the rain. And the wind now 76, or rather that's what it feels like, east at 62 miles per hour. So that is a strong wind blowing, especially all across the South Shore, with the gust right now 83, 84, 96 miles per hour. So everybody, this, I haven't said it once. I heard people used to take a drink whenever I said it. It really is the time to hunker down, be safe, be careful, stay inside.
Thank you. I had a viewer email me and said he was going to take a drink every time I say thank you. So thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret. We want to show you, Margaret, you were talking about all the strong winds we've been experiencing. We saw a lot of damage, though, in the CBD area. So we want to show you the post office there on Lafayette. This is in the CBD area of downtown New Orleans. You can see there the winds whipping up, very gusty out there. And then those are some of the UPS, some of the trucks out there, and the building there, I think. We understand there was some damage. Cameras
some shards
moving really.
Of glass actually fell from the building, which were the reports that we were getting out there. You know, as that photographer was taking the video, the wind so strong that a window, I guess, blew, or some glass fell. But the photographer actually tried to run for cover. You can see there. But I mean, just to give you an idea of how the winds are blowing out there.
Yeah, and hopefully he ran for cover and is safe there. But you can see, yeah, just how powerful this storm is. All right, and also in Lafourche Parish, don't forget, we said this earlier, but the 911 phone lines are down. So they say call this number instead of the 911 number. It's 985-772-4810. Also, you can dial 985-772-4824 for emergency situations.
All right, we want to check in with Fletcher Mackle now. He is in the Lakeview area. Fletcher, what are conditions looking like there?
Yeah, I will tell you, it is crazy windy here right now. I heard Margaret talk about the wind in the area affecting portions of Jefferson Parish. We're at the 17th Street Canal, and everyone knows what happened here 16 years ago. This was the levee breach right on the 17th Street Canal, and that's where we are right now. That changed Lakeview and the city of New Orleans really forever. The new pumping station is right behind photojournalist Jeff Battle. You can see how windy it is here right now. I don't ever remember a storm. I've been at WDSU 19 years now. I don't ever remember a wind like this for a storm. Margaret can probably tell you more, but we are here in Lakeview. The good news is not a lot of flooding, no flooding on the streets. We got here very easily, and believe it or not, there were actually some areas in Lakeview where the traffic lights were still working. So they still had power in some parts of Lakeview. If you're watching online right now and you live in Lakeview, no flooding as of right now. I'm not going to say that's going to be the case all night. No flooding on the streets in Lakeview. Power in some areas. The wind is crazy here right on Lake Pontchartrain on the 17th Street Canal. And again, this was an area 16 years ago that was one of the quote-unquote ground zero areas, if you will, for Hurricane Katrina, when this was one of the levees that breached and flooded the city. We're going to move to some other areas of the lakefront. We're going to try to get out to New Orleans East. If you're watching right now online and you evacuated, we want to show you what those areas look like. So we're going to get back in the car, and I'm going to have to get a new hat because my hat blew away right before the live shot, and we'll file another live report coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Fletcher, good luck to you there. You know, Travers just went without a hat, so maybe it's smart not to have anything because it's going to blow off in the strong winds there.
All right, we are still monitoring conditions about what's going on out and about. You saw that we had crews all over the city, actually. And as we monitor conditions, Governor Edwards has actually requested that President Biden declare a major disaster declaration for Hurricane Ida. In a statement to the White House, the governor wrote in part, this major disaster declaration will help Louisiana better respond to the crisis and protect the health and safety of our people. I hope the White House will act quickly so we can begin getting additional aid and assistance to our people. And Sally, you were just talking about, you know, all of the preps that go into this, the coordination between the governor and the White House. You're talking about that earlier.
Yeah, National Guard troops out there, FEMA, and they've been meeting with the president and the governor and FEMA officials all week to prepare for this so that they can release those resources and assets to Louisiana. Aubrey Killian, let's go to him. He is live in Elysian Fields with the latest out there. Are the winds strong out there as well, Aubrey?
Hey, Sulla, so the winds out here, they are incredibly strong. We're out here on Elysian Fields. I'm going to have Doug pan over and kind of show you what's going on. We're actually seeing a little bit of water on the road right now. We've been kind of just all over the Gentilly area. Where we are right now, it's not too far from Brother Martin High School. That's where actually I went to high school. I've spent a lot of time out here on Elysian Fields and in Gentilly. I have not seen it look like this really ever. You can see there's actually some people out on the road. That appears that might be a first responder over there. But then another car over there as well. One gentleman, we're at a gas station right here. He came up to us and asking, he was desperate, wanted to know, is there any place that he can get gas? And really everywhere is shut down. So best just to not be on the roads if you can. You can see there's trees down. The wind, it is incredibly powerful. You can see it just kind of gusting at this moment. There was, I'm not sure if you were watching a while ago, part of a billboard over there was nearly ripped off. When we came back about 10, 20 minutes ago, you could see it was completely gone. You can see that sign over there, if we're able to pan in, Doug, to the self-air sign. It's just kind of going back and forth. It looks like it could be ripped off at any second, but the wind, it is incredibly powerful. We're actually seeing a little bit of water out on the street. Again, we're out here on Elysian Fields Avenue. This area of Gentilly, not seeing a lot of traffic on the roads, but we actually have been seeing some people. There's a car over there to your left. It's a little hard to see from where we are, but some people are in fact out on the roads. This weather is not anything to play with right now, and if you can avoid being in this weather, obviously you don't want to do that. So best thing to do right now is just to kind of stay inside, but we'll keep you posted on the latest conditions out here in Gentilly. Back to you.
Okay, Aubrey, thank you so much. Please stay safe.
All right, we want to check back in with Travers Mackel. He has been uptown this afternoon for us. Travers, what's the latest?
So, same conditions, same serious wind, same serious rain, and no matter where you go uptown, they definitely took a pounding. We just showed you Sacred Heart School. I want to tell some people this because I got a lot of text messages about Sacred Heart. From what we could see, there was no damage to the school itself. Our colleague Emily Lane called me. She told me that where that tree fell, she went to Sacred Heart. That's the lower school. There was no damage to the school, even though a tree was down and leaning on it and a lot of tree limbs. But from what we could see, for all of our Sacred Heart grads and parents out there, no damage that we could see to Sacred Heart School. We're now a little bit further down St. Charles, right here by Loyola and Tulane. And you can see, look down right here. This is Palmer Avenue. I mean, it's basically not drivable right now. You shouldn't go down this with so many tree limbs down. I can swing you down St. Charles, pointing back uptown. It's the same thing. We actually had to drive down the opposite side of St. Charles Avenue to get to where we are because we couldn't go around all these big tree limbs, and we weren't about to hop out and try to push them around because some right over there, they have power lines down with those branches. So we definitely don't want to touch any of that. And we don't want to jump out and move anything, but you can just see right now the damage that this is causing. And if this keeps up, I got to imagine it's going to get worse. More tree limbs are going to come down. Possibly some trees are going to come down. I keep always coming back to this. No structure damage right now, no flood damage right now. I try to find the silver lining in all this and not scare anybody because you're going to have a home to come back to. If people evacuated to Atlanta or Birmingham, my mother went to Alabama. Her home's going to be intact. But you may not have power for a couple of days, and you may have to get some new vegetation and some new trees, which is not the end of the world. We can look down right here. This is Henry Clay going uptown, and you can see all the tree limbs that are down right there on the corner, another major branch. So it's the same story everywhere we go. We're going to keep driving around and showing you these images. I'm getting a lot of requests from people on Twitter. We're trying to get to as many places as we can. I can tell Paul Kelly, the president of De La Salle High School where I went, he asked me how's De La Salle. It's intact, no damage. So I drove past that for him. But people are hitting us up, asking us questions. And I did want to clear up the Sacred Heart thing. Even though you saw that transformer explode down, no major damage to Sacred Heart. We didn't want to alarm people. But there are trees down all around Avenue. Vegas, Flat Road. Anywhere you go, basically Lower Garden District all the way to Uptown, not good right now. So, jump back in the car because right now, another hit, probably.
Yeah, maybe that'll give you a chance to dry out. Travers Mackle taking personal requests from viewers. You can tweet him, tell him where you want to go next. He's very mobile.
And, you know, he said he passed by De La Salle. We saw St. Stephen's School. We saw Sacred Heart, Aubrey's by Brother Martin. I mean, we just, you know, have all the landmarks in the city covered pretty much.
Yeah. Well, the storm from on board a lift boat that is docked in Leeville, Louisiana. We want to show you some images of that. This was shot before the hurricane made a landfall. But you can see in this lift boat video just how the winds were howling. You can just hear it. If you take a listen, yeah, you can hear just how strong and scary those winds are. This is taken from Leeville, and then the water there just choppy before the hurricane made landfall on a lift boat.
All right, and this is some video from Galliano that we, it's just amazing to look at how it all unfolded. The roof ripped off of the Lady of the Sea General Hospital in Galliano. I thought we had that video queued up, but, you know, just to kind of give you an idea of how strong that the winds have been in that area in our coastal communities and coastal parishes. They are taking the brunt of impacts from Hurricane Ida. This is the video I was referencing earlier. Look at that. Look at that. That's the roof of a hospital in Galliano. But again, you know, when you have these strong winds and this powerful storm, impacts like this were expected. You hate to see this happen to a hospital, and you can hear the people even reacting to it, just how stunned they were to see a situation like this unfold.
Isn't that just incredible, Gina, to see that roof, which is normally so strong, you know, flying out of there with debris, you know, pieces of the roof, not even, normally you see just kind of like the ripping of the roof and they crumple up like a, you know, tarp or steel kind of roof. This looks like a strong structure, and it just rips in pieces and just springs out of the roof. So that, again, just an indication and an illustration of just how powerful the winds have been.
All right, just before 6 o'clock now, we want to check in with meteorologist Daniel Graves as we are continuing to monitor impacts from Ida.
Yeah, and we just got the 6 o'clock advisory in now, and it's slightly weaker, 125 mile per hour winds. That knocks it from a category 4 to a category 3. So we're still starting to see, we're still starting to see that weakening. Unfortunately, we still are getting those reports in of damage and also for some high wind gusts. So just want to relay some of that information to you. The South Lafourche Airport recently sustained wind of 79 miles per hour, wind gust of 103. The New Orleans Lakefront Airport, a wind gust of 84 miles per hour. And then on the Pontchartrain Causeway, 64 mile per hour sustained wind, wind gust of 81. And then we're continuing to still see it about 5 miles now. It's east of Houma, about 30 miles southwest of New Orleans. And so at this latest track, you can see there how it continues to slowly move toward the north-northwest, still holding at 10 miles per hour. But again, with this latest update, 125 miles per hour. If we could take max 2 full, I did have someone ask the timing for the center of the system. And so I did kind of want to walk you through what's going on with that latest forecast. So by 1 a.m., it is just moving into St. Helena Parish. So we've got quite a few hours between 6 and 1. So we're looking at 7 hours where it's not going to make too much progress as it progresses toward the North Shore. And so we'll continue to see it moving very slowly. And so what that means is we're still going to see all this rain and wind. So I'm going to walk you through this evening real quickly, and you can see the winds are still going to be picking up through 7 o'clock. We've got 50, 60, 70, I'd say up to 80 mile per hour winds, and those numbers are not going to budge too much heading into this evening by 9 o'clock. Then as we go toward midnight, you still have these rain bands, and I think winds will continue to pick up on the North Shore. They haven't been as high as they have been on the South Shore, but we'll still see it across the North Shore and South Mississippi, those winds picking up. So not even really getting started for the most part for the North Shore, as you still have a long way to go before that eye is moving well to your north. Then as we head into Monday, I know a lot of people are going to want to be going out and about to maybe assess the damage, especially for those areas that were hardest hit down toward the coast. Just want to caution you with that, because as we continue to head through your Monday, we're still going to see kind of this wraparound moisture and this rain and very heavy rain and gusty winds continuing down along the coast. Here we are at 6:30 Monday evening. Even into Tuesday, we're still seeing some downpours that are likely. So even as the system is lifting off, we are still going to be seeing some impacts well after it is gone. And then I think as we go through the day on Tuesday, we'll start to see those things quieting down, but those temperatures are going to be heating up. So let's walk you through what's going on right now. We've been monitoring the eye. That's where around the eye wall has been the most intense winds. It's been plaguing areas in Houma, of seeing reports of damage from trees going into homes, power lines being knocked down. So a rough go into Houma. Thibodaux, DeSolomons, you're now getting kind of the worst of what's happening right now as that wraps back around near Chauvin, and Galliano has been getting some really heavy rain. This is just within the past hour, and you can see where we've had that flash flood warning, 3 inches in an hour near Galliano, almost 3 down toward Grand Isle, and just kind of over the marshy areas, over 5 inches in just 1 hour. The eye right over Lockport into Raceland and Matthews. That's where we are currently seeing that center. And so that eye wall has really been bringing those heavy impacts up toward DeSolomons, as this will continue to move toward the north-northwest at 10 miles per hour. Still monitoring the flash flood threat across much of the South Shore, close toward the lake, from Laplace heading all the way over toward Violet. As you go into St. Bernard Parish, you see the yellows and oranges. There's not much change here. We've been seeing hurricane force wind gusts from Kenner all the way through the Lakefront Airport. And so on top of all the rainfall that you're continuing to see, those rainfall estimates, again, within just the past hour in this flooded area, you're looking at 2 to 3.5 inches of rainfall. That's Doppler indicated. And so some very dangerous conditions continuing this evening. Looking off toward the west for you, again, Laplace in that flood warning. Doesn't include St. James. However, Lutcher, you're seeing that heavy rain, and then as that eye wall continues to lift toward the north, your winds are going to really be picking up over the next several hours. Over towards St. Bernard Parish, had someone asking what's going on there. Kind of the same story here, from Chalmette to Violet to the very ends of the parish over Lake Bourne. You are seeing this onshore flow of water being pushed across Lake Bourne, and then also that moderate to heavy rainfall continuing with those very gusty winds. Grand Isle has really been getting pummeled today and continues to see those rain bands moving across the same areas over toward Port Sulphur, Buras, the Boothville, and Empire areas as well. And we're still seeing that rain slowly pushing toward the north. If you're in the Kentwood area, you're in Bogalusa, you've been starting to see some of those rounds of rain. That more persistent rain is going to be on the way as it's continuing to lift toward the north. Traveling on I-12, definitely wouldn't recommend it. Slidell to Covington toward Hammond. Just stay home, let all of this rain fall, the winds blow, and we'll be out and about sooner rather than later, because we'll see the system moving out. Still have a flash flood warning across Harrison County. There was a tornado warning earlier and a tree knocked down in the Gulfport area. They're saying from a possible tornado in the Gulfport area. That was that system that we had been watching closely a little while ago. And so we still are under that threat to see a tornado, as we do have these bands still kind of moving in. They spin up pretty quickly. You really have to watch them, as some of these will start out as waterspouts and then move on land. And that's where you see those tornado warnings. So that watch in effect until 7, you can see for the North Shore, parts of the South Shore into the Mississippi Gulf Coast. The winds have been really the biggest issue now, along with that rainfall. 64-mile-per-hour sustained winds now at Galliano. It's really been fluctuating a bit. 56 at Kenner, 46 at the lakefront. Still sitting in the 20s along the North Shore and the Mississippi Gulf Coast, 32 to 37, but still gusting to 96 at Galliano, 71 over toward the lakefront. Just under hurricane gust now. It's dropped just a bit. 83 over toward Kenner. You see 59 into Slidell. We still have that extreme wind warning until 6:30 for a majority of our viewing area, from parts of Terrebonne, Lafourche, up towards St. James. So I mentioned again, St. James, you're going to be seeing those more extreme winds coming in within the next hour or two. 115 to 125 mile per hour gusts possible. And again, that does include parts of Jefferson and St. Charles. Kind of walking you through those winds. I've had people asking me, when are the winds going to start to die down? Well, we still have the center moving pretty slowly. So as we go toward 9:30, look, it's still showing 107-mile-per-hour wind gusts over toward Kenner, still picking up along Belle Chase and the lakefront, even down toward Boothville, still some hurricane force gusts as this continues to finally lift off as we go into Monday morning into southwest Mississippi. Note we're still seeing that high wind potential. Then as we go into the afternoon, that's when they start to drop. Wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour, and then things will start to drastically improve as we go into Tuesday. Of course, still monitoring that flooding threat as well. You can see those totals, a good 6 to 12 inches of rain as we continue to head over the next several days. And so this is what we'll have to watch carefully, because more impacts will be felt as we continue to head over the next those next several days. And so we'll continue to be here keeping you updated on the very latest. Of course, as I mentioned, we did have that latest advisory come in. The winds have dropped a bit, 125 miles per hour. It's a major Category 3 hurricane, down from a Category 4, and it is expected to continue to weaken as it moves further inland as we head through the night. Of course, we'll be keeping you updated on that. Back to you.
All right, Daniel, thank you so much. Now a Category 3, but we will not let our guard down. This is still a very powerful and intense storm. Sherman DeSalle is live in the downtown area of New Orleans. What are conditions like out there now, Sherman?
Sella, like you said, we definitely shouldn't keep our guard down. We are now crossing the corner, the intersection of South Liberty and Poydras. If you take a look, it's a lot darker than it was just a minute ago, right, Dolly? Because we just noticed that all of the lights just went out. This area just lost power. All of the street lights just went out. All of the big poles over here, we've noticed that it's officially gone out. And that's the first time we've seen that since we've been riding around for the last 20 minutes. As you see, every now and then we got to stop because some debris may get in the way, like right now. And we're also, approaching every area with some caution, just because things are getting choppy. And now, when it comes to like people out and about, we haven't seen a whole bunch of that. Thankfully, we haven't seen a lot of that. She's got to cross over this right here. We haven't seen a lot of that, which is good. We have seen a couple of stragglers here and there. If you notice, and anybody knows this section right here, you see that piece right there? That's right there, that intersection, that art piece, that's down now. But look at that. Now we're in the middle of it. And we see an NOPD, we see some NOPD lights in the far distance here. Visibility is, and this is how it goes, we'll see it, our visibility is no problem. Back up. We're definitely in a pick back up phase right now.
All right, Sherman, thank you so much. Stay safe. We're losing him, but that's okay because we got to go to Mayor Cantrell, whom I believe is on the phone with us. Mayor Cantrell, you there? Okay, we are efforting that phone interview with Mayor Cantrell.
But, you know, damage in New Orleans certainly is widespread, so lots of things to ask her about. We saw Travers's reports with the transformers down, all the trees down. These are things that we would be afraid of. Got, you know, reports from the fire department that a house has collapsed uptown, so hopefully we can make it to that area and show you what's going on over there. And Sherman DeSalle was riding around and showing us video downtown in the CBD area just about the impacts of Hurricane Ida. So we are feeling impacts all across the city. We saw Aubrey Killian in Gentilly monitoring conditions there with some also down trees and power lines in Gentilly as well. So even though, you know, Orleans Parish further inland from the coastal communities that were getting the brunt of the impacts from Hurricane Ida, we are still seeing pretty significant impacts.
Yes, we are, because you can see just how, you know, the winds are howling in this video. The good news, though, Gina, in all of this, and Travers mentioned this too, so far, no flooding. We haven't seen any floods, just some puddles here and there as our crews are driving around the New Orleans metro area. We haven't seen any major flooding in some of the low-lying areas or places where we usually, you know, see flooding during storm events like this. But we have seen, like you said, so many trees that are down and a lot of power outages to report. So Mayor Cantrell is now, I believe, on the phone with us. Mayor Cantrell, you there with us?
I am here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Madam Mayor, you know, we have crews all around the city, and we are starting to see some of the impacts from Hurricane Ida manifest themselves in New Orleans. We just saw the fire department had to rescue someone from a housing collapse. We're seeing transformers down, trees down. Are these the impacts that we pretty much anticipated? And then anything else that you can add to impacts that we're seeing?
Absolutely. These are the impacts that we anticipated, no doubt about it. This experience right now is the height of what we have seen from Hurricane Ida, and we do expect this to continue in an upward of about another 2 hours or so. But we're at the heightened levels right now.
Do you have any more information about this house that collapsed? Engine 38, the fire department was there. LaSalle and Upper Line?
Sure. So the information is what you just reported. A house did collapse. They've done the rescue, and the fire department has been on the scene and responded as needed.
Is the gentleman okay? We understand they had to pull a victim out of the house.
They did, and I will alert you on the welfare of that individual once it's been confirmed. I do not want to give wrong information at this time.
Mayor Cantrell, I know that you are working in close coordination with other city agencies. Have you talked to Superintendent Ferguson? Have we heard any reports of people kind of out and about trying to take advantage of the situation? I have a neighbor in Gentilly who said that they might have experienced looting in that area, and I just didn't know if that was any kind of official report that had made it to the police or anything. Have you heard any reports of anything like that?
No official reports of any looting and or any misbehaving from residents throughout the city of New Orleans at this time. In the event that occurs, we will notify you when it's officially confirmed. But at this time, no, not at all.
Are you planning to implement a curfew?
The curfew, as it relates to the city of New Orleans, would trigger the New Orleans Police Department at this time, needing to respond to that. People need to stay inside, and I need to ensure that the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, as well as all public safety agencies, are out of harm's way. Should they need to respond, they will, but a curfew is not something that we are initiating at this time.
Mayor Cantrell, I know you're saying just people need to stay inside. What else would you tell citizens right now as we are definitely seeing and still feeling the impacts of this storm?
I will assure them that, one, this is the heightened period of Hurricane Ida. We will be experiencing the wind gusts and even rainfall over the next couple of hours. We need them to stay inside. We need them to stay away from windows. We need them to stay as connected as possible. Text NOLA Ready to 77295. Know that the city of New Orleans is prepared for a post-storm evaluation throughout the city of New Orleans, particularly Monday morning first thing, after which we've been able to assess. We will notify our people all throughout the city on what next steps need to occur based on the impacts of Hurricane Ida.
Mayor Cantrell, you know, just seeing these images from our crews stationed out throughout the New Orleans area, we're seeing a lot of power outage, but also just a lot of tree debris and tree limbs everywhere. Can you talk a little bit about, you know, just the effort afterwards to clean up and to assess that kind of damage?
Sure. So just as we've had to do post-storm previously, my administration has ensured that all contractual obligations are in place for a post-storm cleanup. Report all down trees to 311. We are making the assessments and taking that information right now. We will be engaged and available to respond to these efforts on tomorrow morning. We have absolutely gotten word of Entergy in terms of power outages that have also impacted, as we know, about 8 pumps that are now back online. We have seen some levelized flooding along the Lakeview area, but at the same time now seeing those level waters disseminate. We are also seeing and watching our canals that have taken on a great deal of water, and they are holding steady. So we are remaining engaged embedded in the EOC, and just encouraging, again, our residents to stay as abreast as possible. Stay away from down power lines. That is so critically important. We learned through Zeta, and we lost some of our people due to not complying. Stay away from down power lines, and the trees have a way of bringing down power lines as well.
They certainly do. All right, any final thoughts before we let you go?
Final thoughts are just to stay calm in the midst of this storm. This is our most significant period as we are experiencing Hurricane Ida. We will get through this. Remain calm. Stay away from those windows. Make sure, again, to text NOLA Ready 77295 for steady and real-time updates from the city of New Orleans. We'll also continue to be on social media as well, and we appreciate the work of our media partners. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Mayor Cantrell, for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so the big event and the headline coming out of this so far in the New Orleans area, the mayor says lots of trees that are down, power outages because those tree limbs and branches are coming down on the poles and the lines. So treat those lines as if they're activated, but you shouldn't be out and about right now anyway. So the mayor reiterating just to hunker down and stay indoors. First thing Monday morning, crews will be out and leaders will be out to assess the damage.
And we have seen one emergency situation with a house collapse and the fire department making a rescue. We know our first responders, our firefighters, and our police officers working, you know, very hard throughout the duration of this weather event.
And definitely all hands on deck. She said 8 pumps now back online as well. So she gave us a little update on that. So Mayor Cantrell, thank you so much for your time. Okay, now we're going to go to Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr for the latest on Hurricane Ida. Margaret?
So I am looking, somebody has asked, well, when is the eye going to be in my area? And so I wanted to give you an idea. This is the center point, and at 1 in the morning, it's expected to be about here. So that's 7 hours away. It's moving at about 10 miles an hour. So you can see the track as it moves to the northwest, just to the west of Hammond, near Walker, over towards Gonzales. So that gives you the idea of where it's going to go, and basically moving 10 miles every hour. So I'm going to clear this for a moment, and we're just going to zoom in and give you the idea of the movement. So it's going to be going right up between Laplace and Hope, and then it's going to extend to the north, moving basically over here by Rome to the east of Ponchatoula, kind of near Springville, and then to the north up towards west of Montpelier. That just gives you the idea, but in 7 hours, it's going to move at 1 o'clock up into just southwest Mississippi. So it is moving very slowly. By the way, I did get reports of winds gusting at the airport to 81 miles per hour, Bayou Bienvenue 99 miles per hour, and Wagaman 82 miles per hour. Just want to point this out. We're looking outside and it just looks awful. Heavy rain and of course a lot of wind. And then it's interesting when you look at the wind report, it's coming in as calm. So it could be the anemometer out there. 56 earlier at the airport, 46 at the lakefront. That was sustained. And yes, look, anemometer out at the airport. It's been blown out. Lakefront, though, still working at 71. And there, look at the max wind gusts so far. Lakefront 86, Kenner 83. And the rainfall totals so far, not monstrous compared to what we often have. But I've got to tell you, we do have a numerous amount of flash flood warnings in effect, and I did get reports of flooding over in Laplace. So I want to just point this up really quickly. Here is a look at the storm as it moves to the north. Now to the northeast of Houma, but Houma is in that eye wall. We do have flash flood warnings for the Houma area down towards Golden Meadow. Laplace is in that flash flood warning. So is New Orleans, just into New Orleans east. Flash flood warnings in effect for Harrison, Hancock counties. It's been a rough go over there. And then this is where we have that excessive wind warning. The wind has been howling. That's why the anemometer out over at the airport. And we are getting reportings of flooding over towards Laplace. Let me just come out wider. We're going to go to Laplace. And here you're seeing that very heavy rain, and I assume a whole lot of wind showing up there. We can check and see that rainfall rate to give you an idea. And this is heavy rain that's coming down. But the problem is it's moving over the same areas. So we have rainfall rates of a good 4 to 5.5 inches. So while in New Orleans it may not have been as bad right yet, it's plenty bad to the northwest. But this is the northern area basically of the eye wall. So they are getting the core of the winds right now, the core of the rain as well. We can also check and see how much rain they've had so far, just to kind of look at that total. And we'll come out a little wider because it's looking pretty significant. So in Laplace, where we've had reports of flooding, a rainfall total of 2.5 inches. Then we come over here to Luling, it's over 4 inches. Close to the airport, we're seeing rainfall totals of 3.5 inches. Then we go to Gentilly, and we're seeing a rainfall total of almost 5 inches, and I would imagine they're starting to get flooding there. Along the lakefront, there you're seeing 6.5 inches. Let's clear that, and we're going to look a little, wow, look at Lafitte. I mean, some serious rain has been coming down in this area. So we're going to check those rainfall totals. Lafitte, close to 6 inches, and then Jean Lafitte, 5 inches. We can look to the east over here by Ironton, close to 5 inches. Belle Chase reporting. Let's see if I can get that back up. It disappeared. Hold on. Belle Chase reporting. I can't get that. I've got to pan down for a second in order to get it. So here we are. We're going to check on Belle Chase, and they have a rainfall total of about 5 inches. So in the city, you may not think it's been too bad. There are areas that have gotten serious rain. Now, where you're seeing this purple, that's a lot of marsh. So thankfully, not as bad. But this is where we're seeing rainfall totals of over 7 inches of rain. So that's a rough go there. And then we can go farther to the south and look by Grand Isle. That's some serious rain. Art's here. Thank you so much, Art. Flash flood warning in effect for St. Tammany. You know, we have had So many flash flood warnings. So over by Grand Isle, not only did they get the storm surge, they had close to 6 inches of rain. Let's do this. We're going to go to the North Shore and check those rainfall totals. So we do have the flash flood warning in effect, and that is in effect for St. Tammany. We're seeing close to 3 inches, and then into Hancock County, it's about 4 inches of rain. So what I'm going to do is just check it out. We're going to go to different sources. Let me pop it up for you. And here it is. So you can see all of the warnings. We've got a warning over here by Houma, Terrebonne, up by Laplace. You've got it in the metro area as well. And then we can go on over to the North Shore. And this is where we're seeing that flash flood warning in effect for St. Tammany, Covington, Pearl River, and then another one again over here in South Mississippi. So plenty of rain showing up all across our area. And, you know, at times it hasn't been bad where our reporters have been, but the rain is not done, and it's starting to add up. So we all need to be mindful of that. And I did have reports of flooding over in Laplace. So there we are. And there is the center, the eye right now, with that heavy rain now moving into the Bonnie Carey Spillway. Of course, nobody's driving, I hope. And then Luling, Norco, Laplace. Significant rain is falling there right now, extending over towards Lutcher. And then another rain band, Belle Chase into New Orleans and Gentilly, and all across the lake. Gosh, I wish we had our cameras, but you know, they're all being blown out, right? With this wind. I mean, it's been gusting 82 over 100 miles per hour. But Folsom, Bush, Picayune, you're on the edge of some of this heavier rain and stronger winds moving your way. Tickfaw, you've got it. Hammond, you've got it. Madisonville, you as well. Mandeville, that's heavy rain that's occurring right now. And I can come out just a little bit wider. You know, I would be concerned about this band right here. Goche on over to Bogalusa. That's a band you'll have to watch, kind of a landfalling. Thank you so much, Art. Tornado warning. Okay, here it is. Darn. I hate it when that happens. So here we are. We've got tornado warnings in effect, 2 of them. So what we have here, we did have special marine warnings in effect at this area, and that's for potential water spouts. They're moving northwest, and so they're going to be moving on shore. So Slidell into St. Bernard, that is where you've got these tornado warnings. What we're going to do is check out, check out the shear. So you've got one really strong right now, basically heading up towards the Wrigley's, right over St. Bernard, and this is going to be moving to the northwest into Slidell this morning, in effect until 7 o'clock. Folks, moving north at 70 miles per hour. So Lake Catherine at 6:30, Slidell 6:35, Pearl River 6:50, Pearlington 6:55. That is some crazy. This stuff is moving so fast. Let me do a storm track for you. So for this one, moving northwest 70 miles per hour. Okay. So the Wrigley's 14 minutes, Lake Catherine 15 minutes, Eden Isle 23, Oak Harbor 23, Central Park 23. You don't have time to do anything, really. That's how fast it's moving. You have friends in this area, let them know that we have storms moving that way that have the potential to produce a tornado. And so you're going to have to watch this really carefully, and it often happens with these rain bands moving on shore. Now these actually look more like water spouts moving to the northwest. Let me clear this just for a second, and we're going to look at our velocity. Okay, so you're seeing the 2 areas actually. This is one area that I'm watching. It's to the east of Hopedale. Let me just look at the Barron button, not showing up well in the Barren button at all, but there it is. You can see it. So that's indicating that we've got a spin occurring. And then we've got another one. Let me see that shear showing up right in here. I'm going to do a storm track for you with this one, moving northwest 70 miles per hour. How often do you, I mean, it's going faster than I drive sometimes, okay? So Lake Catherine, 3 minutes, get ready. Hopefully you're not there. Hopefully you evacuated, right? Eden Isle, 10 minutes, Oak Harbor, 10 minutes, Central Park, 10 minutes, that's up in this area, McLean City, 10 minutes. So the real potential to have tornadoes there, they are moving so fast that I actually need to do another storm track. That's how fast they're moving, just in the time that I give you the information. You've got more. Oak Harbor now 8 minutes, Eden Isle 8 minutes, Central Park 8 minutes. So it's just moving really fast. Basically over water, but look, it's moving into the Wrigley's now. This is going to get there fast. Eden Isles, it's going to be there fast. Slidell, it's going to be there really fast. Let me clear this. We're just going to investigate it a little bit more. So you can see it. This is the area we're watching right in here. Not really over land yet, but it is approaching. Oh, and then they're just two in a row. I mean, just coming right on. And then you've got this down here too. There it is. You can see the Weather Service is watching them, and they go, yep, they need to be warned on, and they're all in a row. They're just, you know, it's that kind of situation where you've got rain bands moving on shore. We knew it was going to happen, the potential for it to happen. That's why you've got the tornado watch that's in effect. And we always talk about it. I was talking about it yesterday, that risk for tornadoes. Now, I haven't had any confirmed tornadoes, but the risk is always there in a landfalling hurricane. So I'm just going to put in the radar for a second. I'm looking at it with you, right? I don't mean to block you, but you can kind of see a spin there on the tail of it. So there it is, moving to the northwest over coastal St. Bernard. Nobody lives over here, Wyclosky and Shell Beach over here. That's all kind of marshy area. And then it's moving up through the Wrigley's right now. You can see one right here, and it's warned for that one and warned for this one. Let's look at the one that's over the Wrigley's right now, and we're going to pause it. You can hear my phone dinging. Okay, northwest 70 miles per hour. Here we are, Eden Isle 6 minutes now. Oak Harbor now 5 minutes, Central Park 5. So it's all going to be there. And in fact, we have one of our people on the desk. Her mom lives right there, so I'm looking at it. Moving northwest, and she told me to take care of her. We need to take care of you over here in Eden Isles. Hopefully you aren't there right now, but that's significant looking. Going to be there in 5 minutes. So what do? You get to the interior portion of your home, you get away from the windows, you put as many walls around you as possible, meaning you get to the interior portion of your home. You know, and in this kind of situation, pull that mattress off the bed, especially if you've got a twin bed. It's a lot easier. You can get into the bathtub. It's moving 70 miles per hour. It's going to be there in no time at all, 5 minutes. It's going to be at Eden Isles. So it's going to get there really fast, get the kids in the bathtub, put their helmets on them. You know, we just want to keep you safe. You know, it's just one of the side effects of hurricanes. And one thing I will say about hurricanes, you know, you've looked at all of these wildfires out west, you've looked at floods in other places. Bad weather happens everywhere. But with hurricanes, at least you can see them coming and you can get out of the area. That's the good news. With hurricanes, at least you can see them coming. So this right now we see coming, but it's not like you can go somewhere because we have a hurricane warning in effect. We've got high winds, we've got heavy rain. So you're stuck in your house and you've got to find that safe place in the house. Now this is Doppler indicated. You know, we know we've got to spin there. We know this happens in hurricanes and maybe we'll get lucky. I haven't had any reports of actual tornadoes, and we've had quite a few tornado warnings so far. So this is one now 3 minutes away from Eden Isles, 3 minutes away. So it's moving your way quickly, 70 miles per hour. So if you can hear me, get to your safe place. If you have friends who live there and your phone's still working and their phone's still working, let them know. Tweet them, Facebook them, let them know a tornado is moving to the northwest. By the way, I did learn how to text during Katrina, and since then, you can't keep me off my phone. Where did I put it anyway? There it is. I knew I heard it beeping. So y'all be careful. 2 minutes away now, heading towards Eden Isle. Okay, let me see what it looks like in our velocity. Kind of hard to see it with the storm track in there, so let's clear it. There it is. Hard to see because you're right up there on the radar. So we really have to go to the shear, and again, kind of hard to see. Now not looking as strong, is it because you're right up on the radar? Are we now just looking at this one, not looking as strong right there? Let's look at our Barron button. Looks like a stronger storm showing up. It's not there. Let's do a storm track on the second storm now. The first one, you may have gotten lucky. Okay. Here's the second one we're watching, moving northwest, 70 miles per hour. So that one goes to Hickory Hills in 16 minutes, River Gardens in 16 minutes, Lakewood, 16 minutes. It's a little bit more to the east of the last one, which was kind of taking it right into Eden Isles. So the potential that we could get a tornado, it's definitely showing spin. We do not like that. Trying to get rid of this. Doesn't want to clear. So there it is. Moving basically across the Mississippi Sound. I don't really see one on the south end, so that's good. It's this one that we're watching now that's moving northwest at 70, and it's going to be more on the east side of this last one. Yeah, Daniel is here. Daniel, you want to take over for a second? I've been talking a long time.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add a few things too.
Go on over. No? Okay.
I want to take over your spot.
Oh, you want me to move back? Got you. Margaret, move out the way.
I don't like how you move that way.
Move away.
So what I wanted to mention here, we do have a tornado watch that's in effect for much of the North Shore into South Mississippi and parts of the South Shore until 7 o'clock. However, just kind of based on the trends and the things that we are seeing with this, I do think we are still going to see that potential beyond that time. So I don't want you to think once that tornado watch expires, okay, we should be good with that. We still have a lot of impacts to go as we head over the next few hours with that. And so as Margaret's been mentioning, we are watching that one little area that's kind of moving across Lake Bourne heading for the Wrigley's, and then we'll be moving into parts of, say, Hancock County into St. Tammany Parish. And so we'll continue to see that threat as that rotation still kind of holding together as it's moving over the water. So at that point, there's no confirmation that we do have a waterspout or a tornado. It's sense that we are seeing this rotation embedded kind of within all these rain bands. And so that's where we are kind of seeing some quick spin ups. We've had a couple of tornado warnings today, and we could see a few more before all is said and done. As we're continuing to monitor, we've got some great technology to be able to track things and get the latest information on it to be able to pass that along to you, and so you are updated in real time and kind of have an idea of what's going on. And so you can kind of see the reflections here. And so what we want to do is kind of want to investigate what the wind speeds are kind of looking like, just kind of taking a sample just to kind of see what it's showing. And it's showing some very gusty winds at least. I mean, that's showing 103 mile per hour shear that is over the lake. And so just kind of looking at those numbers to see what kind of winds are just a little bit above the surface and what we may be working with down toward the surface. And so that's another thing that we're watching. So kind of where you see a little bit of those darker colors kind of mixing in with it, that's where you're looking at the radar as it's going towards the radar, and slide hours are going away from it. And so when you kind of see the two wrapping around each other, that's where you are getting that rotation within those upper levels of the atmosphere. Then if it mixes down to the surface and touches down, that's where you have an active tornado or waterspout. Thankfully, been checking reports and haven't seen any confirmation of that actually happening, but being that we do still have this tornado warning, of course, we want to watch this one pretty carefully over the next 20 minutes. So 6:39 right now, the tornado warning expires at 7 o'clock. So if you're watching, again, I don't see much in the way of that shear as you go down toward the southern parts of it. So I would say areas that are blinking here to your north, so that would be Pearlington, Slidell, and then Pearl River, those areas, you have a few minutes, but it's just moving 70 miles per hour, so not much time. You'll want to seek shelter in your safe room, which would be the most windowless interior room in your home. The idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible to make sure that you are staying safe in case, even on top of this, even if it's not a tornado, there's some strong winds. We've been seeing these strong winds all day, and so we'll continue to see that potential on top of it. So who's to say a tree doesn't fall in a home? And you're already in that safe spot. And so that would still protect you and your family. So what we're going to do, since we are still watching this kind of moving over the lake, again, it's moving at 70 miles per hour. And so we'll track it out. And Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr has been doing that too. But as we continue to get those scans and those updates, again, those times, the Wrigley's, we mentioned that within the next 5 minutes. And then toward Oak Harbor, 13, Central Park, McLean City. There's a big cluster of area here that could be impacted if this holds together once it moves back on shore after moving over that water. And so that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Let's look at the reflectivity, and regardless of that possible development, you're seeing all the rainfall that's moving in. You can see where the eye of this system currently is, and all of the rain we are still seeing. I still have friends asking, when can I go walk the dog? When can I go outside? And it's just not recommended right now, and at least over the next few hours as we continue to see not only these rain bands moving in, but then you get these brief spin-ups. We've had it along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. You see a couple more areas where you're seeing that heavy rainfall kind of moving on shore. We'll put it back into motion so we can kind of watch this system again. And you can just see how it's lifting from the south, circling around this hurricane. But that's where you're seeing that biggest potential, at least for those tornadoes. And so that's why we have this tornado warning until 7 o'clock. We're not seeing much in the way of hail. You don't really get that too much with tropical systems if you've been wondering about that. But what we've been, again, still looking at, and they've kind of, looks like they're fine-tuned a little bit as you look at the loop here at least, of the area that they are concerned with. And so what we're starting to see, where you have those kind of darker greens showing up again, moving a little bit closer toward back over land. And so we'll be concerned with this once it does that, kind of watch and see the development of this, how the rotation holds together once it does indeed do that. Barren button not showing that shear. What we'd want to see here, well, which you don't want to see this here, but what you would want to see here if you are looking for rotation in this impact tracker would be kind of those reds and yellows. I mean, even a little bit of those purples, but really kind of just green. And so that may be an indicator that we're weakening that shear. And so that would be good for the areas that are currently under this tornado warning. But looking at that the storm relative velocity, you can kind of pick it up a little bit better approaching the Wrigley. So I want to show you the area that I'm looking at. It's right in here where the greens and the darker color is not really red, so I don't think this is the strongest of rotation signatures, but where you see kind of that difference in color there is the area that we would be concerned with as it's moving toward the Wrigley's. There's Pearlington toward the northeast, Eden Isle over here. Just kind of putting it into motion too, so you can kind of see the evolution of it. So you see it move across and kind of looks like it's tightening a little bit once it gets into that frame, but generally kind of moving off in this direction. So may pass just a little bit toward the west of Pearlington, if not just near it. So areas there, hopefully you're in your safe spot now as we have this potential for a tornado to form or a waterspout, because it is currently over land. But right now we haven't had any kind of an indication of that. You can still kind of see though the rain kind of wrapping around there. So that is concerning as we watch this moving on shore. But regardless, you're seeing the heavy rain, the heavy winds, very strong winds. We've been having hurricane force winds across our area. What I want to do is switch it on over to our Max 2 system if we can. Actually, I can do that. I don't need you to. Isn't that great? Technology, I can do this here and show you kind of what we're talking about here. Because again, what I wanted to highlight here is that tornado watch. So the area in red's the tornado warning. That tornado watch is set until 7 o'clock. It includes our North Shore and parts of our South Shore counties, so the parishes, excuse me, from Jefferson to Plaquemine, St. Bernard, Orleans, and then our counties in Mississippi. So Pearl River, Hancock, and then Harrison heading toward Gulfport, Biloxi. We've seen several tornado warnings in those areas. And so now a little bit closer into Louisiana. This is our first tornado warning that includes southeast Louisiana. And so getting a little bit closer to where the center of the system is. And so I think we'll still see these impacts as we head at least over the next several hours and as the system continues to lift off toward the north. So looking at current wind speeds, you can kind of use this as a guide too. If these winds pick up very suddenly over towards Slidell. Right now it's 21 miles per hour, 46 at the lakefront, 56 at Kenner. We're losing more and more sites down toward the South Shore. That is not a good look as these powerful winds continue to move toward the north. And so these are the measurements now that we can give you. Kenner again 56, Lakefront 46, Gulfport 43. And then with the wind gusts, we have to monitor those too. It's been hurricane force. Right now you're not seeing that in Kenner. You had 80+ mile per hour wind gust earlier. It's 71 now at the lakefront, still 60 over toward Gulfport. You see the flow coming in, the water getting pushed on shore, flooding concerns. On top of the water getting pushed, this rain is not really stopping. And so that's where we're seeing the concerns there. And the winds have been picking up on the North Shore. As the system's been lifting a little bit more now toward the north, you're going to start to see greater impacts across the North Shore. Hasn't seen too much for the most part today, but now as we continue through these evening hours, we are going to see that. I did want to mention the extreme wind warning. Looks like they've dropped it. It was after until 6:30, so that was dropped. So that is certainly good news as we're kind of reviewing everything that's going on right now. So still some powerful winds that are going to be moving in, but nice to see that that has been dropped. With our advisory at 6 o'clock, it did weaken back to a Category 3. Still winds of 125 miles per hour, though. We'll see what happens with our 7 o'clock update, which we should be getting within the next 10 minutes or so, usually by 7 o'clock. Usually a couple of minutes before 7 o'clock is when we usually get that update. And then it's moving toward the north, 1 a.m. It's near St. Helena Parish, and so we still got several hours before it's coming out of our area. And so what you can see here, all the green areas are still our flood warnings that are continuing. So that is still includes down toward Galliano over toward Houma. You can see where now that center of it is lifting toward the north into St. James near St. Charles Parish. And so a bit more of a northerly component. It's north-northwest at 10. And so I know that track kind of went a little bit more toward the west, but may need to be adjusted a little bit more toward the north. May include more of Hammond, Tangipahoa Parish area and into Livingston as this mainly northerly component continues as we head into the rest of the evening. And so that would mean the strongest winds moving into those areas along I-55, Manchac, Rudock areas. You would be impacted, Laplace, with the more powerful winds that are moving in. And so again, just kind of zooming in to Solomons, you've right in the center of the eye currently, lifting through your area. That wraparound moisture still plaguing Thibodaux down toward Houma, Galliano, still some of those rain bands moving in for you there. Again, we've been looking at some rainfall estimates, and it was over 5 inches at one point, and so that's what is prompting these flash flood warnings, and you can see that still continues, includes the Lockport area over toward LaRose as this heaviest of rain starting to lift out, but then still plaguing the rest of the South Shore closer toward the lake. From Laplace into the New Orleans metro area, New Orleans East has been seeing a lot of rainfall as well. Then over towards St. Bernard Parish, Chalmette, Violet, you've had some pretty heavy rainfall as well, as those totals have been in the 2 to 3.5 inch range just within an hour. And so this is what we're seeing. There is, you can start to see that eye lifting into St. John the Baptist Parish. So Laplace, Hanville, you're going to start to really see it's coming down right now over toward the Hanville area. So this is the dangerous, very dangerous part of the storm for you now, moving into your area. And we'll be crossing I-10 over the next several hours. And then St. Bernard Parish, that heavy rainfall. There's the tornado warning. Again, I think mainly heading toward the Slidell area. And then we continue to kind of see these rain bands moving in. Still areas that have been impacted since early this morning from Ida. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to kind of check back on what's happening with our tornado warning. And so just wanted to show you what's going on, where the center of that system is. And now let's check on what's happening with this system as this tornado warning is going for another 10 minutes. And so we're going to investigate what that rotation is looking like. And again, it's not too clear on our velocity scans. I'm just going to check all of our scans that we have here. So a lot of different areas where you can kind of check out what's going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere. That kind of gives us an idea of what's going down at the surface. And so now kind of those colors passing just toward the west, as I mentioned, of Pearlington, looked like it was kind of on that track. And so areas that it's going to be crossing, I think where the best rotation is right there near White Kitchen, and then would be heading near the River Oaks area. And so that would be the area of my greatest concern right now. And so the Pearlington area is in Hancock County. And then notice Slidell still included in that tornado warning. So something that we'll have to watch carefully, passing, going to be passing pretty close to you, but not that much of a signature showing up. But then another little area back here where you're kind of seeing that same thing happening. And so what's going on is we're seeing these rain bands that are moving in, and they can, as we've mentioned, cause those spin ups pretty quickly. And so that's one little bitty area, but it can cause a tornado to form in these tropical systems. And so along I-10, Gulfport heading toward Pascagoula, you're still seeing some of that rainfall moving in. And then just kind of a wide area continues with that heavy rainfall in the New Orleans metro area, the West Bank, over toward Kenner and Metairie, down toward Des Allemands. You're still just seeing some torrential downpours with this system. And so this is still a very dangerous situation for all of us, even those not under the tornado warning. I mean, we've seen those wind gusts. We're still seeing the hurricane force wind gusts across much of our South Shore, and that is going to be lifting into the North Shore as we head into the night. And so still plenty of hours of activity going to be happening in our area. 6:51 now, and still no confirmation that we do have a tornado. And when I don't have new information to give you, that is certainly some good news. But the reason why we kind of stick with this is in case we do have that information, we can share it with you very quickly. And so just kind of zooming in here and letting you know the other areas, because when you're under that tornado warning, your phones will go off most of the time. And so then you're like, okay, well, what's going on? So that does include a large portion of St. Tammany Parish, from Slidell to Audubon Place Plaza, toward Alton, Pearl River, and then up toward the Audubon area of St. Tammany Parish. And so this is a large area because it's moving so quickly, 70 miles per hour. We'll put another track on it too, so we can give a few more locations of where this is going. So where I think the best rotation is now, we'll see it right up in here, and we'll put it out. It goes past the tornado warning box, and you know, lots of locations popping up here. River Gardens, Audubon Place Plaza, Heritage Subdivision, Hickory Hills, and Ozone Pines within the next few minutes. And so that is still a concern if you live in those areas where we are seeing that possibility for a tornado. Coming back here just to kind of check what's happening here, and we still have that tornado watch in effect.
It's been extended until 6 o'clock tomorrow.
There we go.
I was just putting that up for you.
Nice. Okay, thank you so much, Margaret. So that's what I was talking about, that concern for that tornado watch to be extended because of what we're seeing. I mean, we're still seeing tornado warnings. The original watch was going to expire in just about 8 minutes. Along with the same tornado warning that's in effect, but that has now been extended. And so we'll continue to see that threat for spin-ups in these rain bands, in addition to the water getting pushed on shore, the storm surge, the dangerous winds, and of course the flooding that is ongoing across our area. So again, want to highlight those areas that are under that flash flood warning. And so you can see, at least with this last kind of loop here within the past couple of hours, you're seeing that heaviest rain. You've been plagued by the eye wall for quite a while between Houma and La Rose and down toward Galliano. So you're starting to see that lift, hopefully going to give you at least a little bit of time to drain. This flash flood warning in effect until 9:30. And then down toward Galliano, still seeing some rain bands moving in. Margaret, you've got something?
Well, I just wanted to know if you'd like a break, and I was going to move in if you wanted to. Thank you. 6 feet away. You know, we enjoy working with each other. Okay, so I did want to point out where we have got that tornado watch in effect. And here it is. It's showing up now, you know, through 6 o'clock tomorrow. Basically, Hammond, Washington, St. Tammany, Plaquemine, St. Bernard, and all the way to the east along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And that's because of the hurricane that is, of course, moving on shore. And it's on the east side that you've got the potential to have those tornadoes. So I'll just point this out. Here is a look at the eye now. And it, you know, it's kind of looking like it's moving more north than it is to the north-northwest. Let me see if I can zoom in on this one. There is a look at the eye, and Laplace. Good chance it could move up between Laplace. Oh, what do you have? Oh, thank you. Art's here. Yes, this is the latest. Northwest at 10, max winds 120. So the wind coming down, 120 is still plenty strong. The pressure, 944 millibars. And there is the eye right there, moving to the north, and we've got more.
Another tornado warning.
Another tornado warning. Do you want to go to the wall for a second, and I will show everybody where everything is going on. Hold on, I'm going to put the shear up for, gosh, I mean, look at all of this. Let me clear that a moment. So there you can see the warnings, and they're in effect until 7:30 now. You want to take it? All right, let's put Storm Tracker behind him. And there is a look at the warnings.
So now it just it includes a much larger area now, Margaret. So you see up toward Picayune. So if your phones are going off, there is that potential for some rotation. And so that's what we are looking at. Several of these areas that are continuing to move toward the northwest, and it's moving so fast. You see she's putting the track on there. This one, 65 miles per hour? Yep.
65.
That's too fast. So Pearl River in 3 minutes. And so if you're in Pearl River and you're sitting there and going, well, it's not here yet, it'll be here very quickly. So that's where you need to move into your safe place inside your home, most windowless interior room, until these storms pass. You may not have to wait long because these are moving so fast. And then turn up the volume. You can listen to us because we can let you know when the all clear is issued. But we are still seeing this area here. I think that's the one I was watching a little bit earlier that I said was just off toward the southeast. We may need to watch that one. It was that small area of rainfall that could spawn a tornado. I think that is the one that has spawned that tornado warning. Stennis Space Center, 14 minutes. Morgan Bluff, 16. Magnolia Forest in 17 minutes. So yeah, this is that little area that I was watching. And now that one also responsible for a tornado warning that's in effect for until 7:30. And so just looking through the velocity scans too, see a little bit there. She's circling it where you have that rotation that's going to be moving back over land. And so You get these happening pretty often in these tropical systems here in southeast Louisiana, coming off the water, able to spin up pretty quickly. And so that's what we're looking at on top of that 7 o'clock advisory that we just got in with Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr talking about that. And as it's been looking like, and I wanted to agree with you that it looks like it's moving a little bit more toward the north. And so we're seeing that happening now. And so that's some concern later down the line for other areas. It's a little bit different than what the forecast track has right now, Margaret.
It sure is. So there it is, a little bit of a wobble. Looks like it's moving a bit more to the north. And what we're watching are these rain bands that Daniel's been pointing out. Look, there's that one right to the south. It's going to be moving on shore. That's the one that prompted the other tornado warning heading into Hancock County and eventually possibly Pearl River County. So we've been watching these rain bands. They are the ones that have prompted all of the tornado warnings, but there's still that risk even in the metro. I mean, we've kind of gotten lucky not having them here, but definitely occurring all along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So as you look at this, I just want you to notice how the wind is flowing. This is what's pushing the water to the north, and you still have high winds over here along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Let's just zoom in. Well, we can come on over and zoom in on our storm tracker. So there is the eye, looking pretty healthy, right? Let's investigate it. And you can see well to the east, this is where we've got all of those tornado warnings. There's the one moving on shore that prompted it. Look, Daniel was pointing it out to you. Here's Picayune, Bay St. Louis, kind of right in here, just to give you the perspective. And then we've got this big line of rain moving up across St. Bernard Parish and the Slidell Twin Span. Again, hopefully nobody is there. Very heavy rain in the metro. You know, I just have to point this out, but for a moment, we are going to investigate what's happening. So I want to just look at this eye for a moment and get an idea of how big it is. So this eye is actually smaller than when it made landfall. When it made landfall, it was more 15 to 16 miles. Now it's 12 miles across. And look at this heavy rain, Laplace to Norco and Luling. This is significant. So we're going to check those rainfall rates, and it's coming down. Look, Laplace, 4 inches, Norco, 7 inches, Luling, close to 7 inches, near the airport, 5 inches. So here we are, Laplace, almost 5. Norco over 7, Luling almost 7, and the airport close to 5. Can you see that? Let me go over here and I'll show you. And then Daniel, if you could help me, because I want to be able to see the rainfall totals. So here we are, we're looking at the rainfall rate, and it is significant from Luling up through Laplace over towards the airport. This is on the northeast side of the eye wall, of the eye. There's the eye. So this is basically the eye wall. Daniel, can we get an idea of just how much rain has fallen? So we are seeing it add up, 6 to almost 7 inches south of, that must be Harahan or so, Luling, 6, almost 7 inches. Norco, look, you've got 5.5 inches. North of Luling, that's 5 inches. So we have got a lot of rain that's falling, and it's beginning to collect. Over towards Laplace, I did have reports of flooding, and I'm not surprised, but they even haven't had as much as Booty and Luling. Then you look to the south, oh yeah, down here by Grand Isle, I was looking at this earlier, so not only did they have that incredible storm surge, they had a good 6 inches of rain. Okay, so in St. Tammany we do, if we could go to St. Tammany, Daniel, in St. Tammany we do have that tornado warning that is still in effect. and it's for the southeast portion of St. Tammany. There it is. Also just into Pearl River. There's Pearlington. This is where it's looking a little dicey, right there by Pearl River. Look, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell because we're so close.
Yeah.
Maybe if you could, who do we have on the line? Okay, Mike Cooper is on the phone. So let's just put the radar up for a second, and we're looking at St. Tammany. Mike, I've been so concerned about you and all of the people of St. Tammany. You can see how you've got this incredible rain band that's moving through. I know the wind is blowing, and I'm sure the water is rising. And you also have, of course, this tornado warning. Did it just get canceled? No. Yep. Was it canceled? Can you put it on current?
The first one expired at 7.
Okay, the first one expired. Mike, what is the situation now?
Thank you, Margaret and Daniel. Yes, thank you for sharing the tornado warning with us, and we're very concerned. And knowing that we're in the northeast quadrant of the hurricane, that we could expect some tornadoes and some tornadic action. So thank you for sharing this with us. But we are very concerned about the Slidell area, Pearl River, Tallahassee, Sun, and Bush, which is in that cone for the tornadoes.
Mike, the other thing I'm very concerned with, storm surge. What is the situation on surge? Slidell, Mandeville, Madisonville?
Yes, we're experiencing the storm surge as expected along Lake Pontchartrain on the North Shores. Water has come into our neighborhoods in the low-lying areas in Slidell, Lacombe, across Lake Shore Boulevard in Mandeville, and in the Gust Island area as well. So we are getting what has been expected. Of course, our weather continues to deteriorate over here on the North Shore.
I know it does. In fact, we have the radar up, and we've got heavy rain bands that are moving in all across St. Tammany Parish. You are really in the position where you're going to get more wind, more rain, and you are going to have that risk for tornadoes. Has any of the water gotten into businesses and homes?
I do not have that. We have not been able to assess that at this time, but I would suspect that under circumstances like this before, businesses along Lakeshore Boulevard in Mandeville and homes that are not raised have received water.
Do you know how high the water is? Is it 3, 4, 5 feet?
It's still surging, and I do not have that exact information. We have not been able to ascertain that. We are experiencing outages too. Our power outages at CLECO, which is our main provider, is over 70,000 meters out, and Washington St. Tammany is over 1,400 customers out. So we've got widespread power outages here in St. Tammany Parish.
And I believe you will get more. As I look at the radar, I'm just seeing more and more bands of heavy rain move in. And what's interesting, the eye now just to the south of LaPlace, as it moves northward, you're going to get more of this heavy rain, and you're also going to get those stronger winds. What about trees down? Any indication of trees down or homes damaged from the wind, or is it just too early to say?
We do know of downed trees. We have a call-in number with call takers from Public Works here at our Emergency Operations Center, and we are receiving calls for trees down, and we're recording that so that we're able to hopefully mobilize in the morning to remove those trees that are down. But yes, we have trees down, and we know that this is just the beginning of what we're going to experience.
So my other concern, do we know if the trees are just blocking roads and streets and that type of thing, or do we have any on top of homes?
It's a combination.
Right.
We do have some in yards and some blocking streets. and some power lines are down. So again, we're just getting the brunt of it now, and we're hunkering down and with the expectation of heavier wind gusts and rain bands as the night goes on.
Mike, I always appreciate talking with you. I wish you the best, that everyone there stays safe, and that you don't have extreme damage. You know, during Katrina, I needed to get back to my home, and we went through Covington and Mandeville, put a boat in and crossed the lake so that we could go and inspect our home and get out books and school supplies for my kids. But
16 years ago, right?
Yep.
16 years ago.
16, yeah. Time flies, but I saw all of the damage in Mandeville with all of the boats and everything piled up and all of the trees and all of that. So thankfully, this is not a Katrina, but it's going to cause a whole lot of problems, and I wish y'all all the best.
Well, thank you, Margaret. We're praying for the protection and safety of our citizens, and we thank you for covering this and covering this for us and keeping us informed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike Cooper, St. Tammany Parish President. So now we're still looking at this tornado warning, right? It just won't go away. Here it is. We've got this band of rain that's moving to the northwest, individual storms moving northwest 65 miles per hour, earlier 70 miles per hour. So any way you slice it, it's moving fast. Daniel, can we do a storm track on this storm now moving northwest? Maybe look at the shear to get a good idea of where it's centered now. So there it is, just to the north of Pearlington, really northeast of Pearlington. So there it is, 65 miles per hour. You did that a lot faster than I did. I'm kind of getting it exactly right. So Pearl River, 8 minutes. Hickory, 10. When I see Audubon, I always think of Audubon Park, but Audubon, 10. Picayune, 13 minutes. This thing is moving so fast. Look, it's going to be moving up towards Sun, towards Waldheim. But in time, they tend to diminish. So it's really initially, when it first moves on shore, that you've got that better chance for it to develop. And it's looking mean. Okay, you read it.
So just kind of zooming in to kind of give a few more locations here, because this is going to be crossing closer. It's just to the north of Pearlington. So that's Point Road, State Highway 604. And so we're looking at Shuttle Parkway and South Canal Road as we head into probably the next 5 to 10 minutes, and so not much time there. There's the Stena Space Center. Looks like it will pass maybe just toward the west of it as it's moving to the northwest at 65 miles per hour, but still included in that tornado warning. Not safe until that moves past there.
Maybe you could do another storm track, and Art, let me know there's another tornado warning just northeast of Biloxi. So there it is. It's really over towards Mobile and north of Pascagoula. We do have Washington Parish President Ned Thomas on the phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Richard Thomas. Okay, I'm sorry. Richard, no problem. We're looking up at Washington Parish, seeing Bogalusa, Franklinton. You've got a tornado warning just possibly into the parish almost, but that storm is going to be moving your way. So what is your situation? I mean, we were expecting winds of 30 to 50 miles per hour, locally heavy rain on the order of 7, maybe 10 inches, and you haven't gotten that much rain, but I know you've had wind. So I would imagine trees down, power lines down. What is the situation?
Well, we don't have as many. We've only had 32-mile-an-hour gusts, as reported from OEC. And it's been kind of a steady rain, nothing, gushing or anything like this. So, but we're expecting as the weather moves closer to us, it kind of made that exact northerly turn. It's really got us nervous. And, of course, we're doing pretty well. We have all our equipment staged for, hopefully it'll be better tomorrow, when we get up. and we know it's going to be a while, but and we're expecting some of these same things you said earlier, you know, with the far 80 to 90 mile an hour winds and of course a lot of rain, you know. So thankfully our rivers are down, which helps a lot, you know.
That does help a lot, but you are going to get some of that heavier rain, thankfully not over you. I'm looking at the wind gusts right now. They're 30 miles per hour. I'm wondering, Daniel, can you see what the highest wind gust has been over there? He's got a great graphic, and we're going to check on that in just a moment. But look, Washington Parish just getting the rain right now. Have you had any trees down? Do you have the power outages?
No, yes, ma'am. We have 215 total. That's with the 3 power companies that we have. We have 215 total. That was at 6 p.m.
Oh, well, that's
so
good.
we do have some power outages. Now, we've just had a couple trees in the town of Franklinton. My transportation supervisor, none of these hadn't got any reports of them crossing roads or anything down like that. We are expecting this to happen, though. We're expecting power lines to go down. We're expecting trees to go down. But it hasn't happened yet.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, Richard. That's wonderful. So the track kind of brings it to the north. Daniel, can we put the track up just a second? That track is moving a little bit more north, and I'm seeing it go possibly somewhere right in here. So if we could go to our graphics, there you can see it's showing a little bit more to the west, but I'm not convinced because both Daniel and I have seen a little bit more of a northward move. So here you are in Washington Parish, and you look at the cone that only tells you where the center is, does not tell you impacts. And certainly when you look at this and then you look at all of the rain associated with it, we can go back and there is a look at the rain. Yep. All moving to the north, and you are going to be on the east side of it. So up here in Washington Parish, yes, you're going to get that. And look, it's all down here. It's over the lake now. It's over St. Tammany. So as the storm slowly moves north, it's now approaching Reserve, it's going to be moving right up here to Washington. Granted, heaviest is going to be over Tangipahoa Parish. They're the ones who are going to get the heavier rain on the North Shore. But for you, you are going to get heavy rain. And, you know, you're going to have the potential for tornadoes. You can see that with this band of rain. But to me, Richard, it looks like you're kind of in a waiting mode. And you've been fairly fortunate so far.
So far we have, yes, ma'am. We know it's going to go downhill in a little while. It won't be many more hours when we know what happened with, you know, the reporting we've been getting from you know, that it's just slowed down so seriously. It's really scary, you know, that it slowed down like that.
I agree with you.
We realize that we're being prepared, especially for the western side of the parish, that we could be getting some pretty rough winds. And, of course, a lot of rain being on the east side of this thing. That brings in the rain, we know.
Yeah, and the potential for tornadoes. Richard, I really wish everybody in Washington Parish the best. Please stay safe. And we're going to visit with you again, and I hope you can report that things have not been too bad.
I hope so. Thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it. We watch it religiously.
Richard, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I do have some bad news to report. Here in Orleans Parish, completely without power, unless you've got a generator. We've got a generator here at the station. So all of Orleans Parish is without power. So that's the pits, right? And I'm sure it's going to take a while to get it going. It's just all of this wind. Highest wind gust I saw in the city, I saw 83 miles per hour. Daniel, did you see anything else higher?
No, I've got 83. I've got 86 over toward the lakefront.
Okay, so there it is, 83, 86. Those are our highest wind gusts. But, you know, let's face it, that can take out a lot of things. So big concerns for that. Let's go back to Storm Tracker, and we're just going to look at what's happening right now. Of course, we still have this tornado warning. It's in effect until 7:30. My watch has died. But there you can see it moving to the northwest, 65 miles per hour. Let's look at that shear. Looks like it's just to the southwest of Picayune, and there may be another. Yep, look, I thought there was another one to the south. I mean, we are just never going to be done with these things. But this is the one that initiated the warning. You can see it just to the south of Picayune. And then we can do a storm track on it, moving to the northwest, 65 miles per hour. Not that way, but that way. That happens when you're working really fast. And I'm saying, gee, Daniel, I want a storm track going this way. And there it is, Nicholson, 5 minutes. Honeyfield, 18 minutes. Sun, 18 minutes. How do you say that? Chinquapah? Wait. I have to see. Oh, Chinqua. I don't know. You're going to have to text me or tweet me and let me know. Maybe don't let it go so fast so that I don't have to pronounce it. So there it is. Seeing a little bit of it, I preferred the shear better. I think it shows it a little bit better. There it is, and then another one that may prompt another tornado warning. So moving northwest, but let's zoom in a little bit tighter, because what I have been noticing is as it moves in, it generally diminishes some. That's on Old Highway 11, and it's still looking pretty strong, right? Like, good. Let's come out wider and show that. See how it looked bigger, it looked more ominous, and then it kind of dies down a bit as it moves to the northwest, but you could still have something there. What's that highway?
Old Highway 11.
Okay, that is Old Highway 11.
And it's about to cross 59.
Okay, so that would be bad. But, you know, are people driving right now?
Oh, yeah, that's true. They shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be, but, you know, that doesn't mean they aren't. So, again, about to cross Highway 59. So that's a situation. Let's do another storm track, but leave out that city, because I can't say it. 65 miles per hour. Good, do 64. Good, not there. Tallahassee, 12 minutes. Sun, 18 minutes. Waldheim, 19. Lees Creek, 23. Plainview, 26. And then look, it's shooting up. Look at how fast it's moving. So again, you get to the interior portion of your home. You get away from the windows. You can put a mattress over you. When my kids were little, I kept a mattress in the downstairs bathtub so that they could just get in there. All right, we've got, beg your pardon, who is it? Greg Cromer is on the line. Slidell Mayor Greg Cromer. Let's go to Slidell, Daniel, and show the radar. And we've got Slidell Mayor Greg Cromer on the line. You're getting pounded right now. You've got wind, you've got rain. How is it? How would you describe it?
Well, we're getting hammered pretty good right now. The rain bands have been building up over us, and we've not really had any problems with water today in the streets or anything, but in the past hour, we've had several reports of water starting to stack up in the streets. Wind's blowing pretty good. We've got trees around several places around town that are blocking roads, and we're not sending crews out at this point to do any clearing. We did that earlier with some trees, but the winds have picked up to the point that we've taken everybody off the streets at this point.
Yeah, they're just too strong, and you really shouldn't be out there. What about power outages?
Up until probably the past hour and a half, most of our community had power. Two small neighborhoods I'm aware of had lost power earlier in the day, but in the past hour, I know of 3 different places, big neighborhoods. My home and country club, that north side of town, lost power over in Cross Gates and out in the landings. Those areas have lost power, so I'm assuming that there's significant power outage particularly on the north side where we were just under that tornado warning.
And in fact, it still looks like you are. Is Slidell in that tornado warning? No? Okay.
I believe it was in the earlier warning.
Okay, because it's showing up as being kind of close.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's just on the northeast side, the storm that we've been watching. Here it is. Here's Slidell. Yeah, so it's just moved. You've just moved it up to the north as the storm moves to the northwest. So the highest sustained wind I just saw 24. Daniel, did you see a higher wind over in Slidell? It's got to be higher than that.
Gusting,
49.
It's gusting to 49 right now.
Yeah, so the wind is gusting to 49 right now, and there is a 71-mile-per-hour wind at the lakefront. So all of that is moving up to the north. So you're going to get more of that strong wind. Here's Slidell. Let's just come out a little bit wider because I want to see at the lakefront the storms there. All right, so you've got these storms that are moving to the northwest. These are moving northwest. So, Mayor, you're going to get a pretty good storm very soon. And, Daniel, I'm wondering, are we seeing any rotation with these storms just to the south of Slidell? A little bit farther to the south. So we're going to have to watch that for you, Mayor. Get ready. It's really just begun. I would expect you to have more power outages. You're going to get more rain. If you're just beginning to see water in the streets, you should actually see a little bit more as you got more of this rain moving to your north. So please be safe.
We're expecting this to last for another 6 to 8 hours, I would expect.
Greg, that's about right, because it's going to take a while for the system to move to the north and out, and then we're going to kind of get the tail as it moves more to the northeast in time. So we're not done with this. It's going to be an overnight event. So again, please stay safe.
Thank you very much, Margaret.
And thanks for visiting with us.
Yes, ma'am. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. We still have a tornado warning. There it is, including Pearl River to Bush. This is not looking bullish, but Daniel, what's to the south of there? A little bit more, I
think it's more clutter. It looks more,
yeah, that looks like clutter
the Slidell radar there, it kind of, and it's moving, the Slidell radar is moving to the Hammond site. So I think that would give us better information later down the road too, so you don't kind of have that conflict there.
Right, can you do a time lapse? You know, just put it into motion for the 15 minutes. So this was one. And it looks to me like it's dissipated. Now, whether there's something else developing to the south, but that's not looking real bullish. This is looking more bullish to the south. What's over Lake Bourne, moving up through New Orleans east over I-10 and then into the lake. So that is the next area to watch.
I know we're going to continue to kind of see these kind of things with the rain bands as we go through the night. That's why the tornado watch was extended. That's what we're going to continue to see as this system is moving so slow. We'll continue to see kind of that chance for more tornadoes to form. That's why that was extended. I did want to point something out, though. We had some wind gusts up toward Hammond, 45 miles per hour, but did get in a report that near Southeastern University, some trees had fallen, blocking the street after some gusty winds moved through. And so now with the North Shore, how a lot of the activity's been down toward the South Shore, we're starting to see more of that activity impacting you there on the North Shore. So if you haven't seen too much happening, you know, we talked to a lot of officials between Washington Parish, St. Tammany, and even toward Tangipahoa Parish. You're going to start to see things going downhill pretty quickly as we progress through the rest of these evening hours. Still 71-mile-per-hour wind gust over toward the lakefront. And then what me and Margaret have been talking about, what's going to be interesting as we see these future updates with Hurricane Ida, is its track. Because, so let's walk you through this. Let's take a look at what's kind of going on with it right now. Still haven't forgotten about the tornado warning. It expires in 3 minutes, but as we saw that rotation kind of diminish, we'll kind of investigate that here in just a couple minutes. So look, as we're kind of watching this, it may be wobbling a bit. So you kind of see it moving north and then maybe now kind of more that little turn toward the northwest. And so near Laplace, so it's going to be passing right near or just over Laplace. And so you've really got that heavy rain band moving in, the gustiest winds. And so this is becoming the worst part of the storm for you over towards St. John the Baptist Parish into St. Charles, really getting hammered from De Solomon's and then heading up the parish and so toward the lake. And so as we see this slowly moving, it's northwest at 10 miles per hour. The intensity still holding 120 mile per hour winds. And so the slow movement not really weakening it very quickly this evening. And so we're still seeing kind of these impacts. And so basing that kind of on the track, this was the forecast at 7 o'clock, and see how it's kind of got that more northwest rather than due north. And it's it's updated to northwest, so now kind of showing that maybe it is turning a little bit more, and that's kind of what we saw now with that radar imagery. So we're really gonna have to watch this closely. If it does kind of go on this track, goes right across Livingston Parish, and so Albany area, that's where I graduated from high school, Albany, you're gonna get some of those heaviest winds moving into your area, and I think parts of Tangipahoa Parish as well, near Hammond, where I grew up. And so this is starting to affect my hometown as we head over the next several hours. 1 a.m. winds of 75 miles per hour as it's up towards St. Helena Parish. So right now it's 7:30. By 1 o'clock, quick math in my head, 5.5 hours. It's going to be moving between there and here. And so you've got 5.5 hours now, really, of where you're going to still see more of that water getting pushed across St. Tammany into Tangipahoa Parish, where you're going to have those rain bands setting up and really dumping a lot of rainfall on you. Then once it gets up here, you still get some of that wraparound moisture, as we've been seeing down toward Thibodaux and Galliano. Those areas have been getting that part of it as it's been lifting up toward the north. So unfortunately, still a long ways to go with this system as we're monitoring the winds picking up. And that's kind of another thing you can do, where when we have these tornado warnings and it's near the Slidell area, you can kind of look at if the winds are picking up. And sustained winds right now 24 miles per hour. It's 46 over toward the lakefront, 56 there in Kenner. And so we are continuing to see those winds picking up. And unfortunately, as we've mentioned too, no reports for now. Homa, Belle Chase, Galliano, and Buras. And so we do lose that bit of information. And so all we can go on is what we have here and then kind of some radar estimates. And so that is what's happening right now. And we'll continue to see these wind gusts kind of well into the night. Here we are at 9:30, and it's still showing the possibility for 100 mile per hour wind gusts in Kenner. See how it's picking up toward the North Shore. 73 Hammond, 64 Slidell, Bogalusa, Washington Parish. Hasn't seen too much happening for you today, but I do expect that activity to increase as this continues to move off toward the north. Even as you try to go to bed tonight without electricity for most of us, you're still going to be hearing that wind howl. You're still going to be hearing the rain falling. And hopefully we'll see those minimal impacts overnight and then get a better idea of what's happened in those nighttime hours once we get some daylight going into your Monday morning. Didn't quite feel like a weekend. I had to really think about what the day was, because when you have these systems moving in through your weekend, just kind of doesn't feel like it. So unfortunately, that's what we had this weekend, hoping for better weather next weekend. And so as we get into the afternoon, I think that's when we can start to see these winds coming down a bit, 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts. We're still going to see some rainfall wrapping in behind it. So I know those along the immediate coast where you had the most damage with those 130 plus mile per hour winds, you're still going to have to watch out for some pretty heavy rainfall as we go into Tuesday morning. And then the flooding potential as well, still looking at those higher totals. And now as this continues to update, you can see where the highest totals are now moving to, showing the possibility for 10 more inches in the Hammond area, 7 to 8 between the lakefront and Slidell, 6 for Bogalusa, over 5 inches for Gulfport and Biloxi. This is just one model run. You can have some higher isolated totals than that. So as we continue to see kind of all this rain moving in, that's what we are looking at. And as I'm looking back at where we're looking at that tornado warning, it has expired. So that is some good news. The only tornado warning over toward the Alabama line. So we will go back to our Barron storm tracker system. And so you can see what we'll be kind of looking at here. Just kind of want to let you know that as we continue to watch these rain bands moving in, you see another little area over Lake Borgne. So how is that going to hold up as it moves over parts of New Orleans east? And so we'll have to be here watching that and other areas for possible tornado warnings. And so that is what we are looking at right now. And of course, we'll continue to provide these updates for you. We're here for you through the end of this system. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thank you so much for that long and extended coverage of tornado warnings. We really appreciate it.
And I have to say, you and Margaret have certainly stayed on top of it and you know, kept us informed in real time as the situation was happening and things developing. Also talking to the parish presidents in the affected area in real time. We certainly appreciate your knowledge and expertise with this coverage. Time now 7:32 in Orleans Parish. We are certainly feeling the impacts from Hurricane Ida. We had talked about all the coastal communities and what every other community is feeling, but in New Orleans, ain't no lights. The lights are out in New Orleans. Seriously, we got an update from Entergy that pretty much said because of catastrophic damage to the transmission lines or system that there are no lights right now for residents in Orleans Parish. And when you hear something like that, you automatically know it's going to be a while before the lights are back on in the city.
That's right. To the Entergy NOLA transmission, some catastrophic damage has been reported as a result. Nobody in Orleans Parish right now has power. If you do, it is because of your generator.
Absolutely, and that includes at big downtown hotels. I've been talking to several people in hotels downtown. They're telling me that their lights are out. In some hotels, they have provided glow sticks for residents of the hotel or guests of the hotel, if you will, to be able to see. At one hotel, I got a report that the generator came on for a second, but it went back off because it couldn't handle the load of what, you know, of powering the hotel. And so people certainly are expressing some concern, particularly as we enter the nighttime hours and there's no power. And we don't know how long that's going to be the case. Beyond the power situation in Orleans Parish, we're also getting updates on schools. Both Orleans and Jefferson Parish schools have extended their school closures now. They will both be closed Monday and Tuesday. And, you know, and we don't even know if that will be extended. But for now, Monday and Tuesday, full closures of NOLA Public Schools and Jefferson Parish. They certainly have made those announcements. If you can hear us, if you're listening to us, hopefully your devices are charged up because this is going to be a long night.
It sure is, Gina. Right now, the total number of customers from Entergy without power, 621,000 customers, a little more than 621,000 customers. And in Orleans Parish, as we were talking about, nobody in Orleans right now has power. So it's about 100, it says here, 176,000 customers without power. In Jefferson Parish, the Kerner Swing Bridge in Lafitte was hit by a barge. So any residents who may still be in Lafitte, you're advised not to attempt to drive on the bridge because officials believe it is not structurally sound. So at this point, it's a very dangerous situation with the Kerner Swing Bridge in Lafitte hit by a barge, very vulnerable out there in Jefferson Parish. And again, as you mentioned, Gina, even schools are extending their closures to Tuesday.
And in St. Bernard Parish, we're getting some reports from St. Bernard that said there are several, as many as 22 barges on the loose in St. Bernard Parish. So when we have an opportunity, we want to check in with our folks down there to try to get a better sense of what's going on the ground. But, you know, I'm watching social media. I'm hearing everybody say, you know, this is a rougher ride than we thought. People who decided to stay say this is a rougher ride than they thought it would be. And we are here for the duration overnight because we are going to continue to get these rain bands. You heard Margaret and Daniel talking about, you know, just the activity in the rain bands from Hurricane Ida and how, you know, they had some what could have been tornadic activity, and we're in for several more hours of this.
And you saw those, you know, live images when Travers was out there on the roadways here in New Orleans area, the Uptown, Lower Garden District, Magazine, Britannia, those areas. You saw all those transformers blowing like right before our eyes, and as a result now we have this widespread outage situation in Orleans Parish. So as a result, you know, even the street lights will be out on the roadways. There's a ton of debris, tree branches, tree limbs that are on the roads. Some trees are down as well because we've been getting this rain has been coming down now for the last several hours, more than that. So the ground is saturated, already saturated, and we've seen trees uprooted. At one point, even the concrete came up with the root of the tree.
And we have to reiterate, Sala, I know this is something that we have been saying yesterday, and we said it earlier today, but most of the injuries or even fatalities, if there are any, happen after the storm makes landfall, when people try to go out and about and assess things and survey things. No need to go outside. You won't be able to see because it is dark. There are no lights.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people probably have their flashlights and things, but it is just a dangerous situation. If you're in a safe place, stay there.
And because the winds are still howling, Gina, a lot of people have been texting me, and viewers are telling me in the West Bank of Jefferson Parish, even in, within the levee protection system, they're seeing those winds howling in their neighborhood. Lots of fences are down right now. Lots of projectiles out blowing in the wind. Another reason why you should not be out there, because you don't know what kind of tarp, roof, the styrofoam from the roof, as you saw Traverse's live shot, some roofs are coming off. We've seen some structural damage in Orleans and Jefferson as well. We got video of some damage in Kenner too. Let's take a look at some of that damage now in Uptown. This is near LaSalle. We talked to Mayor Cantrell about this house that collapsed during the storm. You can see just how intense the storm was because this house is down, and she said firefighters were able to pull a victim out of this structure. She could not expand on the injuries or the condition of the victim because she wanted to make sure she confirms that information before sharing that with us.
And our first responders, Sala, your husband's a firefighter. We have to thank our first responders, our NOPD officers working through these conditions, working around the clock just to make sure that people are as safe as possible. But with conditions the way they are outside, they really won't be able to respond to much. So you have to take all of these things into account.
You're absolutely right, Gina, because in Jefferson Parish, remember Cynthia Lee Shang said in Grand Isle, they did get a couple of calls from people who needed help, but she said it's 100% underwater right now. So until the conditions improve out there, they will not be able to dispatch or mobilize their first responders or firefighters or police out there to help those folks. They're just going to have to wait it out until conditions are safe for first responders to get out and give them a hand.
All right, here's a look at some damage in St. Charles Parish. We talked to an official there earlier. They actually put a curfew in effect in St. Charles Parish just about 4 o'clock. And when we talked to them earlier, they were reporting about 95% of the parish was out of power at that time. So as these bands move in and as we see more winds and more rain come through, the conditions are, deteriorating, we know, but you can just see what damage is looking like in St. Charles Parish. The structure pretty much has lost its roof there.
Yeah, and you're hoping that everyone who was in that building or structure is safe. And again, if you are venturing out, that's why you don't want to be outside, because that wood particle or any of the debris can fall and hit you. St. Charles Parish, there's also a boil water advisory in effect due to some numerous leaks there in St. Charles Parish. So the Waterworks Department says they are maintaining positive pressure. All of the storage tanks are full, but the advisory here is just to ensure the quality of water and the safety of water. As we've seen in numerous, storms in the past, Gina, water is going to be an issue. Good quality, safe water for folks. So right now, a boil water advisory in effect if you are living in St. Charles Parish.
And when you see a monster storm like this, I mean, mind you, Ida made a landfall as a Category 4 storm. I mean, people probably thought they had a concept of what the impacts would look like and feel like, but again, I mean, this is a rough go right now for us.
Did you see all those debris and branches out there on the roads? They're falling on power lines, so then you're going to have those vulnerable power lines. Power poles are going to come down. All of Orleans, again, without power. I don't think I've ever experienced an entire parish of Orleans without power in storms past, but they had a catastrophic damage to the Entergy NOLA transmission. All of NOLA Orleans Parish in the dark right now, unless you are operating on a generator.
And hopefully, our critical facilities, our hospitals and things that, require that generator power. We know our critical facilities do have backup generators, as we do here. We're on a generator right now, but if you don't have that, if you don't have, I don't want to say name brands, Generac. I know somebody was like, every year I'm going to try and get a Generac, and this is going to be the year, I mean, people think about that kind of stuff, particularly in situations like this, because it's unclear how how long we'll be without power or in this situation. And again, it's pretty much nighttime now.
Well, yesterday when we were talking to officials from Entergy, Gina, they said somewhere, and this is just a rough ballpark estimate, roughly 7 to 10 to 13 days without power. But in the worst case scenario, they said about 3 weeks without power.
But now to hear them describe the damage as catastrophic, I mean, that, indicates to me that it may be a while before power is back up and running. I know a lot of people trying to get in touch with their family and their loved ones. People are reporting having difficulties with cell phones and not being able to get in touch with people. And these are the reasons why people evacuate. These are the reasons why people tell you if you can get to a safer place, if you can do it, because you don't want to be in a position like this.
And we were, remember, underscoring yesterday the importance of getting all your gadgets charged up, your phones, iPads, what have you, charged up. I can tell you, just in the last hour, I had 3 friends say, we are watching you, and then in the matter of 30 minutes, they said, we lost power, so we can't watch you. So everyone was texting me, we see you. They were asking questions and then said, actually, we lost power, so we don't have you. But we are on streaming on WDSU.com.
And just a quick update before we check in with one of our reporters. St. Bernard Parish has also extended their school closure through Tuesday as well. So Orleans, NOLA Public Schools, Jefferson Parish, and St. Bernard all have extended their school closures through Tuesday.
Okay, and speaking of Orleans Parish, Fletcher Mackel has been monitoring conditions out in Lakeview. He's got the latest.
We've been all over Lakeview. The good news is the major roadways in Lakeview all passable. We're on Canal Boulevard. Harrison is open. Argonne, Fillmore, Robert E. Lee, you can drive down all of them. Obviously, the Canal Boulevard underpass completely filled with water. We knew that that was going to happen here. Obviously, it's an area that floods under the train trestle. Be very careful of that when you return to the city. I will say this, the wind is crazy here in Lakeview right now coming off of Lake Pontchartrain. I have also not seen debris like this in a very long time. For the residents that are watching right now that live in Lakeview, it's like Zeta last year, maybe even worse. Tree limbs are down everywhere. Be careful if you're going to drive into Lakeview, especially at night, even tomorrow night, because the cleanup won't be complete. There are trees down everywhere along Wisner, along Bayou St. John, uprooted trees, turned over trees. That has been the biggest thing that we're seeing. The wind is crazy, like nothing I've seen in years covering a storm. And here comes another big gust right now. Yeah. All right, we're gonna sign off because that was a pretty big gust and it's just getting worse. So that's what's happening right now in Lakeview. Back to you.
Very intense out there, Fletcher. Thank you so much. He actually texted me a while ago and said he's struggling to even get around because conditions are so bad. So Margaret, he's in Lakeview, Orleans Parish. No one has power.
Nobody has power. I know it. And that's where I live, so I know it well. That wind is howling. I just want to pop that up. So wait, first, let me show you what's happening. I want to show you where the center is. You see it, there's Lutcher, there's LaPlace. This is the center. So the center getting ready to move into Lutcher, LaPlace, you're going to miss it. And let me tell you, that rain is really coming down. It's coming down in LaPlace, all up Interstate 55. You heard Fletcher over in Lakeview. Wait, let me clear this a second, and we're going to go to Lakeview. Yeah, I see my house. So, Gentilly, this is for you, Gina.
Yeah.
You've got heavy rain.
I know.
And in this rain band, this is what Fletcher was seeing. And, earlier they were saying, oh, the rain wasn't so bad. And I'm going, it's not done yet. The rain is adding up. That's why you've got the flooding that's taking place. So Timberlane to Terrytown to Araby, the fairgrounds, Gentilly, right there at the lakefront, it is coming down. Bucktown, Metairie, River Ridge, Harahan.
Oh. Margaret, just not to digress, but I have a viewer who wants to ask you a question. She's in Westwego, Lucy, who's watching us.
Okay.
I don't know if she lost power yet. Everyone who's been watching me said they lost power. She wants to know when it's going to die down where she is. She said her fence is down and it's the winds are really bad.
It's not. I mean, it's not. Look at where it is, Lucy. So there is the center, and we still have to get this to the north, and we're going to continue with these rain bands. But you're in the rain band, okay? And so you're getting that extreme wind, and I see this going on for several hours. It's only moving northwest 10 miles per hour. So we're going to get that heavy, heavy rain. I do want to just zoom in a second. So look, we're looking over here. Hanville, Luling, Norco, Booty, Paradis, Taft, Kelowna, Laplace, LaBranche. This is heavy. This is really heavy rain. What is it? What are you saying?
Talking to my producer, sorry.
Oh, okay. So you've got the very heavy rain occurring here, and in this rain band, 75-mile-per-hour winds and higher. So officially, the hurricane has 120-mile-per-hour winds. Often you see it die down as it's moving on shore. There is the eye just to the west of Kelowna. Edgard, you're moving up into the eye, so is Hope. But let me tell you, Laplace to Kelowna, Norco to Hanville to Luling to Booty, it's bad. All right, now let's come on over. And we're looking at Bissonnette, Esplanade Mall, Kenner. This is rough. Woodlake all the way to the south. Look, I'll put it into motion. And that heavy rain, I mean, you're just not getting much of a let up. Okay, let's pause that, and we're going to pan on over. So Lakeside Shopping Center, not so bad now. Metairie, Jefferson, this is moderate rain. West End, Lakeview, actually looking better now. So maybe we'll be able to hear back from Fletcher. You got a little bit of a break, the heavier rain now to the east. And I'm telling you, UNO, Gentilly, Dillard, Lower 9, St. Claude, Lake Forest, this is bad. What you got? Flash flood warning. Big surprise, right? So this is for St. Charles Parish and St. John the Baptist, which you've got to expect because I was showing you all of that heavy rain. So let me just pop this up for a moment. And in here, you can see the flash flood warning that's in effect for St. Tammany. You can see it over towards Hancock County. All of the flash flood warnings along the Mississippi coast. And then over here, now the flash flood warning, Laplace and Luling, it is coming down. It's in effect until 10 o'clock. 5 to 8 inches of rain has fallen there. St. Charles, St. John the Baptist. Additional amounts of 3 to 5 inches possible. That is not good. So we're going to come on over and we're just going to look at some of these rainfall totals. And it's right there by the eye. Look, there is the eye. That is the center of Ida right now. So Laplace, Norco, and Luling, they're right on the edge of it. They're getting the heavy rain, and they're getting that wind. All right, let's look at the rainfall rate just to give you an idea. Laplace, Norco, Luling. So we've got a rainfall rate of almost 6 inches and then over 6 inches. And the bad thing is, let me put this into motion. You see how you've got more to the south moving to the north. So you're really not in a very good position. You can see all of that heavy rain. And it just, you know, that's not good. That's why you've got the flash flood warning in effect. Over by Sorrento, you've got the very heavy rain. Here, let's end this for a second. And we're going to look at the rain totals. Wow. Ooh. I know. That is bad. So Laplace to the south. This is all 6 to 8 to 7 inches of rain is what that purple is showing.
Margaret, what about Edith? Another viewer wants to ask Lakeview about Utica. She says they're getting pounded with
Well,
heavy rain.
they may be getting pounded. I mean, we've just got so much rain that's coming down right now. I also want to go Harahan, Wagaman, Araby. Let me just show you these. Kenner, River Ridge, Wagaman, Araby, Little Woods, Gentilly. All of these areas, look, it's 6 to 8 inches of rain. Look, Little Woods, you've got almost 8 inches of rain. So across the area, we are getting pounded with heavy rain, and it's going to keep on keeping on.
Yeah, Margaret, I'm looking at my neighborhood right now.
I know. Look, Gentilly, you've got 6.5, and it's not done. Wait, let me just pop up that radar again for you. I'll clear this. We'll put the radar up and put it into motion, and look in Gentilly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Margaret, thank you so much. So we have Travers Mackel joining us in the newsroom now, and he's got Joe Giarrusso, councilman, on the line. And Joe told me earlier, Travers, that power is out, of course, we know, in all of Orleans, but at City Hall.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, I live by Joe in Lakeview, and I know our power was on until about 45 minutes ago when this line went down. Councilman, if you could talk about this, they said a catastrophic transmission issue. In layman's terms, how bad is that, and what does that mean?
Well, Travers, we had our call with Energy about 45 minutes ago, too. They really don't have any answers right now. The reason why it could be catastrophic is because we don't know exactly what it is. If it's some mechanical and switching issues, then it may just be a matter of making sure that everything is operating properly and they get it restored after the bad weather has passed. If, however, there are transmission lines that are down, that is going to take a long time to get up. And so the public understands the transmission lines are the big lines that feed the distribution lines that then come into our house. So if there is a transmission line or lines failure, it is going to take a longer than a day or two. We're probably looking at a week or weeks before power is restored. The hard part is, at this point, we just don't know what's going on. We're supposed to have a follow-up call with Energy at about 8:30, so I hope to have some more information after that.
Because a lot of people who are evacuated are looking at this right now. Wherever they are, we're streaming, obviously, all across the country right now, and people can watch it online or on our app. They're looking at this going, when can I return home? And obviously power is key for them, I guess. Nobody wants to come home if it's 100 degrees outside and in their house, or if their kids can't go to school because the power's out.
Yeah, I mean, the big issue for us, I just heard what Margaret was saying about the heavy rain, and heard Gina say how much it's falling all over her neighborhood. Obviously, the rain is the primary concern at this moment, but I think the larger scale concern has always been the amount of winds that was going to happen with almost Category 5 storm. As everybody has reported throughout your coverage today, it's barely lost any power as it came inland. I think it's still close to or at a Category 3. So that wind being out, it makes it extraordinarily hard. I saw you and your brother in the field being blown around, and that is creating the major issue. And then you're right. So now that the wind and the rain will subside, probably beginning around noon tomorrow, if we know we're going to be without power for sustained periods of time, it's probably not a good idea for people to start returning if they know that it's going to be week or weeks before they get their power back.
And right now, if you can talk about this, you represent District A, but you've obviously followed the whole city. We have not seen, we've had crews all over the place this afternoon and tonight. We have not seen, even though the rain's coming down, no major flooding. It seems like this is going to be a wind issue, at least for the city of New Orleans and the areas that you represent. Lakeview, parts of Broadmoor, Uptown, parts of Gentilly.
Yeah, I mean, I heard one report on WWL, which I was a little surprised about because my reporting has been similar to yours, definitely normal street flooding that you would expect with the type of rain that Margaret has had. If you give me a minute, I'll also talk about the power situation at Sewage and Water Board because I think people rightfully want to know what's happening with no energy backup there right now. So Sewage and Water Board has power from a couple of different sources. You have turbine 6, which is going to run about 15 megawatts of power. You have turbines 4 and 5, which are capable of running at 20, but they're not going to run them that hard. So let's assume they run them at about 15 megawatts each. That gets you to about 45 megawatts of power. And then they also have the electromotor diesels, the EMDs. Those are running at about 10.5 megawatts of power. So that gets you a little over 55. Sewage and Water Board has consistently said it needs 52 megawatts to run the drainage pumps. And so as long as they're over that number, then you're going to see the pumping continue. But as Margaret points out, as long as there's heavy rain, the pumps are going to struggle to keep up with a half an inch that keeps on falling. And if you had 6-7 inches of rain, they're going to work, but it's going to take time.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't turn into a flooding event, because right now the wind is enough to deal with. I know for city government and Entergy and all of the partners of City Hall right now. Just before we let you go, really quickly, any advice for people watching this? We've gotten a lot of calls. I was out and about, and people are asking me to go past their house and check out their property. With the exception of St. Stephen Catholic School uptown, we have not seen any major structural damage to any big buildings. A house that was under construction, it collapsed, but it was already under construction. It seems like a lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines right now. Is that what you're getting as well, too?
Yeah, my reporting has been the same as yours. I saw you on television when you showed St. Stephen's and also the tree leaning against Sacred Heart. But what we're hearing is sort of the ordinary tree limbs that are down, other trees that may have fallen over. But I think the biggest thing for people right now has been the message that the city has repeated, which is please do not go outside. The winds are supposed to be at their worst. It is now 7:57 till apparently starting at 8 o'clock is when we should start seeing some of the wind starting to dial back. And then, Travers, as you said, I think the concern after the wind starts dying down is making sure no more bands sit over us and the weather moves as quickly as possible.
And really quickly, before we let you go, Councilman, today is the anniversary of Katrina. We all lived through that right here. If there's any silver lining here, we made it through that. This will pass. We will make it through it. Is that basically the silver lining message here from city government?
Yeah, well, I think if there is any silver lining, we all lived Katrina, and I remember very clearly going to bed that night and thinking I'm going to go to New Orleans the next day, and then the levees broke. Right now, as far as we know, other than some overtopping and Plaquemines, which you all reported earlier, the levees are working as designed. And as long as that power stays up at Sewage and Water Board and the pumps keep on pumping based on that power, then, we just got to hold tight till probably about noon tomorrow and then see where things stand.
All right, Councilman Joe Jerusa from District A, we appreciate your time. Stay safe. Gina and Sulla, let's send it back to you in the main studio.
All right, Travers, thank you. Coming up just on 8 o'clock, I mean, you can hear that we are still getting alerts in. Really and truly, we just got the latest information. A boil water advisory now in place for the East Bank of Jefferson Parish. We got updates on school closures. We got NOLA Public Schools, Jefferson and St. Bernard have extended their closures through Tuesday.
Yeah, flash flood warning is in effect for this area until 12 a.m. And then, of course, the big news of the night, on top of the many headlines, is that all of Orleans Parish is without power. According to Entergy, 653,000 customers without power at this moment.
Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr. She is in the Weather Center. She has been on top of things all evening. Margaret, what's the latest?
Considerable flash flood warning now, and that is in effect for St. John and St. Charles parishes. So what we have, 5 to 8 inches of rain has fallen, an additional 3 to 5 possible. This is serious flooding that is occurring. So hearts, prayers with all of you. I wish you the best. I was concerned about this area, and that's from the rain. That's not even from the storm surge. And then now we've got the flash flood warning for Jefferson Parish, also extended, also Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Bernard, St. Charles, St. John the Baptist. That's in effect until midnight. Many locations, 3 to 6 inches of rain, with another 3 to 6 forecast. And then I just want to show you, it slowed down some more. You know, this has been our concern. Moving northwest. So Daniel and I have both talked about this. It looked like it had more of a northward movement, 9 miles per hour. Here's Letcher, here's Laplace, kind of moving a little bit closer to Letcher, but between the two, heading to the north. very heavy rain over Laplace, very heavy rain over Luling. Got some more information in a wind gust of 89 miles per hour at the Causeway. Gulfport Marina reported 61 mile per hour wind. Shell Beach recently reported a 75 mile per hour wind. Whew, we got a lot going on, right? So there, a look at the center, the eye, moving between Lutcher and Laplace, and then just this very heavy rain. And every time you see one of these rain bands, that's when you're getting the high winds. Now let's go to the North Shore. Sulla, you had asked about Beatico. It's kind of right in here near Robert. And we're seeing heavy rain. Oh, Southwood Ridge going up by you, Hammond going by you. You can see how it's moving to the west-northwest. And all of this rain is moving so fast. Generally, west-northwest 50, 60 miles per hour. I mean, it is hauling it. Then we can look at the rain rate. And, you know, we're getting heavy rain rates here, too, showing up at 4 to 5 inches. Here's Beatico right here. So that heavier rain just to your west, it's heading over by Ponchatoula. So you can see that. Let's clear it, come out a little bit wider. And look, Madisonville, you're getting some of this heavy rain. Rainfall right there at 4 inches. South of Lorraine, it's 4 inches. Lee's Landing coming in pretty heavy too. But what we want to do is look at the storm total. There's Beatico, Madisonville, Covington, Lorraine, Hammond. Okay, let's look at these totals. Madisonville, 5.5 inches. Covington, almost 4. Goodby, over 4. Beatico, 5 inches. Lorraine, over 4. Lee's Landing, over 4. Ponchatoula, really north of Ponchatoula, about 4.5. Near Hammond, just over 4. So, you know, on the North Shore so far, 4 to 5, but wait, that's not the worst of it. Here's the worst of it. I'll pop these up for you so you can see them. Near Mandeville, Big Branch, Lacombe. This is where we're seeing 6.5 to 7 inches of rain. Basically, Bayou Bend, Lacombe, Big Branch, Mandeville. You're going to flood with that kind of rain. Doesn't matter if you have pumps, you're going to flood with that kind of rain because that has added up really fast, and that is not good. Let's clear that. Let's go on over, visit our friends over at the Space Center and the Kill, and we'll get rainfall totals there. Near the Kill, 5 inches. Wow. Now, you know, they have had this heavy rain moving across. I don't think they have had that much rain. Let's hope not, but they have had very strong storms. This is where we've had the tornado warnings pass. I think that that is actually incorrect, but that is heavy, heavy, heavy rain. Then we can go just into New Orleans East, and I'll show you that location. And we're seeing for Gina, 6.7, and Gentilly, Littlewood, 7.4, South Point, 7.2. Let's go to Lake Catherine, and that's over 7 inches. It's a lot of rain. And we are not done. So we look at the big picture, put it into motion. Let me fill this in a little more. And there it is. The center, the eye, approaching Lutcher and Laplace. Heaviest rain over Laplace, over Lake Maurepas. Moving into I-12, heading towards Ponchatoula and Madisonville. Over into New Orleans East, UNO, Gentilly, another band through Metairie, and then the other band extending from Norco to Laplace. We've got some heavy rain out there, and in those rain bands, strong winds.
All right, Margaret, thank you so much. Joining us now on the phone is Mike Steele from the Government Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. Mr. Steele, are you there on the phone with us?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We appreciate your time. We know that there have been so many resources and assets, provided for this particular storm. Can you share with us just the kind of assistance and the partnership with FEMA and the government in coordination with Louisiana?
Yeah, well, this started several days ago. We were working with our local partners to make sure that they had everything they need for the initial response, kind of the prep work that's being done before you're faced, with this type of event, and also making sure that everyone had the same information on this possible impact. And unfortunately, it looks like it's playing out like many expected in a lot of these areas. And so that's where the initial, coordination starts. FEMA was already here because of a lot of COVID different issues and because of ongoing recovery efforts in Louisiana. They brought additional teams in to help with everything from public information to start the initial recovery process. We're just kind of at a point now when it comes to search and rescue assets, when it comes to